I want to acknowledge a shorter lady that would be a little fuller in figure for you that comes forward.
Pass on.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who you're referencing to.
Okay, do you understand a figure, like a mother figure for you that would have passed and be in spirit, that feels to me like she's mum's mum and would be a shorter lady, and she's got a nice shape to her, some curves?
No, I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, you don't understand her?
I don't know who you're referencing to, and it's not necessarily what I was wanting to talk about. So I don't know who you're talking to or who that person is. No.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, look, we'll leave that there. It's just I just need to let you know that I've got that connection for you, who's just trying to come through and give you a link in there. But okay, all right. Well,
what did they want to say? I don't understand.
That's all right. Have you had a mediumistic? That's all right. Have you had a reading with a medium before?
Well, I wasn't trying to have a medium reading.
Okay, then we won't do that. That's all right. Okay, so we'll sense what's around you then. Okay. Right.
I wanted more specifically to know about this one particular person.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now, do you understand at the moment with him that he's back and forth and he's a little bit unsettled in himself?
Well, I don't know, because he tells me what it is that he wants and how he feels. But sometimes I wonder if he's just not being authentic with me or himself.
Okay. Do you understand him going back and forth with that, though? So although he's communicating it to you, it's not that he's actually kind of carrying it forward or giving it the momentum that you would like, so it becomes one thing or the other.
I see.
Does that resonate for you?
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Because I just get this funny feeling that life is very much up and down for him, and there's a lot more going on in the background, and that's not to worry you. That's just the ups and downs of life. And he's not quite in a position to be able to come forward for you and give you everything you want. And it actually feels as much in time communicating, because this relationship feels to me like it's picked up speed in the last couple of months, but it's almost not quite got the momentum that you would like. Would you understand that?
Yeah, sure. I just wonder, essentially, if all is lost, or if I should move on, or if it's
well, what I feel with it. Okay, the feeling that I get is a bit like square pegs in round holes, and I feel at the moment that he needs a little bit of room to manoeuvre. So you almost, not to give him space, but need to kind of either roll with him or be in quite a compassionate sort of situation with him. That's what I'm feeling, and being able to sort of let him know that you're there, and you are there to sort of work with him and support him. Now, what I want to say to you is that's all very well and good, but you must be aware of the boundaries that you draw for yourself in terms of things going on, because you must make it very, very clear about what you see or need from him, so that he understands what the deal is, basically. Because I just feel that he's in need of that support from you, and that's where you'll build the bond with him, because he feels a little bit out of sorts, almost a little bit off balance. I don't want to say vulnerable, because it doesn't feel like that, but it just feels like he's almost juggling a lot and got a lot on his plate, and actually he's not communicating that terribly well. And I can just see that the conversations are more snatched moments than they are longer conversations, and that's where I feel for you're having difficulty sort of building the connection because you can't get that time, and he's a little distracted for want of a choice of words. And that's what I feel about that. Does that sort of resonate for you?
Yeah, it does. So you think that he wants me to do something about this, or just to be present?
Yeah, no, what I feel, Ivana, is that he very much is a guy that almost needs to be settled and comfortable in his space. He takes time to settle. He needs that support there. And if sometimes it's difficult because we feel that we give more than we receive. Not that you give to get, but obviously this is a relationship. So it needs to, it needs to relate.
It makes it
and
difficult for me to even be present sometimes because it feels still like I'm giving. I don't want to perpetuate the feeling of imbalance, even though I know he doesn't want to either. So.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I've just got this sense of him in a bit of a sort of like a higgledy-piggledy time, and just needing that support right now. And I do feel that will settle down. I just feel he's got a tricky couple of months around him, and
sure.
it's very
I know
much
what's going on with him that causes all that too. So I'm not completely in the dark or disconnected.
No.
But I struggle with the idea of what is the right thing to do aside from being compassionate. Like I don't want to feel like I'm losing an opportunity or not being true to myself even. And so I kind of wonder what to expect, and that's the silly part of me that wanted to talk to you about that today is like, what can I expect from the situation given that I'm willing to be there and hold space for a person while they go through all this stuff.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, you make an investment in a relationship, which we're all old enough and wise enough to understand. But what I want to say to you is that it's really, really important, though, that you have some communication and some time back for yourself. So it's really important that you communicate to him that, that's fine and I'm here. But at the same time, it needs to kind of come back from you as well. So we relate to one another. And, you pass that very clear message that you get that as well. And if you are still unsure, if you go through over these next couple of months as you understand what that is, then what I would say to you is you just need to sit quietly after each conversation and listen to your heart. Just try and tune into your heart and see what your heart's communicating to you. Understand where those feelings are, whether that resonates in your body, okay? And then ask yourself those questions about, am I happy to sit with this? And that's what I would say, not your head. Listen to your heart and go with your heart. So I really, really, really hope that helps you. And I wish you the very, very best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so good luck. And thank you for calling in, Ivona. And we now have Michelle in Queensland, Australia. Good evening, Michelle. How are you, my darling?
Hello. Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, actually. I'm going to scratch my nose. I've got a very itchy nose. Excuse me. Oh, dear me.
You can hear me all right?
I can hear you beautifully. How is it that I may be able to help you this evening?
Well, my question is about whether you can see anything in my path change-wise, particularly about moving to a different city or even country, and career. Any changes coming up?
Okay. All right. Let me just look in. Let's just look into you. It won't hurt. Just a little joke there. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Do you understand that if I say to you that you're a little bit out of sync at the moment in terms of having a plan of what you want to do? So you've got lots of ideas that are going on for you, but almost either nothing firmed up as either an intention that you are aiming for, and it being more of like a wish for change rather than a plan for change.
Perhaps. I think that you're right, definitely the first part, where there's lots of ideas and there's no firm decision.
No, okay.
I'm usually good at decisions.
Yeah, but I want to say to you as well that I feel that the way that you operate or function with your work is, how can I put this? It is almost that whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve, and you're quite in demand for what you do. So if you put your CV out there for a job or you applied for something, pretty much you always get on the list for a conversation or an interview. Would that be right?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, because
I think really I work for myself.
Yeah, but I just feel that you can make anything you want to happen. Okay, if you set your mind to it and you set that intention for yourself, which is why what I'm seeing around you is, it's like I can see the chaos of your life, and I mean that in a really loving way, because I just see that there's lots of opportunity around you, but you've really got to decide what you want. Now, actually, what I can see for you, yeah, good, because what I can see for you, would you understand why Paris could be an option for you, or connections with Paris?
Yeah, look, I would understand almost any country would be an option for me. That's why this is such a hard decision. Can't you decide for me?
Not exactly, but I can share with you. I can share with you what I can see, my lovely. But I actually am seeing the words Paris, and I can see the Eiffel Tower. So there must be some connection with either what you're thinking or a direction that you want to go in, or the industry that you work in, that would have links, associations, or a good connection with Paris for.
Yes, there is some.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, because that comes up quite strongly.
Also the Caribbean.
Okay, but the Paris
How
thing
do you
is very
feel
strong.
about that?
Okay, give me one moment. Now, what I'll say to you is with the Paris thing, I do feel that there are opportunities or discussions to be had with that, but they are not until later in the year. And I feel they're more around the September time, because I feel quite autumny, or fall as some people call it, with that, when those discussions start to come forward. With the Caribbean, as you've brought that to me, what I'm seeing is that could almost be something that you could do tomorrow. So if you really wanted to hop on the plane and go, you could do. So I very much feel that it's almost too easy for you, but it's more of a short-term solution. And the questions that you've got in your mind is, do I want that upheaval for the short term, where I might like something more in the medium term that gives me some stability? Because I don't really want to keep hopping here and there, because I'm seeing that you've moved around quite a lot sometimes. You know, you might have done 2 or 3 months here, 2 or 3 months there. And you know, it's about you getting your roots down somewhere and not having to move about as much. Would that make sense for you?
Sort of, yes.
Okay, all right.
I think I've lived in the same place for a very long time, but I've traveled a lot with my career.
Yes, I can see that. But it's very much about you aren't really somebody to stay put in one place on like a home level. So there is the adventure side and the new experiences that drives you. And I don't feel that the Caribbean would be a new or as new experience as Paris would be for you, because it feels very much that there is either more opportunity, or it's a little bit more, I don't want to say professional, but it almost feels a little bit more polished with the French connection there. And I very much feel that you are about to take what you do to the next level, because you need to either better yourself in some way, or really, really let yourself loose on the world and show the world what you can do. And I feel that you need a slightly more elevated forum to do that, rather than perhaps, and there's nothing wrong with the Caribbean, but that being almost too easy for you, but not yielding you the opportunity for you to project yourself as your heart desires. So I want to say to you very much that it's important that you focus on where you feel your vision of what you see for yourself, and what you literally feel is next for you, to use that as the compass to guide you to where you need to be. And my feeling actually with the Caribbean is that feels like I've been there, done that. it doesn't feel that that environment would bring anything new for you. And I feel that you need to take next steps for you to evolve you. But I do feel that there will be a Paris connection or conversations in connection with Paris coming up. So do watch out for those. And, you know, I really, really hope that resonates with you. Is there anything else around that you would like to ask?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all very interesting. I think
okay. And I just want to say to you, does the letter F have significance for a name around work for you as well?
The letter F, did you say?
Yeah, F for Freddie or F for Faith. I just feel that there's a connection with an F, and this feels significant for me, and I need to give you that.
There's a Fred. There's Fred in Paris.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Amazing.
So, you know what?
I haven't thought of Paris. I've thought of Melbourne. I've thought of Caribbean. I've even thought of America. But Paris I didn't think of. And I did really recently, in the last few days, get an email from someone I know in my industry in Paris called Fred.
There we go. So I feel that you've got a little journey or a little exploration there to do. So you go, and we use a word. You're gonna smash it. You know, I know that you excel at whatever you do. In the UK, we say you're going to smash it, and I know that. But I do feel that you almost need to come a little bit out of your comfort zone and just go for it. So, with all the love and best wishes I have for you, go do your thing.
Thank you very much. You too.
You're welcome. You take care now. Lots of love. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it funny how it works when we look what we call introspectively into people's lives and what goes on for them, and just intuitively what comes. And I can only encourage you from that last reading particularly just to be very open and to live your life like that. And going back to how I opened the show with, go through each moment like that. It's never too late. As soon as you become aware you are being a silly Billy, as I was earlier, just go, okay, I choose not to be a silly Billy. Now, what do I feel about this? Because intuitively there, that link that we had in that last reading, that came. And that actually gave our last caller the answers that she wanted. So, you know, go in peace, go in joy, go in love. It's really important. Enjoy the experiences that you've got. And there's a lovely saying that says, thanks for everything, I have no complaints whatsoever. Live your life like that. I really hope that helps you. Please share the Special Forces option for next week so we can make that happen, and have a fantastic week ahead and stay safe. With lots of love, I leave you this evening. God bless. Goodbye. Thank you for watching.
I'm so excited to have you guys all here. My name is Christina Watts. I'm known as the Divine Medium. If you guys don't know me and you're new, what we do on this show is we talk about spiritual stuff, and I'm a type of teacher in heaven, and I came to Earth in 2009 to kind of give the knowledge that I know from heaven. And I got a lot of followers on Facebook right now that are watching live. So if you are on Facebook, you can join Christina K, C-A-Y, Watts, live on Facebook, and throw me some of your questions there. And we'll, after this show off iHeartRadio and iHeart1 and Moonstruck TV, we are going to go and continue live on Facebook for a little bit and finish off these questions. Now, our first question of the night is from Johanna Carrion. She asks, when we daze out, quote unquote, like we are eating and just stop and stare, that someone has to say, hello, Earth to Johanna, why does this happen? Well, sometimes our soul tends to go off, kind of like when you're sleeping, your body is in relax mode and it's sleeping, and your soul's off doing all kinds of things. So you don't have to necessarily wait around for the body to wake up. So your soul's off doing stuff. So sometimes this happens when you're in your waking state and you're driving, and all of a sudden you get from one point to another and you're like, how the heck did I get here? So it works the same exact way. Okay, next one's from Ray Lukács. I'm hoping I'm saying that name right. Since planets don't really move backwards in their orbits, why is everyone blaming their problems on retrograde? Okay, so I did a whole blog on my website, thedivinemedium.com, on retrograde to kind of give people kind of a heads up, how's this work and what to expect. So if I told you that a train moving faster past a slower moving train, and the slower one appears to be moving backwards, but of course that is not at all true. They are both moving forward, but the slower train just appears like it's moving backwards. Retrograde planet works the same exact way. By essentially a faster moving planet is passing a slower moving planet, creating the illusion that a slower planet is moving backwards or retrograding, quote unquote. For this illusion to appear in this way, it takes a lot of energy to pull it off, okay? This isn't something that just whim, bam, bam, it happens. Energy that throws the alignment of energy in connection, bonding with spirit and physical, causes upon realms of all types, our physical or spiritual, everything. So it takes a lot of work to pull this off, okay? If you look at a clock and it suddenly starts going backwards, you would think you're going cuckoo. A planet moving in retrograde motion is just like the clock. In doing so, the retrograde energy is asking you and asking your mind to kind of align and adjust to the temporary flux in the messages communicating with energy, okay? So when you see this kind of illusion happening, your mind kind of has to adjust to what's actually happening, okay? It's like putting the mind into another time zone. So just think of getting off a plane and you have jet lag and you're trying to adjust to a new time zone. It's the same kind of energy effect. Electronics get cattywampus, your emotions get cattywampus, and everything in space affects us. You can't go a day and think, oh, I'm just going to keep living the same energy over and over again. It's not going to happen. You know when you look at those weird puzzles and you have to kind of fixate your eyes on the puzzle and then it creates the picture past your eyes, you have to kind of fixate your eyes. Retrograde is kind of the same way. You kind of have to fixate your eyes to see the full picture, okay? Okay, our next question comes from Melissa Ream. What has been your favorite life so far? Well, that's a doozy. I've had many lives, and I'm probably going to say the Mary Magdalene life was probably one of my top favorites. Being president one time was kind of cool. I didn't like how my ending went, but it was actually kind of cool. I've had many lives with, you know, like the fairyland and the mermaids. Those are kind of relaxing. It's kind of like a vacation away from Earth. So, but honestly, my top one would probably be Mary Magdalene. I really, really enjoyed that life. Okay, Melissa Ream again asks, you are a teacher in heaven. Can we know your name up there? Okay, so I am a teacher in heaven, and my name is obviously Mary, and that is my essence, my soul essence. But I'm also a warrior in heaven. I have many jobs in heaven, just like I have many jobs here. I sing, I'm a medium, I'm an artist. So you have many gifts here, you have many gifts in heaven. Okay, so my warrior essence name, essence, if you will, because we don't really get hung up on names, we get hung up on energy feelings or our soul recognition. So we don't really get hung up on names and category. But if you were to call me a name, it would be Sahara, aka Zara, here on Earth, okay? Using Earth's language. I communicate with water creatures or races that use aquatica, like a nature of aquatica. And I also do with ridding and removing dark from beings that seek to, these beings that I deal with seek to plague and corrupt people and places. And I use a Jesus's blood angelic armor that I place over these areas and these people to kind of demolish what's going on around them, to kind of remove the energy, and I'm assisting and protecting the angels with it while I'm here. However, I am restricted by the body to kind of be free in the spirit sense to be able to do what I really can do in heaven. So I'm kind of a little bit restricted, so I do have to count on them for things. So, okay, next question. I'm going to skip anybody here. Mary Maltese Giuseppe, when do you think the Vatican became dark? It must not have started that way, right? Sad to say, Mary, yes. Its main goal was to kind of corrupt and control. I know that there was really good, amazing people that, you know, wanted to start this whole thing to enlighten and kind of be like peace workers, but then you have the other aspect of people that want to control it. When the second you start taking out books of the Bible, you no longer have something pure and with good intent, okay? Jessica Popish, what happens to another person's soul contract when someone who was to be a part of it commits suicide? Okay, so this is a really good question, Jessica. But nothing happens by chance. All these paths that are taken are documented, are planned out, are agreed upon, and consented. The biggest thing here is you want to finish out you want to do everything possible, as hard as it is here, to finish out your life. You do not want to waste the time and not finish it out, because if you finish it out too early, then you're not getting the full effect of learning. There's a difference between reading a book and actually jumping into the story and living it out. You have to live it out. You can't just vicariously read about it. Okay. So I want to kind of use an example for this. I have my notes here. I'm kind of keeping my my ADHD in control today. But so a son wants to be with his mother. His mother dies. He is overstricken with grief, and he just wants to be with her. So he commits suicide. The son does get to see his mother. God is so great and loving in his ways that he understands the hardships of being here on earth. And the son will have to learn how to forgive himself for leaving too soon, because coming to earth is a gift of learning, and you don't want to waste that gift. You don't want to let it be in vain. So you must try everything you can to stay as long as you can. Karma has to be balanced in order for a soul to fully learn from the experience and the perspective of the experience, okay? So karma will get balanced out with that. Okay, question, do dead people ever lie? This is interesting. No, they do not. They have no reason to. They're in heaven, they're all knowing. So communication is all telepathic. So if it's all telepathic, everybody kind of knows what everybody's thinking. So there's no sense in lying, and there's no sense in lying to me because I communicate telepathically. And I not only communicate telepathically, I feel everything that the soul's going through as well. So you can't kind of hide that from me. So there's no gain in them lying to me, to any other spirits in heaven. Everybody kind of just knows what's going on. So who picked our guides out? Our guides. This comes from Melissa Ream. Melissa gives a lot of questions, and I love them. So she asks, who picked our guides? We picked our guides. Our soul came up with the soul contract that we wanted to learn from. It's, again, like a big buffet of learning, and we decide what we want to learn from, who we want to learn from. The people in our lives typically do tend to come and repeat lives with us. It's our soul family that come in. So let's say, for example, your dad was your brother at one time. In this life, he decided to be your dad. So everybody has their role to play. But yes, you pick your guides, and you usually pick your guides based off of how you trust them, or what maybe you want to learn from them, or maybe what they want to learn from you. Because I think a lot of people think that guides aren't learning while they're doing this with you, and they truly are. They're learning themselves. My guide Maria is constantly learning things from me, especially because I'm stubborn. So she definitely learns from me and how to handle me, and Yvonne over there can detest to that. So yes, you pick your own guides out. Melissa Ream, again, is our soul made with spiritual gifts, or do we get enlightened and come into something? Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you on that. I think a lot of people think that they don't have gifts, or they think that they have to be a psychic medium, empath, spiritualist to have these amazing gifts and be popular. And I think a lot of that has to do with the ego. Because when you look internally and you really take hold of what your gifts are, they're very interesting to you. So with Melissa Ream, I would say she is a protector and a listener. And her gifts are special to her. And just because they're not a psychic medium doesn't mean they're not important, because everyone's gifts that they decided to come in with are important, no matter how minuscule somebody else might look at it. There are some, you have to be born with the gifts of communication to spirit. Now, everybody can hear their guides. It's training yourself to listen better. Now, listening to spirit, like how I do it every day, is a little different, and that is something you're born with. You can't just train for it. That's not something you can get trained. Now, one of my energies that I came in with in 2009 was to help those that have gifts feel their gifts, understand their gifts, and better use their gifts. That is one of the energies I bring in. I am here to kind of pull that energy out of them so that they can understand and take hold of their gifts better than what they would have had before. And just being around me and listening to the teachings is going to help them do this. So yes, in a way, if you enlighten in your own gift, but you have to be born with them. You can't sit there and say, oh, I wish I could be a medium. I'm going to tell you right now, you do not wish to be this. This is very difficult. You have a lot of responsibility. I think people that willy-nilly think that they can just do this are going to really have to face themselves when they pass and face their life review, because if this wasn't a gift in the first place and they're pushing it on themselves, they can really mess somebody's life up. So I have a lot of responsibility. And if I don't listen to my guides on what I'm supposed to be saying, I can get myself in trouble. I will be the one in trouble, not the person that's listening to me. So I take great responsibility on what I do, what I say, because it could hurt somebody if I am not careful. I have to listen to what my guides are telling me. And I don't just answer willy-nilly. And I think that's what a lot of people expect me to do, is just whiff off some answers. And I don't do that. I like to sit calmly, listen quietly to my guides. It might take 5 minutes, might take 10 minutes. It might take 2 minutes. Just depends on the person's energy. But I don't like to just flat out give answers, because they're not my answers to give in the first place. I am just a telephone in a way to give the answers. Okay. Melissa Ream, why is dark so heavy on some souls? Okay. Dark, God allowed dark to be here on earth because this is a learning area where there's a yin and yang energy going on. There's two sides of every story. There's two angles to every learning. So you can't enjoy joy and peace and love unless you experience some darker sides. How can you really appreciate love and peace and happy joy unless you've gone through hard times to really appreciate it? Like when somebody gets really, really sick, they really appreciate health after they've gotten sick. And then they get well and they really are grateful and appreciative that they got to see that side so that they can better appreciate being healthy again. Without dark, we cannot appreciate the joys that Earth has to offer us. Okay, so it's very, very important. God allows dark to teach us these good and bad aspects so that we can better appreciate it. Okay. Okay, next question is Cynthia Fleming. What does it mean when you have the same dream over and over again, and each time it goes a little further than before? Well, Cynthia, you kind of actually answered your own question without even knowing it. When you said here about each time it goes a little further, well, that's the whole point. The dream is slowly giving you a message. And each time you go into it, it's just, you're discovering more and you're learning more. And that's the whole point of a dream repeating. And until you get the message, the dream won't repeat. So let me give an example. Christina, the person that was in this vessel before, she had dreams way back in probably 2000 and about wearing a uniform, a police uniform that wasn't of Johnstown where she lives. The uniform was black and the uniforms here are kind of like a navy color. And she kept having dreams that she sees a rape happen. She chases after the guy and she calls in everything. So it's not like her not to call in, and she didn't call in. And long story short, she gets shot through her chest and she doesn't get discovered for 2 weeks. Her body lays there for 2 weeks because it's in like near an abandoned warehouse. So after the accident, those dreams stopped when I came because it stopped that path in its tracks. I did not become the police officer, even though I still had that energy and that drive to become a police officer because she was still on this path with me when I decided to come in and she decided to leave. It's what's called a walk. I am what's called a walk-in. And I know a lot of people don't understand this, but a walk-in just basically agrees to walk in when the soul that's occupying the vessel no longer wants to live out that life. So instead of committing suicide or anything like that and savoring the vessel, the walk-in comes in and agrees to take on the life. However, the biggest thing with walk-ins is they're drastically different personalities going on. And I mean, there might be some similarities in maybe gestures or facial expressions or maybe the way they talk, but the likes and dislikes and the drive, like she was very depressed and I have a drive to do things and get out and go places, and she's a homebody. So I do struggle with that on occasion where she's fighting me and doesn't want to go anywhere and I'm stuck in the house and I really kind of want to go out and do something. So thanks, David. I know it's sad. I got to struggle with that, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. So Cynthia, just to kind of sum up your question, yes, dreams will repeat themselves, and they are very important when they do repeat themselves, because there is a message there. And the message to Christina was that it was like a heads up that that path won't happen, that she'll be taken across and I would take over. And the dream stopped, obviously, after that. And the uniform, go figure, was the OPD, the Orlando Police Department uniform when she moved to Florida 9 years later. Or wait, I should say 5 years later, but yeah. Okay, Strawberry followed up with why do some not dream or can't recall their dreams? This usually happens when a soul is doing so much work in their dream state that it's too much to contain and remember. Now, there is certain crystals that you can have around you that will help you recall dreams, but it's not going to be in like an overload like most people. And that might be because your soul is kind of tapering into learning. So it's taking its time with its learning. So it's gradually taking bits here and there back with it. Now, you might not think you're recalling things, but your soul is, and that's all that matters, basically, in the end of it. And Angela Black had asked the same thing. So I hope Angela Black and Strawberry gets their answer with that. So, okay, we are 7 minutes in, or 7 minutes left to go. Okay, so Heather Chost, why do some crystals crack, not break, but crack on the inside around a person? This has to do with their energy. Your energy corresponds with a crystal. For example, I have an angelite that's very baby blue, and when I have it in a window, it's absorbing, it's changing its energy to protect the house, so it tends to come off like a light gray, and it's no longer baby blue anymore. So it's kind of sad to see that baby blue go away because it's so beautiful, and then it gets this like dingy look to it, but at least I know it's doing its job. So crystals do, I'm sorry, my nose is so itchy, crystals do change their molecular structure based off who and what is around them. Like sometimes even a selenite, you'll see will go even like, maybe there's clear parts to a selenite, and all of a sudden you'll see it go just bright white, and there's no clear anymore to it. Okay, it's almost like it filled itself up with more selenite. Okay, Tabitha Ray, what are some reasons people are not ready to hear their guides? A lot of the times it is because they are not ready to change things in their life that their spirit guides want to show them. So they're kind of stubborn, or they're comfortable and they don't want to. I think everybody is listening to their guides. They just don't want to admit to what their guides have them doing. So yeah, they don't want to move their feet, and their guides are telling go, 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 do, do, do. So, okay, let's see. Michelle Atkins, are you able to call someone into your dreams live or past? Actually, yes, you can. If you're feeling like you miss somebody, most of the time when you dream about a loved one, it is actually them. They are visiting you. So take this time to talk to them, to get to know them in their spirit form. And when it's somebody living, this usually happens when they're going through something and they're calling to your soul for help. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, why would I do that with an ex-boyfriend? Well, just because he's an ex-boyfriend here doesn't mean he's an ex-boyfriend soul-wise. So his soul may be calling to you for some kind of help with some learning that he's still doing here. And you might not remember everything that's said or everything you're experiencing with that soul. That's not the case. The soul knows what's learned, and the soul knows what to listen to. When it comes back to the physical, it's a whole different issue. I think a lot of people think that the soul and vessel are one, but they're really not. It's two separate entities. Like when I talk to ICU patients, I'm talking to the soul, and the body's just laying there in dreamland. Like the body's sleeping, and I'm talking to the soul that's in the dreamland soul state of deciding to stay or go. So it's the same effect, okay? It's just I'm able to talk to them in that state of mind. Whereas your soul, like you might be calling the ex in. You might think you're having dreams of them, and they're doing it to you, but it's actually sometimes you're doing it to them because maybe there's some unfinished business that you need to clear up, and maybe you didn't learn what you were meant to learn. So you're asking them to come and kind of show you something. Okay, next, Lisa Jones Veritek. What does it mean when you felt like a drop of rain fall on your arm and then go to touch it and nothing's wet? Nothing's wet. This followed by Heidi Adahide saying this happens to her a lot, but as a vibration, she thinks it's her phone, but isn't. This is spirit touching you. Sometimes it might feel like something wet dropped on you. It might feel like a bug is crawling on you. It might feel like little needle points, tapping into your skin. I know Maria, when she wants to talk to me or makes me pay attention to something, she'll do like little needle points on my shoulder blade. And sometimes it'll really, really itch. Now, Yvonne gets a lot of itching on her back. So, and that's her guides talking. Or she gets like jabs in her shoulders, and that's just spirit talking to her. But it's based off of your guide and your loved ones around you, how they specifically communicate with you. They could be using tapping, they could be using poking, wet drops, bugs, anything. They will use anything to communicate with you. So just be open-minded and go, okay, that was spirit. Oh, hi, I acknowledge you. Is there something you want to tell me? Can you tell it to my mind and help me pay attention to the message? So with that said, that was our last question of the night. And tonight has been so fun. And I hope you guys continue to watch on Facebook Live on my page, in the Divine Medium page. And continue watching. Guys, join YouTube. We are doing a lot of fun stuff with YouTube now. I'm doing these really cool charmed readings where I'm doing intuitive charm readings, and you can check those out. They're really fun. So join the YouTube channel, The Divine Medium Christina K, and I am looking forward to next week. We are going to talk about the Knights Templar next week. Me and Yvonne are going to sit side by side, and we're going to talk Knights Templar. Very, very cool, and I hope you guys join in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Wednesday for that. It's going to be so fun. Thank you guys for joining.
Hi, cats and kittens. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, just like it says in your screens. And I've had a great day. How have you guys? Happy summer. I hope your summer is going great. I had a day just doing what us psychics do, sitting around, seeing the unseen, knowing the unknowable, having a donut, usual. And I hope you are on vacation. I hope you're having a great summer. It's a very special night tonight for all of us. There's a super black moon, which sounds kind of cool. You've heard of blue moons. That's when there are 2 full moons in 1 month. A black moon is when there are 2 new moons. When the moon, we can't see the moon in 1 month. It's very unusual. And a super moon, super duper moon, is when the moon is very close to the Earth in its orbit. So it's a super black moon. And let me tell you what a super black moon means in your life. It means new moons are always a great time to begin something new, to set fresh intentions. So especially right now, because Mercury is leaving retrograde where it's been for the last month. So if you've had text messages that aren't going through, or even worse, going through the wrong people, or you've had transportation difficulties. That ends now for the next few months. But the super new moon, super black new moon, is terrific for setting intentions. So at 11:11 p.m. tonight, when the new moon really starts, is just to make a couple of strong intentions tonight. Like I'm starting a new diet, so I'll let you know how that goes. It's a good time to quit smoking. It's a good time to change the way you communicate with people or make a strong intention about how you do that. If you want to learn to communicate better or you want to be heard more, it's a good time to do that. And so set your alarm clock for around 11:11. And when it goes off, take the next 15 minutes or so and just kind of take a deep breath and say out loud, "Hello, universe. I am making a strong intention to eat better, stop smoking, or have better communication with people at work, or receive a lot of money." So, and let me know how that goes, okay? Now, as we do every week, we're going to do the psychic weather forecast using really seriously randomly selected tarot cards, which I have right here. We can do 3. Okay, the first one. Oh, this is a good time to, for instance, present a new idea to your boss. Or if you're a freelancer, it's a really good time. Let me put this over here. Ta-da! It's a really good time to it's a time when you can present something to authority, as the guy in the card is doing. And we've got Sunshine in Boston, Massachusetts. So hi, Sunshine. This is going to be 2 more cards. Thanks for your patience. I love Boston.
All right, no worries. Thank you.
Thanks, love. One of my great idols, Amanda Palmer, is a Boston girl. So anyway, if you get a chance to see Amanda's new show or buy her record, There Will Be No Intermission. Highly recommend it. So it's a great time to take new projects to authority. Or if you're an artist looking for a gallery or anything like that, great time to do it. This week also, you might receive news of, this is sometimes a pregnancy card, or you might be in line for a raise. This is the Page of Pentacles. The other thing this can mean is a child around you who's very grounded. He might be also earth sign, Virgo, or she, or them, Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus. So this child might be pulling your focus in a good way, but it's always anything to do with pentacles always is sort of lucky and usually presages something really good. Oh, and the last card, this is a perfect super black full new moon card. And the Fool card, he's about to start a new project. It does look as though he's about to step off a cliff, but that's actually a metaphor. It's always a step up and the beginning of a new journey in your life, whatever that means to you. Starting a new project, it's a perfect time for it. And this card supports that. So as the German poet and philosopher Goethe once said, whatever you can do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius and power and magic within it. Cool. Okay, now we're on to Sunshine. Sunshine on my shoulders. Okay, maybe not my shoulders. Hi, Sunshine, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. That is a beautiful name. Life-giving and bright and just very cheery. And I like to ask before we start, you're welcome. Before we start, I like to ask people to just tell me their birthday because it's a way of connecting to you. So what day is your birthday, my love?
Sure. January 14th.
Oh, cool. Capricorns. Awesome. We love Capricorns right here. Yeah. Okay. Did you want a specific question or would you like me to do like a deep dive? Well,
I was kind of generally wondering about my future. There's been a lot of confusion as next steps, where to go. Anything at all that you think would be helpful in my journey.
Okay, great. Well, you sound quite young. So did you just get out of college, or is that?
No, I haven't been back to school yet. I've been trying to figure out what I want to do in life. I have a young daughter, so just trying to figure it all out.
Oh, congratulations. Well, the first thing I'm getting from my, if you don't mind me using the word guides, from my guides, is that A, you're really smart, and B,
Thank you.
Going back to any kind of school, although it may seem impossible, but I was just talking to a friend of mine named Emily Carding, who went back to school after she had her beautiful daughter. And she went to theater school in England. And now she's got a really successful show coming up at the Edinburgh Fringe. So when I say, like, I think you should go back to school, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it because you have an interesting mix of both creative energy and I think this comes in handy with a kid, the ability to sort of manage tasks well. You might not have had it before, but you have it now. So let me see what the cards say. Yeah, what the cards say, it looks like you're doing some sort of job that you don't, I hope your boss isn't listening, that you don't really like that much. Or I got the work card upside down. So that says to me that you're really feeling the need to go bigger in your life. And and is your daughter, so I got the Page of Swords for your daughter. So is she a Libra, Gemini, or an Aquarius? Just say yes, I'll give you $20. Nope. No, kidding. Okay, there's that $20. When is her birthday, just out of curiosity?
No worries. She was born May 9th.
Oh, good. Okay.
May 9th.
In that case, the Page of Swords probably indicates that she's very quick and she might like technology. Does she? And she might like.
She loves watching TV.
Yeah, she really does. But there's a reason for that. She's actually very creative. And if you find her singing or dancing, stop her immediately and make her become an accountant. But no, kidding. But I think she has. But she's a very sunny child, speaking of sunshine.
She sure is.
Yeah. I mean, she's the kind of kid that, I don't know how you walk down a street with all the people coming up to you and going, oh, she's so radiant and gorgeous and adorable. And, you probably have to get sunglasses on.
Overwhelming amount of attention.
Overwhelming. I think she's got some Leo in her chart, so that would make sense. So anyway, back to you. It does look like, I do feel that you have a strong creative streak. Am I right about that? And by creative, I don't necessarily just mean, yeah. Good.
I love art. I love music. Singing's my passion. That's what I would love to do with my life to heal the world, is sing.
Well, I'm not going to say you can't. I mean, 20 years ago, when I was sort of a kid, I was in New York and I decided I wanted to be a professional singer. And within a year, I was singing at town hall. So you never know what you can do until you do it.
Right.
And as I said, it's a good time to, if you want to do some sort of, oh, wow, it looks like a lot of structures in your world just sort of got taken away from you. Is that true? A lot of things that you relied on or thought you would be able to rely on?
Yeah, my life was essentially ripped out from under me. I'm in a really rough transition period right now.
Honey, yeah. This card at the foundation, that's your life being ripped out from under you. I remember the last time I got that card a lot. However, let me tell you the good news. The good news is, I'm so glad to see this card. I can't even tell you. The good news is this is what's coming up for you. Ignore the bad manicure. When you get the Wheel of Fortune card, it essentially means, wow, your luck has sucked. and it's about to take a big unexpected turn for the better. And I can tell you during the period that I got the Tower card. What?
I just got chills when you said that.
There you go. My astrologer friend, Elizabeth Grace, whenever she gets chills, She says, that's like the truth fairy paying a visit. And she's incredibly accurate.
Confirmation and alignment right there.
Wow, you're good. Oh, I like you. So, so here's what I'm getting. If you wanted to get some sort of temporary thing where you can support yourself, by which I mean, like, if you can go to, something that, some sort of vocational school, and obviously you're much better than that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but something that you can learn quickly that you can do while you're learning about the business, and it is a business, babe, of singing and songwriting, which you can also do, which is interesting. So I would think about, I'm because you're very good with people, and you also have a very good sense of color, and you have a very good sense of, well, you're really good with people. So if you wanted to do something like spend a year and just go to like hair school or something, become a colorist, you can make stupid money doing that. And while you're doing that,
I've been actually heard of thinking about hair school since I was 15.
Oh, there you go. Well, my job is to be accurate. However, I think you've got a good voice. And also, I think you should think about the songwriter Jimmy Webb has a great song about songwriting. Jimmy and then WEBB, which you can get for like $1.50 on Amazon. Songwriting is something you'd also be good at. Do you play an instrument?
Growing up, I was in piano lessons.
You'd be surprised how fast they come back if you just get a cheap keyboard. Or go to Craigslist and get a piano, because your daughter will love that. She's musically gifted as well. That's interesting. The women in your family on your mom's side tend to be musically gifted. I don't think any of them have really explored it to the full. But there's a lot of creativity. Maybe a little past in the ancestor line. But I'm very sorry that you've been through such a rough year, but I can tell you with real assurance, right now, this is where you are. You're looking at your dreams, and you're looking at, like, okay, what's practical? What can I live with doing that will give me some security, but without my giving up my dreams? Because what they're saying is within a year, you'll have built up enough resources. Meanwhile, you can download an app to practice singing. You can listen to a lot of music and start, and check out open mics. And there are so many open mics in Boston, which I'm sure you know. But just the best thing for you to do is get some experience. And I think singing is a great way to go. There's also singing. There's commercial singing. What?
I've since I was 4 years old that I wanted to sing. I've always loved music. It's been my healing, in effect.
Yeah, you're made of music, basically.
That I am.
And
what heals me is what I live for.
I'm going to say pay attention to that. And Joseph Campbell once said, follow your bliss. And I found that the things in life that make us happiest and light us up are we can make money doing that. Like me. I have a lot of faith in you. And your daughter is delightful. So how old is she now? 4? 3? What?
She's 3 months.
Oh, sorry. I meant 4 months. That's what I meant.
No.
Well, you're going to notice that she's very bright as well as being absolutely gorgeous. Oh, my God. She got huge eyes. She's got like cartoon baby eyes and this big flappy lashes. Yeah.
Yep, she got long lashes.
Cool. God. Well, and then I'm going to move on to Melissa in Cedar Grove, but I want to wind up with you by saying, A, the worst is over. Okay? It really is. I guarantee.
Thank you.
B, tonight at 11:11, there's a big, super full not full, super new moon. And if you want to set a little alarm so you wake up at 11 p.m. and just make a strong intention to attract money and financial success, and also to wake up the next day sort of knowing exactly what you want to do, because you do have a plan. It's just that you've had confidence taken away from you in the last year and a half, that you're having trouble trusting yourself. But I trust you. You can trust you. You're spot on. You're very intuitive.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
So check out the open mics, get that Jimmy Webb book, get a piano, do this, do that. But honor your gift, because you really have one. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Good?
And what was your name again?
My first name is Perry, like periwinkle, P-E-R-I. My last name is Lyons, like lions, tigers, and bears, but with a Y. So periwinkle, Perry Lyons. And I'm in Facebook. So keep in touch. You're welcome, sweetheart.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Me too. Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, sweetie. Oh, I get the best people here. That's so cool. And that girl's really talented. I mean, and I know from talent. She says conceitedly. I know from talent. Okay, we've got Melissa. I'm Melissa.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm
good. So glad you're here. I'm awesome.
You.
Thank you.
Good.
Oh, what a nice speaking voice you have. Lovely. Very nice.
I do a lot of stuff on the phone every day.
Good. I know the feeling. All right, my love. Tell me when your birthday is. First.
February 9th, 81.
I swear I get more Aquariuses in this show. I feel really lucky. And okay. That's interesting. 81. Okay. 69. 70. I'm trying to figure out your Chinese year, but I'll do that in a minute. So welcome. And boy, you've been going through a lot of transition too. Oh, my head hurts.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, pardon me while I crawl up in a fetal position and sob. My gosh, you have such a great energy for somebody who's just crawled through hell on your hands and knees.
That's an understatement. Thank you, though.
Oh, you really do have a lovely energy. There's a lot of good change coming up for you, which is wonderful, because I think you had enough of the other kind. Am I right?
Yes, I have. What kind of changes do you see?
Well, for one thing, I think this is kind of a weird thing to say, but sometimes my guides aren't tactful. If you've recently been a little heavier than you're used to being, all of that is going to fall off in the next 3 weeks. Boom.
Okay.
Or if you've been feeling water weight or anything like that.
Yes, I have. I've had some girl issues going on, which I've held on to the water weight.
Yeah, the water weight is what I was picking up. Damn, I'm good.
Okay.
That's gonna go away. You might want to, I was going to say drink a lot of water, but you are somebody who gets dehydrated very easily, and I think you're a little dehydrated. So drink a lot of water. Also, it feels like a romantic prospect didn't work out recently. Is that the case?
Well, I went through a pretty bad breakup back in December. I haven't dated since. I haven't dated anybody since then.
Yeah.
Is that what you're seeing, that one?
Yeah, I was trying to be tactful. Let me put it a different way. Somebody put your heart in a blender, pulverized it, and then fed it to the cat. Is that?
Yep, that sounds about accurate.
Yeah, there was a lot of deception there. Not on your part, I hasten to say. Possible use of somebody was not dwelling in the palace of truth. Let's just put it that way. It also feels like they might have been hiding some addictions, different kinds of addictions. Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
Like sex addictions, probably.
That was what I was, the porn addiction, sex addictions, yes. And thank heavens you're out of there. Tonight at 11:11, when the super black new moon, hits, I want you to make a strong intention to be able to trust yourself and trust others appropriately. That's okay. And call the right man, woman, llama, whatever you want. Maybe not llama, but no judgment. Let me see what I'm getting for you. Okay. Wow, somebody who's like a little older looks like he's coming your way. And he's coming your way, when I get this card, somebody has not been dating. In fact, if you've been leaving the house, I'd be surprised. Because when I get this card for myself, it's like, I'm not going out there. There are mean people. You're waiting on some sort of either inheritance, legacy, or settlement of some kind, it looks like. But either way, don't try not to make excuses. Oh, well, there's something coming, honey, because when I get this, it means that sometimes you'll put off doing stuff because you'll be like, I don't have the money, which, is, if you're going to buy Rolls Royce, no. But otherwise, there are some finances coming your way. Damn. You're also doing something where you're juggling two things at once. I'll get back to that in a second, but you're healing. The strength card is the foundation card for you. The reason I'm talking fast is because we have 90 seconds. The wounded healer card means that your healing time is over, and it's time for you to see how this guy's been hit by those 8 sticks? He's got a bandage in his damn head, but now he's got his own stick. So it's time for you to reclaim the power, go back into the world. There's some stuff you have to fight for, but you're a badass. You can do that. And then what's coming up, thank heavens, the card for you is the single nicest card I like to see. There's somebody coming your way romantically because you've done a huge amount of work in yourself. Huge, because you had to. Everything got taken away from you. Oh boy, that's not a good feeling. However, thank God that person is gone. And if that person ever tries to come back, don't let them ever, even a little. Yeah. In fact,
the romance that you see coming, do I meet them in person? Really good. Do I meet them online?
Well, there's actually 2 people coming into your life. You're going to have to choose one you're going to meet online, one you're going to meet in person. Do you do any bartending or something? Because there's something around you being at some sort of... I bartend on the side for my normal job, yeah. Okay, damn, I'm good. Sorry, somebody had to say it. Might as well be me. It's going to be somebody you meet there probably within a month. I'm going to say almost a month to the day. Let me know. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. Contact me on Facebook. And because I'm a little rushed, I'm going to give you 15 minutes of a free reading today because there's some more stuff I want to tell you. You're going to meet somebody at your bartending job, and life, when I get the Ace of Cups, girl, the Ace of Cups is like, you ain't seen nothing yet romantically.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello everyone, this is me, Fiona, Persian medium, and you guys know me as a subconscious mind surgeon and also know me as Fiona. So I am in Miami, and I am in Channel 4, CBS television. Here we go, guys. So, but as far as I know that David wanted me to do the show, my producer, and he's always serious about it. He always wanted me to take a call, and I was not on the radio show and did not have a live show with you guys for a long time because I travel a lot to New York, Miami, other countries for speaking, for interview, for TV shows, for other stuff. So after the Forbes magazine and Wall Street Journal, when they published my article, so everything just got crazy in a good way. So that's why I got a lot of interviews back to back, and that's why it was very hard for me to catch my schedule. I know my producer is going to kill me now because I do a lot of stuff with my camera. I'm sorry, but I have it in my hand right now. That's why I can control it. Hope you guys doing great. So I'm here. That's why I'm not screaming or I can be loud because I'm sitting here and waiting. Anytime they're going to take me in for that show. But if it's going to be that case, then you guys going to follow with me inside for the moment. So let's talk about energies, and let's talk about like how we can change our energies and how we can make everything be possible. As many of us know, we think that if one time in our life nothing really works out the way that we want, that possibly nothing will happen the way that we wish and desire for. Which answer to that question, or answer to that thought and feelings, is completely wrong. You can change your life. You can change your destiny. You can change everything in your life in a second. Wherever you are the only person that could really change your life. You're powerful, and you are nothing than just your thought. So if you feel miserable, it's because you do have a bad thought. And if you really feel strong, then because you know what you want, but you are not sure about what you want. Because basically you are living in your past. Because you do not understand about your future. Because you have all over the place the situation. Let me just move myself. Maybe better for my producer because he's telling me that I'm not really doing good. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that, I'm sorry, but what I'm trying to say is that you guys can't really make everything work out by just trusting yourself, believing yourself, and letting everything moving forward. Sorry guys, I can't control the voice here, or sounds, and a lot of other stuff that comes. But I do have one person that's calling right now, so let's just talk about one caller that's calling right now. I'm sorry. Hello, Travis. How are you doing? Travis, can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Travis. I'm doing very well. Thank you so much. Sorry, honey, if I talk kind of not that loud and kind of a little bit quiet because I am right now in CBS Channel 4, so waiting for my interview. That's why I can't scream. So please, you can scream as much as you want because I want to hear your amazing voice and amazing energies. But if I talking not that with that type of energies, it's not because I'm trying to, push you down. So I'm in Channel 4 right now. How are you doing? How's it going, Travis?
It's going pretty well. I can't complain.
Awesome. So, Travis, give me your date of birth first, my dear, and then tell me about your question. What can I do for you? Go ahead, please.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Give me your date of birth. Yeah, I know. Give me your date of birth first, and then tell me what can I do for you.
Oh, sure. It's 1978.
Okay. And what is in your desires and what you have in your mind? What your feeling is? I mean, because I really want to know what I can do and how can I help you to achieve better or to feel better. So tell me about your question. Let me just feel and sense about your question and get connect with you. Go ahead, sweetheart.
I'm concerned about my career path. That's pretty much what I'm concerned about.
There is a couple of things that I can figure it out about your career. The first things that I really feel and sense it, which is coming actually very strongly to me is that you are really concerned about something that you shouldn't be, and you're recalling all those worriness. I wanted you to let go of anxieties and stress and concern about like if you are doing enough or actually if things is going to go the way as you wish and desire for. Because no matter what you are doing right now, almost around actually the month of July, we're talking about the July 25th, we're talking about the July 26th, July 5th, and July 11th. 4 days actually come as a primary in here. That's showing me that you are going to have some very extreme and very strong connection with someone that you're really going to feel connected and strong when it comes to money, finance, and your career. So whatever you don't have right now or any voidness that you do have right now is all temporary. So don't concern yourself because it's all temporary. Don't put yourself in the anxiety mood because it's not really worth it.
Oh God, it's the connection. It's kind of bad. I'm trying to. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. I was trying to hear you out. It's the connection. It's really bad, but I'm here.
I know the connection is very bad because I am right now in a building of CBS 4 channels. So that's why. I mean, it's kind of like it's very hard. I know that, and I think the best things for you to get your answer. Sign up on Avid Advice. My producer is going to guide you on this. Email me, and then I will answer your question. My internet is very low. I can barely hear you too. I can barely also connect with you guys. I feel like my voice is freezing, and also when my face is freezing. But I want you to just leave your name and call and communicate with me a little bit later on, and I would definitely come back to you with it. But so far, don't worry and don't concern, because after the July 25th, everything when it comes to your work and your career will get better.
Okay. Can I ask you something? I just have a question I wanted to ask you, if it's okay.
Sure. Sure.
Well, I have, okay, there has been, this is crazy, because I've been through a hardship. It was really crazy. But for some reason, all of a sudden, it's like certain companies that I wanted to work for in the past, now all of a sudden they're coming to me. They're coming to me left and right. I just received in my email, the first one of them was it's called the Florida Power and Light Company. I received an email from them. The second one, I received an email from, oh my God, I'm having a brain freeze, American Express. And I told the young lady today. And then there was another company called Life Extensions. But the funniest thing is that I do have a job that is starting on the 8th of July. It's with this other company I'll be starting with. But my thing is, what I want to do is I want to be able to make sure I'm going in the right direction, because let me tell you something. There has been times I've been looking for work, and I've been going to the wrong places. My spirit knows I don't belong. I don't fit in. It's a place where there's no connection for me, and I've been tuning into the wrong area. And it's just that I'm trying to figure out how would I be able to identify to know exactly what is for me, and that I know I have that connection, that strong connection of saying, you know what, Travis, in your spirit, man, you know that this is for you. You can feel it in your spirit. You'll automatically know, because I've been in places where I've met people with bad spirits, and it's not the physical appearance of them, but it's internally with them. Their spirit man's where there's no connection. It's as if my spirit and their spirit is battling, like there's a war going on. And I always end up saying, you know what, Travis, why don't you just leave? Just leave. Just go away. Just go away. And that's what I found myself doing in the past. And I'm tired of doing that.
Oh, yeah. My advice to you is something that name or kind of like connected with the light, something with the light, white light. That's going to be the company that you're going to really feel good about. They are going to approach, or they may already approach, and you are going to say yes to it. So I'm not concerned about that. So basically, no matter what you are doing right now, this company will come around. So everything is going to be okay.
Okay.
You know, we live in an abundant universe, and we talk about living in a universe, and most of us are experiencing lack. So I ask you to take a moment to think about your life and where you are experiencing some lack. So is it lack of money? Is it lack of relationship or a loved one? Is it lack of creativity or lack of abundance in some way? So take a second to decide where your lack is. And what we want to do is we want to give in the area that we feel lack. So when you feel that you are lacking money, you're going to want to give a little bit of money. And I don't mean give the kitchen sink away, but give a little money, give a little more of a tip, or give a homeless man $1 or something, just in the energy of giving. If you feel lack of love, give love. If you feel lack of creativity, give somebody else a creative. So I remember one time I have coaches have 3 to 5 of them a week, and it was right around this time of the year, I think, when people were getting busy, and all of a sudden we were all like, oh, I can't make it, and oh my gosh, I just suddenly was like, what's going on? And a part of me was like, everyone's just busy, but then I was thinking, oh my gosh, do they not love me? What's going on? Maybe I'm, I don't know what's happening. Why are all my calls falling away? So I just decided in that moment, I wrote up a text and I wrote every single one of my friends a text telling them how much I love them and how much I appreciate them. And I have to tell you, within 5 minutes, my phone blew up with so much love and so much affection, and it just really lit me up. So when you are feeling lack anywhere in your life, you want to give in that area. So we live in an abundant universe, and where you are experiencing lack is where a lot of times we slink back, right? So my experience with my friends, we all were sort of busy and everyone was canceling calls. There's a part of me that wanted to say and go, well, then forget it. Like, then we're just not friends, or, like there's this thing, it was like, just slink away, right? And I was like, no, I'm going to step in and I'm going to do this, and whatever happens, happens. So I want to tell you a little story about a man who has a check for $10,000. He goes to the bank and he says, I want to cash this check. And the teller says, well, you've got to sign your name on the back of the check. And he goes, whoa, wait a minute.
you want me to sign my name on the back of the check and then give you the check? Well, what if you don't give me the money? And she was like, well, it's banking policy. I have to give you the money. And he was like, I don't know. And they went back and forth and back and forth. And she finally said, you know what, sir, I can't help you. You have to sign the check before I'm going to give you the money. And so he left and he went down to the next bank. Same thing. You've got to sign this check before I will give you the money. He's like, I don't believe that. I'm afraid you're not going to give me the money. So he goes to the next bank. Same thing. She's like, listen, it's banking policy that you sign the back of the check before I can give you the money. And they went back and forth. And the teller just got so frustrated with him. And she picked up a blow-up baseball bat and just hit him over the head with the baseball bat. And he signed the back of the check. He was so startled. He signed the back of the check and he got his $10,000. And money in hand, he goes back to the first bank and he goes, see, I got my money. And the teller goes, well, I'm pretty sure that you had to sign the back of the check before the teller gave you money. And he goes, yeah, but they didn't they explained it to me a little different than the rest of you. And so I love that story because we have to do first before we can receive. So a lot of times, another story, I had a credit card, a huge credit card bill coming, bigger than I've ever really had. And I didn't have the money to pay for that credit card. And I had, maybe I had $600 in the account and the credit card, it was thousands. And I didn't know how I was going to get that money. So there's a part of me freaking out, but there's a part of me that was like, how can I work this? Because I know this. I know the universe is abundant. And I had $600 in my account, and I've been a percentage tither. I tithe 10% of my income. And I'm looking at it going, I needed to tithe like $400, and that would leave me with $200, which would not get me anywhere near the amount of money I needed for my credit card bill. But I just decided, no, I'm going to tithe my 10%, and I'm just going to trust that this works. So I tithe my $400. And literally, I believe it was within that evening, I got a message from a friend online saying, what's this dream building stuff you're doing? And I said, well, would you like to find out? And she goes, absolutely. And I had a bunch of calls lined up the next day to see if people wanted to join my program. And I had a couple people blow me off. They just didn't even turn up for the calls. And I'm like, what is going on? And finally, there's two of them. I think one of them blew me off. And I sat down. I'm like, what is going on? And immediately, my girlfriend called, who I had done a call with, 6 months prior. And she was like, listen, I'm ready. Let's do this dream builder stuff. Let's go. And literally, she signed up. And then I said, okay, I've got to go because I have another call from the other person online that asked me about it the night before, and bam, she signed up. So in like 24 hours, I had more money than I needed to pay my credit card bill off. And I just want you to know that it was because I gave before I received the money. I gave the money with faith that I would be provided for. So it's having the faith that you live in an abundant universe, and that where you are experiencing lack is maybe where you need to give a little bit. Maybe you've been holding back or afraid or not in faith. And it is to turn into faith with that 100% trust in the universe, unwavering doubt that you live in an abundant universe and that you will always be provided for, and that what is seeking you, right? So when we step forward, I love that, we say, okay, God, if you just give it to me this time, I promise I will believe in you for the rest of my life, right? That's kind of old, but you know what I'm talking about. And it's really to actually step into it. So if you're stepping into your dream, I had a client earlier and she's about ready to start her own business and she's having cold feet and she's like, oh my gosh, like there's so much money coming out. And I'm like, let's talk about the money that's going to be coming in. And she was like, oh, okay. And then we shifted her energy back into the state of abundance that yes, this is going to work. This is what I love. This is going to be amazing and beautiful. And I literally just before this got a message from her saying that her business partner had been working some other things online and talking and really sort of jetting them forward. And she was so relieved because that was one of the things she was afraid her business partner wasn't going to follow through. And then they showed up. So it's so beautiful. And when you are feeling lack, give in the area that you are lacking. If you feel lack of love, give in the area where you feel love. If you are lacking in money, give money. If you are lacking in ideas, give someone else ideas. If you are lacking in help, help somebody else, right? So give in the area, a little bug, of where you are lacking. So see this week where you can give and where you can step into the abundance of the universe, where you can have faith that you are being provided for. That's your homework for this week, okay? It's summertime. This is beautiful. Okay, we're going to go to Faye in Brooklyn, New York. I love it.
Hi.
I'll give you this card. Hi, Faye. How are ya?
Good. How are you?
I'm fabulous. What can I help you with today?
Well, I'm kind of looking for advice in career. I just feel like I'm so stuck.
Stuck? Okay. Tell me a little bit. What do you do?
Well, I am teaching right now, but not like in school. And I enjoy it, but I feel like it's not where I'm supposed to be.
Okay, so do you mind me asking, like, what kind of a teacher you are?
I teach in technology.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so a little worn out or just ready for something new, not what you love anymore?
I love it, but I feel like I can't explain it. I feel like it's not I feel like it's not my path anymore.
Okay.
I can't explain it.
Do you have an idea of what you would love to be doing?
For some reason lately, I've been feeling like I need to be somewhere in a more creative mindset. So like create art.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to do a little reading for you, but as a coach, as a life coach, can I give you some advice there too?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So, well, I am getting that there's a life-changing experience coming for you, and it's going to be a blessing, okay? And God is supporting you. The universe is supporting you every step of the way as you're moving toward this. Have faith that you have faith in this transition that you have coming. Your prayers are being answered. So, do you know what faith is? Like pure trust in the universe that it is providing for you every step of the way, right?
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
It makes absolutely perfect sense.
Yeah, good. So just remember that. Remember that everything that is happening is moving you in the direction. And even just the fact that you're having this like little, you're like, I just don't think it's for me anymore. And you're beginning, it's kind of like you're in the discovery phase of maybe the next career or the next change in your life. And to feed it, to, dream about it. What would you like to do? Do you know exactly what you want to do or just kind of in general?
It's weird. Like I've been having thoughts about painting again. I've been having thoughts about just creating. It's like I used to do this many years ago. And then, I just fed into everybody else who was saying it's not a career for you.
Yeah.
You know, you have to do something different, and I left it.
So it's time to connect to your heart and do what you would love, right?
Yeah.
So what is also going to happen for you is that I want you to start noticing synchronistic events that are happening, like thinking about a friend and then they call you, or, you know, things like that. I want you to take notice of those and those little miracles that happen. You know, we kind of wait for the big miracle, right? It's like, but miracles happen all day long, right? You know, the red light that just is taking forever, right? Sometimes, why is that happening? Where is that? You know, what time frame am I on? And everything is moving in synchronistic time. So I kind of want you to just be in that flow and allow that to bring you to the people that are going to help you move in the direction that you want to go. And when you become aware of the synchronicity and the miracles that are happening on a daily basis, like the sun shining on your skin, just acknowledge that as a miracle. Acknowledge, you know, love that somebody, you know, a friend says, I love you. And you're like, I love you too. Like really, really take that in. And when you begin to open yourself up and be grateful for all of that on a bigger level, you're going to see more of that. And then what's going to happen is you're going to catch the flow like a river, catch the flow, and it's going to take you to where you want to be. So the synchronicity is going to be important, and really, really watching and being aware every day of miracles. Little ones, like I even, you know, every day I wake up, you know, and I'm in gratitude, and I'm like, gosh, my bed is so comfortable. My pillows are so amazing, you know, and I'm going to have a great cup of coffee. And I'm so blessed that I have food in my belly, and that I have hot and cold running water at my disposal, because there are people that don't. And so when we tap into that gratitude, we tap into the miracles, we tap into the synchronicity, you're going to find that you're just like flooded with more of them. And that what it'll do is it'll speed up the process, and it'll help you really figure out where you're going to meet people that are going to be like, well, I do this, or I'm the head of the art department here. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be like, whoa. And it'll happen so much faster than, you know, and I'm not saying that you are, but a lot of people stay in that, well, I just don't know, and ho-hum kind of, you know, just be in the gratitude, be in the light, be in appreciation, and you're going to see this whole thing happen really fast. And then what I want you to do is be in the discovery phase, and just like I said, open yourself up to whatever is coming next. And then when it hits you, right? So your intuition, here's what's going to happen is your intuition is going to go, oh, this is your next move, or this is the direction, right? Because didn't you have like I've got to go back to art, right? There was like a moment when it kind of happened again, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a flash. Your intuition is a flash. It's like, yes, you need to do this. And then the ego sets in and goes, well, you're not going to make enough money. Are you going to be able to support yourself? Is this really the direction I want to go? Am I going to, you know, you know what I mean? So wait for that flash.
Absolutely.
And hold on to that, and then begin to take action steps in the direction. So the universe rewards action. So we can think positive thoughts all day long, but it's not going to actually move you. So when you meet that person in synchronicity, you know, on the train or whatever, when you meet that person, you know, follow through with it. When you, you know, whatever it might come, follow through. The action is what is going to move you in that direction. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. We only have another second, so I'm trying to think. Let me just give you a little bit. Yeah, you're good. And easy does it.
Thank you.
The universe wants you to just be in health, happiness, and abundance, and you'll find your way to wherever you want to go, okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Good luck.
Thank you. Take care.
Yes, thanks. You too. Take care. And my name is Rebecca Urich. This is the High Frequency Channel. You are tuning in for transformation. And right after the show, join me live. Actually, give me about 5 minutes at 9:05. I am going to go live with 3 readings on my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. So give me a couple minutes and join me there for some free readings. And that would be 6:05 West Coast time. I'd love to have you there. You are fabulous. Have a beautiful day. Namaste.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness on A1 Radio. Every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm here not only to do a free reading, but to also just talk about some things that I think people ask a lot of questions about, or they've been pretty interested about in the past. So I also like to take questions that I get via email or by my website, or the classes that I've done, and just to answer those here because they're so common that I just like to let people know how I do things. And of course, that will vary from practitioner to practitioner or reader to reader. So usually I will just tell people how I do things, and I tell people how it goes for me. So that's just me, and that's just the way that I do it. Different people do things differently. So I also love to hear feedback about what you have found on specific topics that I go over on my show. So if you ever have any feedback, I'd love to hear from you at annaolsonintuitive.com. You can go to my contact page and email me, which gets to me a lot quicker and easier than the chat box, actually. The chat box is only there for the times that I'm actually on call, which isn't very often opposed to how often I will check my emails. And if I don't answer right away on my chat box via my website, then I'm not going to get a hold of you that day or maybe ever, because we'll miss each other. So again, Anna Olson, intuitive.com, ANNAOLSEN, and it's on the bottom of the screen. So today I'm going to take a call, but first I wanted to go over some of the volunteer work that I have done and that I continue to do with some organizations in Los Angeles through a program called MITT, which is Mastery in Transformational Training in Los Angeles, California. I have been able to have the pleasure of working with some teenagers through the Torch program through after graduating from MITT. As a graduate myself, I've been able to staff many trainings for kids, both in the corrections department and through juvenile hall, or kids that are in trouble or at risk youth. I've also been able to work with children that just have goals and they'd like to set more goals as teens. And it's basically a leadership program to teach them not only how to be leaders, but how to communicate more effectively and to build their emotional intelligence in a very strict psychological environment with people who are very caring and nurturing. And I've had the pleasure with working with many people who have not only been very experienced in all of these different topics, but also have a passion for working with children and helping inner city kids to better their lives, to better their situations, and to take full responsibility for not only where they are in their life, but where they're going and where they would like to be in the future and what kind of difference that they would like to make in the world. And unfortunately, last night, early morning this morning, I found out that one of my fellow advocates and coaches, Joe Palmer, had passed away from complications due to a surgery in his early 50s. So in his honor and remembering Joe Palmer tonight, I'd like to just mention the Torch Foundation. You can go to the torchfoundation.org if you'd like more information regarding getting your child fully covered and having a scholarship to be put through the Torch Foundation, if they're at risk or not, if they just have had emotional issues, or if they're going through a lot for any reason. Some kids are having different sexual orientation issues, or sometimes they're just having trouble with their peers, or maybe with their goals, or exactly what they'd like to do in their life. And what's really great about this program is not only can you get scholarships for certain trainings in Los Angeles, but they're also done all over the United States and all over the world. So there are even some of these trainings being done for adults in China and Mexico. And I just want to really reiterate how great this work is with children. And I'm really striving to have all of my children go through these trainings. I have had one of my kids so far, who's now an adult, go through these trainings, and they're phenomenal for their development, their growth socially and emotionally. And the main emphasis I wanted to put out there in Joe's honor is the topic of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the thing that all the psychologists know really get people places. So you can have a straight 4.0 grade point average for your entire life, and if you haven't worked on that emotional intelligence, you're in trouble. They show that people can even, have less of an education and end up going much further with their developed and advanced emotional intelligence than those who have not. So that is something to learn early as possible, hopefully when kids are either in their even infant stages all the way up until preschool, kindergarten, first grade. That's the time to really get them started on identifying emotions and feelings in others, and being able to have a compromise and an empathy when working with others to really develop their relationships with others, and to be able to work towards goals in their life with support from others, and to really build strong emotional bonds with people in their work environment, at home, their marriages, and in their communities. So again, I would really like to extend the invitation to go to thetorchfoundation.org and to find out what you can about this wonderful organization and how you can get started in either having your child 13 to 17 participate, or to even be a mentor after going through the trainings, because some of these kids go back and they also are a peer mentor coach, which is also a great opportunity for them. And it looks amazing on a college application and on a resume as they continue through their work in MITT or in the Torch Foundation. So that said, I just wanted to go into different ways that I have worked on my emotional intelligence, and that we can always do better. Nobody's done, quote unquote, in learning about emotional intelligence. So basically, emotional intelligence is the ability to understand how someone else must feel and to properly and appropriately communicate how you feel. So if you want to Google that, it's a really great thing to look at. It's a great thing to learn. I have a caller. Her name is Michelle from San Diego, California. Michelle, how are you tonight?
I'm fine. How are you tonight? Hello?
Hello, Michelle. Hi.
I'm here.
Can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. I'm here. I'm going to check my connection real quick. It sounds like you're kind of fading in and out a little bit. So I'm just going to check real quick. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, great. So how can I help you tonight? Is there a specific topic that you'd like to focus on?
Not really, nothing specific other than, trying to figure out how to do life right.
Okay. I think we're all kind of working on that, right?
I should hope so.
Okay, great. So the first thing that I'm kind of thinking of is there something within career or relationships that you'd like to go over?
Well, yeah, most of those relationships I suppose. My husband, he died like 4 years ago. So I'm not really in a relationship, and so.
Okay, so are you?
Hello.
Okay, hi.
Hi. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Hello? Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I was just explaining hi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Hello? Okay, good.
Hello.
I was just wondering if you are able to, like, what relationships would you like to go over? Because there's also family, friends, coworkers.
Well, I have 3 sons.
Okay, that right there is in and of itself quite a feat.
Thank you.
So, the first thing I'm getting is the Four of Wands for you with your relationships with your sons. So basically that means that you've had a lot of influence over these boys. And are they all adults now? Like maybe the youngest one in
yes,
teens?
They are.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Is your youngest one still closer to teens or early 20s?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm getting that so far so good. You've been a great influence for them in raising them. And I'm wondering, is there any specific one that you wanted to kind of go over with how things are going with him? Kenneth, okay. So is Kenneth just taking a little longer to become independent?
No.
Okay. Because I'm kind of getting that there's more of the emotional maturity thing there with him. It's not so much that he's not doing well. It's more of a connection that he has with you.
Okay.
And I got something about money, and it's a little bit, I don't know. I'm getting that there is something financial for him.
Okay. Yeah.
So has that been something that's been ongoing?
Yeah. Well, he just went through some stuff with his own son, and he's looking to change jobs, get actually good career going. And he just doesn't know which way he wants to go. He doesn't know how to do it, and it keeps talking himself down. Like, who's going to hire you when you need the weekends off for your kid? You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, there's something out there for you. But I'd really like to know if things are going to go positively for him.
Yes, it's definitely a challenge right now. I am seeing that there will be a female now. I'm not sure if this is you maybe helping him financially, or if there's going to be a relationship that comes into his life where there's a female who can offer some financial and emotional support there.
Okay.
But I'm getting that, and that there will be a kind of a chapter starting over for him. He's going to have to start over with this new way of living, but we're getting a lot of this with this Mercury in retrograde, where people are starting over from where they were. And we've kind of uprooted a lot of our old stuff in the Mercury in retrograde. August 2nd, we should go direct, which means that these things will be able to straighten out and become more clear around that time and that first week right after August 2nd.
Okay.
How does that feel to you?
It feels all right. It feels pretty good, actually. I was wondering why things just couldn't seem to go right. You know what I mean? No matter which way you tried to spin it.
Yeah. And, it seems like at any season or given chapter of our lives, we're always worried about that one kiddo that's just having a rough time. And
right.
So, yeah. And this is the Mercury retrograde. Yes. And with the Mercury in retrograde, it just pulls up all this old stuff that needs to be resolved. And it's like, I would say it's like cleaning out your garage. It's something you don't want to do, but once it's done, you feel so much better.
Right.
And with this new chapter that he's coming into, he's going to be able to straighten out. It's going to take around 6 months for him to figure it out. August 2nd, we're going to go direct. So I think things will clear up around that time and begin to go the way that it looks, more promising, more stable. He just needs some time to get used to the transition in this new chapter, like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I do see some financial support and maybe, help with watching his son and that sort of thing with the female coming into the picture.
Okay.
So that's promising as well. It will be very helpful and it will work out well. Is he one who works with his hands, like maybe construction or engineering or building?
Sort of, kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing that the work will be a little bit harder, but it will be what he needs.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Okay. And sometimes it sort of makes sense when we're in the reading, and then later on it will make a lot of sense and it will all come together for you. And you're like, oh, that's what she's talking about.
Okay. All right. That sounds pretty cool.
Okay. And, I just really feel like
aha moments.
Yes, you'll have those aha moments. And I love to hear about them, by the way. So if you ever want to contact me and let me know about them, I love to hear about them.
Okay.
For instance, I just had done a reading, a medium reading with a woman who had lost somebody. And I kept telling her I saw a picture of Mary and there were candles. And does she know what that means? And throughout the whole reading, she could not place it. However, right after she got off the phone with me, she texted somebody that she knows, who knew the deceased, and they texted her a picture right away of a whole little table with a picture of Mary with the candles, exactly the way I had described it. So sometimes you have to talk to other people, and communicate with other people. And what that does is it gets people talking, it gets families closer together, and they begin to get closer because they feel like there's more of a teamwork, especially when there's something going on that's a little stressful, or if people are in grief or things like that. So that's a very common thing. It's less common than people getting it right away, but it does happen.
Okay.
And for you, I see you doing a lot of things that you just really love to do. So I'm seeing something almost like gardening. Is there something you like with gardening or outdoors?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, I'm an avid gardener. I've got tomatoes and strawberries and cucumbers and cantaloupe and watermelon and celery all growing in my yard right now.
Wow, you are quite the gardener. I love that. And, I'm just seeing you being able to relax and just becoming more and more leisurely and doing the things that you enjoy more and more and more. And to not let anything cut into that, these things, I think it's great that you do that. And, it's going to be really healthy for you. I feel like you've always been really healthy that way. And, you're just going to keep getting more and more things that are more fun for you, because it's like almost the reward of that investment you made when you were raising your kids when they were young. You're past that phase. You're also beginning or have been working on your new chapter in your life.
Correct.
And although we never stop worrying about our kids, I do see that you are definitely going to become more and more freed up as your youngest gets older. You'll be able to start doing any sort of traveling that you'd like to do or that you've been looking forward to. You can start doing more of your own hobbies, continuing, the gardening. And I see you actually, I'm not sure if there's when people do a specific plant and they win an award for it, like an orchid, or they specialize in bonsais or something like that. I feel like you would be good at it.
In a show, huh?
Yeah, win an award and, like you get the prized plant, like you've got that.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like the baking contest, but it's plants or,
yes, they have flower shows.
Okay.
They do.
Yeah, and I really think that you'd be good at that if that's something that you'd want to try. It'd be something you'd really enjoy. And do you respond well with plants? Because I'm getting that you're almost like an intuitive with plants.
I didn't talk to them a lot.
Okay, so you talk to your plants, and that's probably why they grow so well. You communicate with them.
Okay.
Yeah, they tell you what they need, which is funny because some people will be like, "What are you talking about?" Plants are alive.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You can feel the emotions from them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's a gift. So that's something you can teach.
Where I can even feel the mycelium sometimes. It's weird.
Yep. So it's interesting how many people connect with plants, trees. They hear messages from them. Plants also contain information, meaning if we have a tree that's 100 years old, it has absorbed information from its environment for that 100 years. And it does grow wisdom. It does have information there. And this is all science. It's nothing in anybody's imagination. It's not a delusion or a hallucination. It's been proven. So, that's one of your gifts. So I'd love to see you build on that because I really think you can share that with others. And the more good intention you put into the plant, the more it yields that in the fruit or the vegetable. And, I could even see you if you wanted to. It would be fun, I think, for you if you wanted to grow a bunch of different fruits and vegetables and sell them, like maybe farmer's market or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be really fun.
That kind of sort of lately. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you'd be great at it.
Okay. Interesting.
There's community gardening projects. Yeah, it really does help people because there are even, in the big cities, all these wonderful projects where people will plant all these beautiful flowers or vegetables within the cities, and the whole community comes and takes care of it and waters it and then yields from it. There's so many different things you can do to really better people's lives. When people see a garden, it is very therapeutic. It gives them those negative ions that they need to aid in just decreasing their anxiety. It decreases depression. When you put your hands in the soil, it also contains the negative ions, which human beings need and we're fully removed from as a whole. Too many people do not do that anymore. And it's even something you could teach if you would like to. And I think you'd have a lot of fun. I know I'm going off on this whole gardening thing, but I just really feel like you would get a lot of joy from it. And a lot of your hobbies could include that for your, that you could teach that to other people because a lot of people really have no clue what they're doing when it comes to gardening.
Right. I hear you.
I don't know if the look on my face is guilty right now. What's that?
I have my niece and my sister-in-law are bring their plants over on a regular basis for help with them.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, they just can't seem to get one to stay alive.
I know exactly how that is. So my oldest son moved out and he would always take care of my plants, and I'm just hoping to keep them alive. I really hope I can. We need you.
We can. Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to go over? Like, is there any other questions? Do you have any concerns? Retirement, finances?
No. I mean, I'm nowhere near retirement yet, but my mom and dad, they're like traveling right now, and they have this motorhome and they go. And I'd like to, could you tell me, if they're going to have a safe trip home?
Yeah, I think that they'll have a safe trip home. They have to go pretty far, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's just going to be, I feel like they really love what they're doing, like they're traveling, but there might be a little hiccup with the vehicle.
Okay.
And they'll be fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Like they can figure this out. They've got it. They've done this for so long. They'll be fine. I just see a little hiccup with the vehicle, maybe just a little something under the hood that they have to deal with on the way home, but they'll come home fine. They'll be safe. They're going to have a safe trip home. I feel like your dad really knows how to like take care of himself and your mom.
Right. Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if anything positive comes up, I will definitely get back to you and let you know.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
How things turn out. You're welcome.
You have a great night.
Thank you. You too, sweetheart.
Okay. Have fun with those plants.
I will.
It's kind of, it's not very common to have somebody who knows how to communicate with plants. It's a rare thing these days. So I'm very excited to be able to talk to somebody who knows how to do it. Yeah, it's like people lose contact with the plants. They ignore them. They block them out when it's for their best interest to really get in touch with that and communicate with it. So it is special and unique. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about it too, because you may get some feedback from some people that, oh, well, it's just plants. Oh, that sounds fun. Have fun with that. But it really is quite an amazing thing. It's rare and it's unique. And oftentimes when somebody, oftentimes when somebody has a green thumb, they're also connected to the earth and the rocks and crystals and things like that. And they can read them well, or they know what benefits they provide people. And in addition, however you take care of your plants and vegetables, you're going to put that intention into the fruit or the yield, and that will benefit the people who consume it. So there's a whole science behind this and energy work and with intuition. So to me, it's very exciting. So I just wanted to let you know that it's fun. It's rare to talk to somebody who's so good at it and who has such a connection with that.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. You just made my year.
Well, thanks for calling in and enjoy the beautiful weather there.
Thank you very much. I am. I do every day.
Great. Okay, have a wonderful day. And you can contact me anytime on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, or on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And you have a wonderful night.
All right. Thank you. You too, Anna.
Okay, good night. So here we had somebody who connects well with plants, and there's so many different types of extrasensory abilities that it can make your head spin. There's 12, and that's one of the rare ones that I've actually connected with a few times, but it's for somebody who connects as well as she does is really exciting. So I wanted to really play off of that and just accentuate the importance of that and how that can be something that not only we can utilize and how special it is and how valuable it is, we can also learn it and develop that ourselves. So I hope you have a great night. Thank you so much for watching. I will talk to you and see you next week, Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, Insights into Consciousness. I'm Anna Olson. Have a wonderful night.
Hi, I'm Dean, And thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio. Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio. I'm Jacqueline Closemore, your host, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio and also Moonstruck TV, coming through to you live around the globe and broadcast through the US. Now, I'm joined today by a very lovely lady. I connected with her recently on the show. She called in for a reading, and she herself is actually a reader and also a spiritual coach, and based in Australia and also travelling at the moment. And we've got live with us, of course, Liz Atherton. So welcome to the show, Liz.
Hi, thank you.
Very good to have you. So tell us a bit about your spiritual journey. Sort of how did that start? What sort of got you going?
Well, basically, my dad passed when I was 24, and before he passed, I actually asked him to connect in with me after he passed over, and I had a lot of experience with that. And then my mum died when I was 32, and I went, I'm going to do something about this. I need to, have connection with, my two parents, and went and did a psychic development course, and they said I was a full-blown medium. So, I stuck with that and just started reading. They taught me how to read and pull through spirit, which I was already doing, just describing a lot of passed over loved ones. And then I went down the journey, sort of 20-something years later, and I've been trying to help people with connecting with their own sort of soul and their own process. And a lot of the readings that I do is very much about getting their mind out of the way. And so is the coaching programs that I've put together as well, and the books. They're all sort of set around trying to help people connect in with the psychology of their mind, as well as how the soul speaks, so they can differentiate between the two.
Yeah, it is a big difference as well, because sometimes people will think something's in their mind that's actually spirit coming through, and sometimes people think spirit's coming through and it's actually their mind. And it can be a real minefield. And I actually have a number of really aware clients, but I have one client that, she's gone to a number of gurus, let's put it that way. And and it's like, but how do I have a direct communication with God? And I'm like, okay. And there's a very blocked energy there. And I find that with the mind, if someone's purely in the intellect, that's where they can lose that ability or not have that ability to connect with spirit, because they literally the head's in the way.
Yes, but I teach how to get that head out of the way. So it's about being able to define how the voice speaks of the soul versus the egocentric voice. So it's about learning how your ego works and, what it's trying to protect, and being able to get through that process of the levels of emotions of what we've been through, and what our coping mechanisms are, where our damage is, and how we need to heal over traumas so that we're not in powerless positions repeating the same patterns. And when we can see ourselves starting to repeat those patterns, it's about getting into that level, but being able to hear when the soul's actually trying to push you past these patterns. So when the soul speaks, like all the readings I do, it confirms what people already know, but it gives them this sort of solidarity that, oh, yes, that's the path I've got to take. It's not a process of battling out the soul versus the ego. And so, the two monkeys, or the devil and the angel, that you've got going on. And one's very much the human mind and the human psychology trying to control life, where the soul's trying to drive it in a different level. And, it creates a lot of anxiety and fear and a lot of depression when the two of them really start to separate out. And what I've learned through the process of, coaching and mediumship is how that process works. And I've been really supported by Spirit to do that.
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful thing. And it's certainly a good thing because, some people will get stuck in that mind lock. And I find a lot that fear does get in the way with people. But also if they've got a very fixed mindset, which is what you're explaining, you're helping them break through. So that's really good stuff. And so with your work, you also do the coaching side of it in that. And with your books, you sort of got that emphasis of bringing people out as well. What do you think... out of the book, like you've written a few books here by the sound of it, what's your most favourite book and the message of it, I guess?
So my first book was called Mind Chatter That Matters. So it explains on a very basic level, because it is very basic stuff that we need to get back to the basics, which is what we all know. When I wrote that book, I channeled a lot of the information. I already knew the information, but I had to put it together in a way that people would be able to get the concept. And I had to explain the psychology side of how the mind is broken up, which is taught in universities through, like, you know, the principles of Freud and Jung. And then I brought in how the soul speaks and how to identify the soul's, you know, work and the purpose of the ego versus the purpose of the soul. And a lot of people go, oh my God, you know, you just explain it so easily. And it is so basic, but it's trying to work out what voice is what. Once we learn the agenda of each voice, and then we go through the coaching, so I get help to show where, you know, say someone's had trauma at 14 and it's holding them up in a certain area, the spirit will show me that they've got that particular, you know, damage in there, and we'll talk about it. And then that helps them open up, because sometimes there's a lot of hidden agenda that our egos want to protect that stuff so that nobody can get in there and hurt again.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. And I sort of find with people, I can name the age at which something like that happened. Do you find you do that as well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a really deep kind of level of work you're doing there. Now, we've also got a caller, so we might bring them in. We've got Claudia in Springville, Utah. Are you there, Claudia?
I am. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the show. It's beautiful to have you here. It just feels like a journey of selfhood going on as well there. But I might get you to chat also with our special guest, Liz Atherton, who can do a reading and a bit of spiritual coaching for you. So go ahead there, Liz.
Hi, Claudia. How are you?
Hi. Oh, I'm good. I'm a little nervous, but I'm good.
Okay. I'm sort of looking at your energy. You're very loving and very giving. Like, I feel that you it can express and articulate very well. You have been around people that don't always hear and get your communication. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I feel that you're a very good soul, like you're very much putting yourself out for a lot of people and wanting to, and that might sound very general, but I feel that you come from a really strong heart sense with this, and I feel that you do go that extra mile for people, and you're coming across as a very sort of loving, guiding, sort of like very supportive to a lot of people. Now, I'm just going to have a look if I've got someone in spirit for you. Hang on for 1 sec. I do have a lady and I've got a man. Have you lost a parent at all, doll? Like, I feel that this lady's very much a motherly, she's got a motherly instinct to her.
Yes.
And I feel that when I say motherly, I feel very... or would have walked over broken glass for her family, very connected.
Oh, okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you, but did you say there is a woman that's like a motherly?
Yes, but very much a family lady, would go the extra mile for everybody.
Yes.
And I feel that she was sort of quite sick on the chest before she's passed as well. Does that make sense? Like struggling to breathe and pain in the chest.
Yes.
And was this lady sort of in her 70s, early 80s when she passed as well?
The early what?
In her 70s, early 80s when she's passed.
Yeah, around that.
Pardon?
Could I ask a question that is on my mind?
Of course you can.
Okay. I thought I felt my mom's death because it seems like sometimes I do. I've had. I want to know where she is.
So I feel that this lady's very present in your life and very much, she would have been very good at, not always good at communicating her love, but would be always very present around you. Does that make sense? Like she would be there for you through thick and thin. And like I had a mum like that. She was just constantly there. You know that you could call on her. And I feel this lady's in spirit still like this around you. And I'm just being shown like an older style weatherboard home that's got a lot of white on the outside. And I feel that she's trying to confirm, I'm not sure if this is your home or whether this is the home that she used to live in, but I feel that she's very much a homebody and would be very house proud as well. And this lady's sort of trying to come through to sort of just acknowledge that she's around you. And she's also sort of showing me, do you understand what I mean? Well, but that she's trying to show me that there's times where, you know, you feel like you, I wouldn't say it's loneliness, but you feel sometimes alone.
Yeah, well, you know, I have a lot of guilt.
Okay. But this lady's sort of not coming through.
Because the people you are describing, it could be either two people. And I've recently lost my mom and my mother-in-law, and they were both very important in my life.
Yeah.
The guilt, because I don't know if I could have done more to keep her here.
No,
you have no control over that, doll. They go when they're meant to go. And it doesn't matter what contribution you have, they leave when they've got to leave. So you're not, and they don't want, let me tell you the experience I've had with spirit, they don't want you here suffering with negative human emotions. They exit when their plan is to exit. That's their signed agreement prior to even coming down here. You have no control.
Okay.
Have input on that. And this is where, you know, this is our controlling nature that we try to have as a human.
All right. I'm still just waiting for any sign, you know, that she's okay, because I don't think in the beginning my mother was okay.
In the beginning of passing, do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think she was very angry that it wasn't her time. And
on a human level, we do feel like that, because we feel like we've had something taken away from us. But when we go into spirit, we don't have the negative emotions that are attached to our human side. So we go with, I've never had a bad experience with spirit, not haunting, nothing, and I do house clearings and everything. What we do is we perceive that they've got all the negative experiences still, but they go through healing to release all of those. You see, so when they go in, so I'm saying she's just showing me that she's gone to spirit and there's been a man waiting at the gate for her.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Did you have a man with he was sort of fairly thick in the neck and sort of, when I say an older gentleman, he would have been quite good looking when he was young.
Yes, you could say that.
Yeah, and he would have pulled the women in, you know. And I feel a man of good, a really good quality man, you know, the good old-fashioned gentleman, very much the home family man as well. But I feel once, I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of him. You know, if you did something wrong by the family, hell have no fury.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm saying the same things as you are there, Liz. Absolutely saying the same things, from the short blonde hair of the woman and how dapper he is. And as he gets older, I'm actually seeing a little bit of a back there. Still good looking, but it's like he's hunches over a tiny bit there. But he's a very good man. So thank you there, Claudia, for your call. Bang on accurate there, Liz. I was picking up a lot of the same things, so I didn't bother answering. We've got there Becky in St. Louis, Missouri. Are you there, Becky?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for calling in. It's beautiful to hear from you. It's like I get the Little Ray of Sunshine song going in my head here. So it's like having to kind of bust through the clouds to get the sunshine, and there's a lot of good energy in what you're doing there. And so we've got a special guest here, Liz Atherton, who's travelling, and she's based in Australia, but she's on the line there for you, Becky, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, Becky.
Hi there. Thanks for
Well,
talking
you've got really high energy. You've got a lot of energy in your vibrancy, but physical energy as well. I'm picking up on you. Like you're a woman that can do whatever you need to do and get it done. Like if anyone needs anything done, it's sort of ask Becky and she'll get it done for you. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm the kind of person who helps everybody, even at my own expense.
Yes. Yep. But I think you're still capable of taking on more than 10 things at once. Like you've got a very peripheral mind, and I think anything that needs to be done you can accomplish. You've got a very goal-orientated energy as well, and I feel that peripheral energy is very driven to success. It's not a energy that will sit back and let everyone else do it, you know, around you. So you will take the bull by the horns and plough through whatever you want. I feel really good energy over the next sort of 6 months for you as well. It is about asking for what you want and pushing through the boundaries. Don't let people say no to you. I feel very much that you have to ask 1,000 different ways to get what you want. So you're not to sort of let anybody put the boundaries around your belief systems and say no to you. Sort of like, okay, no for that way for you, but I need to still do this. Don't let this hold up. Or hold you up, I mean. And I feel very much head down, bottom up, and focus on what it is that you want.
That's like right on. That's how I am. I just have to do what I feel like I need to do. And
absolutely, yeah, you are really a go-getter in that positive sort of sense, and sometimes it can be a real kind of energy there of having to kind of step back and say, all right, well, what am I doing for me now? I was getting these Mexican jumping beans as Liz was speaking, and it's a real high vibe, high energy. So yeah, that's a really good thing. Was there any question you wanted to ask Liz there, Becky?
Yes, I'm newly pregnant. I just found out.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just hoping I carry through. I'm an older mom. I'll be an older mom, and this is my first ever pregnancy.
Okay, 37 at the moment.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm picking up 37. Are you 37 at the moment? Or is that when you're due to have this baby?
I don't know. I haven't even, I don't have my first prenatal until next week. And I'm 44.
44, okay. Have you been trying to have children since you're 37? And I feel that there's been a child around you. Probably, okay. So I feel that there's been a child that's been around you for those years trying to come through. I am getting a little girl energy. She's got a very a different way of looking at things. She's going to push boundaries for you to make you slow down. Because you are a bit of a go-getter. She's going to want a fair bit of attention. She's very bonded to you. I feel that this little girl is going to teach you more about relationships and love and connection than what you've had before. And I don't mean that in a negative way, that your experience has just been negative, but she's going to sort of open the heart, your heart, in a different way. And this little girl's very connected to you. I feel that you've done many lifetimes with her. You'll have very much the sister relationship with her when she gets older. She won't be like a daughter to you. I do feel she'll be very looking up to you all the time and inspired by who you are and then wanting to follow in your tracks. I don't know why, but I'm picking up a lot of business energy around you. I do feel that at some stage you'll be driving, you know, if you're not doing it already, you will be driving your own business, and you're very much the counsellor as well. So you're very much the healer and moving people through and giving that support. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. I have a friend staying with me right now who's going through a hard time, and I'm always here for my friends.
Yeah, look, you're doing really well too. So don't be afraid to go down this road. I feel that after you've had this child, it's really going to help you connecting with mothers who are disconnected from their children as well. And I feel that you'll be able to do some work with people in a long-term role here. All right. So, and, you know, you're going to use this beautiful loving energy and the can-do attitude and, you know, the bull in the china shop mentality together to be able to bring, you know, a lot of sort of connection between mothers and children. You know, the mothers that are sort of struggling with being new mums.
That sounds pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah, so, you know, I think this will happen after your child's born. So I think this is where this little girl's going to come through. I am seeing her as a girl, not as a boy. She's got a lot of feminine energy. So, but she's very soft. Okay, so she's going to need, you know, she'll be a bit of a leg hugger when you're trying to walk around. She's a beautiful soul, a really beautiful soul.
I'm so excited.
You will have this baby. I do see this baby coming through. And I also feel like something else I'm just picking up. Prior to this pregnancy, it's almost like the relationship hasn't quite been ready, but now it is. So the timing wasn't right.
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally agree with that one.
And it's right now. Yeah. So you're not to worry about losing this child. This child will come through.
That is amazing. I'm so happy to hear this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and you know, yeah, I don't know why, but I'm picking up dark hair on the child as well. But I feel that there's light hair through the family, so I do feel that she may well lighten as she gets older. So you know how most people come through with blonde hair and they go dark with darker hair, and it'll light. She'll get more gold streaks through it rather than be the brunette.
Interesting. Yeah, my husband has dark hair, and I was born with a little bit of light hair. And it does run back through my family now that I think about it.
Okay. So there's some genes that are being shown to me. And who's got the really long thighs as well? Because I feel that she'll come through quite tall, like with long thighs. So there's a bit more genetics there for you.
And I just also wondered, is my father around?
Is this the man that's sort of quite, I wouldn't say he's stern, he's loving, but he's firm. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's my dad.
I feel very much, I don't know why, but I'm picking up sort of a military sort of personality as well. Like he's got that sort of very refined quality about him. He would have done really well in the military if he's not in the military. He's not showing me that, but it's showing me the personality of that.
That's my grandpa.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So this is the man.
Oh, wow.
And I feel this man is very much a loving man, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him.
Exactly.
You, and like if you were disrespectful to anyone in his family, he'd have that person up against the wall and in the corner, and verbally as well. He would nail them.
He wasn't going to have it. Yep.
No,
that's my
wouldn't have it. And I feel this man is, when I say of high standing, that's his sort of quality of personality. You know, treat others as, you know, you expect to be treated.
Yep.
Okay.
Pretty much.
And I feel his passing was actually quite, when I say enduring, he had to go through a fair bit to pass over. You know, it was long standing. Like I feel that he had ill health for a while and then he passed.
Yes, he did. He lived with us when I was a little girl, and he deteriorated and then he passed away.
Yeah.
It took it kind of hard.
Now, what's your dad's name, darling? I'll have a quick look for him. I'll just see if I can call him through by name. What's your dad's name?
Fred. My what?
Your father's name?
My father, James.
Yeah, James?
Yeah.
Okay, was he a bit of a character, like had a funny sense of humour?
Very much so.
Yep, and I feel like he could get away with whatever he wanted to say regardless of how he put it. He's one of those guys that had a really good way with words, so he could get away with blue murder or get away with saying the most obvious thing in a funny way. And I feel very much the Joker in the sense, if a sensitive man, but not sort of one to wear his heart on his sleeve every day, all day. But I feel very much that he's a very loving man and would stand by you through thick and thin. He's also asking you to stay well open for a second child after this one as well, Dale.
Really?
Beautiful. There you go. Absolutely fantastic.
Wow.
We've run out of time. It's been wonderful having you on there, Liz, and also for connecting to us there, Becky, and our other caller as well. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to be back live next week. I'll be coming to you live from Cryle Castle in Australia in medieval attire. In the meantime, may you stay happy. Keep tuning into A1R Radio, and you'll have more shows after this break. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Modern Mystic radio show. My name's Sarah, I'm your host. And if you do want a private reading with me, you know what to do. Go straight through to my website, which is modern-mystic.co.uk, or you can catch me on Facebook under Mystic Sarah and Modern Mystic. I'm very excited today because I do have a special guest with me. Her name is Mags O'Brien. She's from the UK and she is a life transformation specialist. So welcome to the show, Mags.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be speaking with you tonight.
And we're absolutely delighted to have you on the show tonight. So tell us, Mags, what is a life transformation specialist?
Well, a life transformation specialist, I do what it says on the tin, and it's helping people to know what they want in their life and giving them the help and guidance to transform themselves. And that means that it's all about you and what you want, rather than trying to make people be something they're not.
Okay, and so what methods do you use to do all of this kind of work? Is there something specific that you kind of work with? Is there any sort of particular format that you use?
I have a number of modalities that I work with, and it's my experience over the years of doing various things. My favourite modality at the moment is soul realignment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what is soul realignment?
Soul realignment is about looking at who you are as a soul. Because when you know who you are as a soul, the good thing about that is that you can see where you are in alignment with it, and you can see where you're not in alignment with it. And however we act, we are either living the positive end of who we are as the soul or the negative end. So we can look at where you're at and move you towards the positive end.
Okay, and are there any other formats that you use as well?
I'm a Louise Hay licensed teacher, and I learned that in 2013, so a while now. So again, I've got techniques around self-love and self-worth, which again blend in really well with the soul realignment. And the other thing that I do as well is I've been working with a self-sabotage coach, and I've got a holistic coaching qualification. So when the ego kicks in and wants to sabotage, we can go that way as well. So there's lots that we can do.
So tell us a little bit more about this self-sabotage thing. So what kind of situations would somebody have that they could perhaps relate to when you're using that term?
It's like self-sabotage is when we want to do something, for example. So say if we want to change our job, and we want to do something new, and then there's a part of it that goes, yeah, I want to do something new, I want to go for a new job. And then the other part of us says, well, I'm not good enough, I'm comfortable where I am. What if I move jobs and it's no good? And so we talk ourselves down and we talk ourselves out of what it is we want to do, because the ego wants to keep us safe. So even though we don't like something, the ego wants to keep us safe because it's familiar, and that is a real common thing. I do it myself too.
So, I mean, is that the same as procrastination?
Procrastination is a form of sabotage, yes, absolutely.
Yes, I know, because I'm a little bit terrible for that as well. I think we all are, aren't we? We can all relate to that.
Absolutely, and I do it myself. And the thing is that when you're a coach and you're aware of these things, it's like, yeah, I'm sabotaging. Come on, Max, what do you need to do? What would you say to your clients? So you can't get away with much.
So tell us a little bit about how you got into working as a life transformation specialist. So what's your background and how did you get here?
Long story short, I used to work in corporate. So I used to do purchasing. I worked in purchasing, I'd worked in sales, I'd worked in blue chip companies. And at 29, I had a breakdown. I was trying to do too much. I am ambitious. I still am. And basically, I just was walking through the office and I just stopped like that. And it was like, I can't do this anymore. And from that breakdown, it took me 5 years to get myself back something like, and during that 5 years, I meditated, I used essential oils, I did natural therapies, and I became a therapist myself. So healer, heal thyself. And then I discovered craniosacral therapy, which really helped me move forward. It's soft tissue work, but also it goes into the emotions and into past lives. So that helped me really clear a lot of, shall we say, rubbish. I don't know what words I can use on here, but you know what I mean? Yeah. And then from that, that's when I got into the Louise Hay, and then I moved into the soul realignment.
And you also work intuitively as well, don't you?
Absolutely. My experience through working with all these therapies and meditation, my intuition is really strong. And I would say to anybody, if there's one spiritual practice that you do above anything else, is meditation, because it really does hone that inner knowing.
So tell us a little bit about what sort of reasons would somebody want to come and get your services? So what sort of problems do you tend to deal with on a regular basis?
The main people I work with, it is mainly women, although I do work with men, but it still tends to be women that come for this more than men at the moment. I hope it changes. Because I'm an entrepreneur, a businesswoman, then I tend to attract business women, and they're wanting to build their businesses, but there's loads of stuff getting in the way. They might have a program or business coaching, and they go, yeah, that'll sort it out. But like you say, they procrastinate, they're not getting on with it. And what it is, there's deeper stuff going on at soul level, and things that are blocking, the blocks and restrictions at soul level that are actually stopping them from moving forward.
So how do you identify what could be blocking somebody at soul level, and what sort of a effect does that have when a person realises what's blocking them?
The whole reading is done up in the Akashic Records. Would your guys know about Akashic Records?
Yes, they should do, because we've talked a bit about it. I'm an Akashic record reader as well, so.
Oh, well, there you go. So they will know. So up in the Akashic Records, there's everything that you need to know about who you are as a soul on your file. So we know who you are as a soul. We also know about those negative karmic patterns that your soul's prepared to look at right now, that we can clear and resolve. And I do that through a dowsing protocol. So it's not a thing that I do online like this, but I can still help with the other things and the intuitive.
And all of this can be done, so if somebody wants to work with you, they don't necessarily have to come to your office. They could do that through...
Do this?
Yeah, through Skype or through, I'm guessing, any other sort of video conferencing
Absolutely,
technique.
yeah. I've got Skype, Zoom. If they just need to do the phone, I've got something called Instant Teleseminar, Facebook Messenger. There's always a way.
Okay, wonderful. Now we are going to go on to our first caller in a moment, but before we do, just let everybody know how they can get hold of you if they want to find out more information, or they want to book an appointment with you, or just want to find out a little bit more about what you do. So how can people contact you?
People can jump on my website. It's www.magslifetransformationspecialist.com. It's all one word, lowercase. Type it slowly. I still have to. It's a great name, but it's a bugger to type. I am on Facebook. I do have a Facebook page, which is Mag's Life Transformation Specialist, so you can jump on there and message me. And I also have an email, which is magslifetransformationspecialist.com, and I'll be happy to chat with anyone.
Wonderful. Okay, let's go on to our first caller. We have Alonza in Roxborough, North Carolina. Alonza, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm here.
Hello. Welcome to the show. Do you have a question? I'm going to be passing you over to Mags this evening. Do you have a question for Mags tonight?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm going to be passing you over to Mags in a moment, who's going to be doing or talking to you, giving you a reading. Do you have a question for Mags tonight? Is there something you'd like to ask?
Well, actually, I'm pretty open. And whatever my spirit guides want to tell me, or my spirit family wants to tell me, I'm all for it. Anything that comes through.
Okay. Over to you, Mags.
Okay. So you said you're in a pretty good place at the minute, and you just want anything that comes through. Is that right? I was just making sure I heard you right, Alonza. Okie dokie.
Yes, correct.
Fabulous. Okay, what I'm getting at the minute is, whilst you're saying things are good for you at the moment, it's interesting that I used the example of a job when I was talking to Sarah. I'm getting that there is a potential of things to change around your work. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually looking for opportunities right now, honestly, dealing with work.
Okay, so it is the right thing to start to do that. It's the right thing to move where you're working, because although what I'm getting is, although it's okay, it's kind of lost its shine. There's not as much challenge for you. You seem to be kind of drifting a little bit. It's lost its zing for you. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. And so the point here is follow your intuition and your knowing so that you can change your job, because if you leave it, see, the issue is it's okay, and it's like, well, am I leaving something that's okay? It is okay, but you need more than that. And if you stay and it's just okay, it will not be okay in a short while. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you'll get more discontent, but also there's things going to be changing in that work situation. And I would say in the next couple of months, things are going to be changing around there, and you'd have wished you'd have moved. So yes, go for it.
Right. Thank you so much. That makes so much sense.
Cool.
Okay, is there anything else you would like to ask before we finish, Alonso?
Let's see. What about my my past grandmother? Is there anything that comes through from her?
I haven't got your grandmother here at the moment, to be fair.
Okay. For anyone on the other side, it doesn't matter at all.
I do have someone at the side of me, and he was the guy that was giving me the information about your job. And the guy I've got at the side of me, he's a slim gentleman with dark hair. He's quite straight up and down, and he's looking as if he's around his mid-40s. That's the age he's showing me. So he's quite lean, quite slim in the face. Do you recognise that person?
No, I don't, but I don't really know too much of my family either. A lot of my family, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it could definitely be.
It's what I'm getting is it's on your mum's side of the family. I'm the same as you. I don't know too many of my family, and when I'm being given messages and it's like, there's so and so and so and so, and I'm saying, well, just give me the message because I don't know them.
Exactly. I'll take whatever message you can give me.
Oh, bless your heart. Well, see if you can find this gentleman on your mum's side of the family. And he's showing me that he wore like grey colours, pale blue colours. So he wore more grey. That's what I'm seeing. And I think you will find him in family photographs, actually. He's on your mum's side of the family. I think he's like an in-law, like a brother-in-law or something like that. He's in the family by marriage. Does that make sense? I think we're...
Yeah, are you still there, Alonso?
I think we've lost her.
Yeah, I think we've had some technical difficulties there. So we will go straight on to our next caller, and we have the lovely Maria, who is in West Valley, Utah. Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi, welcome to the show, Maria. I'm going to be handing you over to Mags, who will be doing your reading for you tonight. Do you have anything that you want Mags to look at for you?
I mean,
just anything in general, like just I don't know what to ask.
Okay, so let's just see so if Mags can sort of pick up anything. Perhaps maybe there's some questions arising from what Mags can pick up for you. Is that okay, Maria?
Yeah, just
Hi, Maria.
You know, hi.
Okay, so let's see what we're getting here for you then. What I'm getting is that there's one area of your life that's not quite working for you, and I think it's around your home. It's I'm seeing your living room, so it's like where you're living, your home circumstances. Does that make sense?
What do you mean by that?
It's where you're. So at the minute, there's stuff going on around your home that's not working for you. There's something going on there that's not right for you.
Yes, that's right.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So what Spirit was showing me, they were showing me your living room, and they were making me feel uncomfortable. So there's something around your home that's making you feel uncomfortable, and it's something that you need to sort out because you've kind of left it. Does that make sense?
And what is it? 'Cause I feel the same thing, but I don't know what it is.
So you see that there's something wrong in your home, but you don't know what it is. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm getting is it's about the way you're feeling in the house. It's nothing to do with spirits or anything like that. It's to do with the way you're feeling. There's something that's not, it's to do with you and the way you feel about your living circumstances. So it's not anybody else, even though somebody, does that make sense to you?
It does. And what can I do to change, to make changes?
Okay, so the first thing you need to do is to actually acknowledge because like I say, you've kind of been saying, oh, things don't feel right, and then you've dashed off and done whatever you're doing. You've not actually sat down to address it or sat down to actually think about what's going on, because I'm getting the impression that you keep yourself really busy.
Okay.
Yeah, do you recognise that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's happening is you're feeling this discomfort, but you're not recognising it and you're not working with it because you're just running around. So what you need to do is, what I would advise and what would help you is, if you get a pen and paper or if you've got a journal, sit down and just write. And just, if you want to swear, if you swear, then do that, or just write whatever comes into your head and start to express what this, the word they're giving me, it's a low-lying discontent. And what they're saying is, what Spirit is saying is, if you write that down, then you can start to identify it and then start to make changes. But the first thing is to actually acknowledge and recognise it. And it is something that you can change because it's the way you're feeling about things. It feels like the situation has got a negative spin on it, and the negative spin is just taking you down and down, and you can change that. Does that make sense?
Yes, because I feel like it's more about myself, my self-esteem, that it's really low.
Yeah.
So that's what I have noticed. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would write that down. And also, it is worth, if you want help, it's worth getting help with that, because in my experience, it took me 20 odd years to sort my stuff out. And in the last 5 or 6 years, I've had coaching and my life's moved on phenomenally. So my advice to you would be to write down what you're feeling. You don't have to work it out, but see if there's someone that can help you.
Okay.
Because it's always easier when you're not doing it by yourself.
Okay, like some counseling or... Okay.
Yeah, counselling or a mediumship reading or, talking to someone. Does that help at all?
Oh, yeah, it does. And is there anything else that you guys, any other cards or anything else that you see besides?
Yeah, I think what I'm getting as well is to start to be kind to yourself. Because you can be quite critical of yourself, is what I'm being told, and that doesn't help. A great book. Well, the first book that I worked with that led me to becoming a Louise Hay Heal Your Life teacher was her book, Heal Your Life. You Can Heal Your Life. And that's got exercises and things in, and there is a workbook where you can actually follow that through. So that's a cheap way of doing it if you want to work by yourself. And you can go all the way up to, having coaching to have somebody help you with it, but it's your choice how you feel. Does that help?
It does.
Cool. How, let me ask you a question. How motivated do you feel to actually do what I've asked or what I've suggested?
How much?
Yeah, how motivated? How I'm going to get on with it? Or is it like, yeah, all right, I'll give it a go?
I mean, it's going to help because, I've been trying to do this for some time because I noticed all of this and I know that I have to make changes and it has to start with me.
Bless your heart, indeed. Start with Louisa's book, and if you need help, you know how to get hold of either of us. But, well done you for asking. That's the first step.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Maria. We are going to have to leave it there. It's almost at the end of our show. So I'm going to thank Mags as well for coming on to the show. Once again, Mags, just remind everybody of how they can get hold of you should they want to get in contact.
Okay, my email is magslifetransformationalspecialist.com, or my website is www.magslifetransformationspecialist.com, or find me on Facebook.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, if you want a private reading with me, you can contact me on modern-mystic.co.uk, or go onto any of the Facebook pages. I do regular live sessions, free live sessions, plus many, many interesting articles as well. So Facebook pages are Mystic Sarah and Modern Mystic. So I'm going to leave it there. Enjoy the new moon, which is coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a powerful one. And I shall see you the same time next week. Goodbye for now.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's very nice to be on the show today. Now, I was just thinking about what we could talk about, and I think sort of probably the most important thing that spirit sort of do for us, the spirit world do for us, and that is healing. And it's just incredible how they are able to heal in many cases. Now, obviously the first sort of, method of healing is when some, a medium will put their hands on you and do hands-on healing. And, again, there's some remarkable results from that. And, there's no sort of guarantees. And I think I was always told by the spirit world that if we are meant to receive the healing, then we will. But they work on many levels. They work on the sort of physical, the mental, and the emotional level. So it depends on sort of, what is your need, in other words. But the other thing that healing can be done. Now, I, as a medium, I sit for an hour every day. And in that hour, I will invite my guides to come forward, and they will do, I will send out healing. And what I've done is I've created a list of all the people that want healing. And, funnily enough, I said to my guides, I said, should I be, reading out this list to you every time I sit to do healing? And his answer was, no, because it will get too long. So I just sort of say, and here's my list, and I open it up because it's always on my computer, and I open it up, and they work from there, and so that's something I do. I sit there for an hour with spirit sending out healing, and I do that every day for an hour, 7 days a week. And I try to do that regardless of what's going on in my life. And every now and again, I might slip and not do it that day. But on the whole, it's sort of every day. And I absolutely love the healing, because it gives you that. It gives you the vibration that the spirit world work with. This is something interesting that you may not be aware of, but I see all this light coming sort of to me and then through me, and they're working with sort of my energy and their energy, and it makes me feel sort of really, really sort of relaxed as well when I'm sending out sort of healing. So that's sort of a little bit about healing, but there are other methods. For instance, like I could do a reading that is very healing, because the words can be healing, or and that's again, that's spirit working through me, and then perhaps you could be speaking to a friend and giving advice, and a cup of tea, and that's healing. And so there's many ways to be a healer, but healing is so important in our world. And if we pray or send out thoughts to those people that we feel need healing, or if we pray and send out thoughts to the atrocities that are happening in the world, it can make a huge difference, an absolute huge difference. Anyway, I know that we have some callers waiting, and I have Amaya in York, Pennsylvania. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Amaya. Amaya. Hello. And how are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. And so it must be about 3:10 in the afternoon there. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look for guidance from my guides. Is there a particular place where you'd like me to focus, or a particular way that you'd like me to work?
I've been trying to connect to one of my best friends who passed away like 3 years ago.
Right. Okay, is this female? Because I'm just checking to see, because I might get a male through and think, oh, that's not it. Amaya, is she female? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Right. Okay. the first thing that I'm hearing is I feel that her passing was unusual circumstances. Would you understand that? Because I don't feel like, when, if we have a young person, we go to sort of, two things that, happen sort of so many times. But I think with Amaya, the words I'm getting is it was unusual circumstances.
Yes, that's true.
And I feel that when I look at her personality, I see her as being quite an incredible woman. Somebody who I feel like she lifts people's spirits, or sort of, she's a really. I feel these words wouldn't just do her justice, but she's a really good person. But I feel like she's almost, better than that. It's almost like she's an earth angel. Like she's so good to many people. And I feel that I feel like she's very charitable of nature. And I don't know whether she was involved particularly with charity, or it was just her personality of being very charitable in the way that she conducted her life. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, that makes total sense to me, yes.
And I feel that she's making me feel as though there were times when she would help you, but I feel that there's also times when you helped her, because I feel like you were, and I'm getting the word confidant, so I don't know why I'm getting confidant. So it's like you were a confidant for each other. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, that makes completely sense to me, and I've always said that.
Oh, right. So that's why I'm getting it.
Yes.
See, the thing is with me, Amaya, is I get nosy, and I look at it and I think, why did you give me that word? That's the problem with me as a medium, and I need to get myself out of the way and just give what I get. And she's saying to me that she's making me feel as though in her funeral, there was something that you did that was like a special tribute to her. Would you understand that? It was something that you did special for her. And she's showing me an image of some flowers, and you're putting them down somewhere.
Yes, I gave roses to her mother after the funeral was over.
Right. Okay. I knew it was something to do with flowers, and there's also a ribbon around the bottom of the flowers as well.
Yes.
And she's saying to me that whilst she's very, very happy in the spirit world, she's making me feel as that you are one of the biggest losses to her. As sort of because she's making me feel as though there was nothing that it's like there's a closeness that is every day, speaking to each other all the time, and she feels, and she's saying to me, I'm all right in the spirit world, I'm getting on with things, but the thing is she makes me feel as though she's like she's got her right arm cut off, and of course she hasn't, but she makes me feel like that. It's just like a figure of speech, that whenever anything happens, she can't go to you and say, oh, guess what happened? Yeah. She can't do that, and she's so sort of she's so frustrated about that, because she says so many things are happening to her in the spirit world, and she can't come and tell you. And she says you were always the go-to to sort of tell what was going on. she's showing me a bed and she's showing me a teddy bear, and there's something, or I don't know whether it's like a stuffed animal, you know, like I don't know whether it's a teddy bear or another animal, but I know there's like a toy animal on the bed somewhere, and she's making me feel. I just saw that in my clairvoyance. Would you understand that? There's something significant about that.
Yes. On Easter, the year of her passing, we had gotten matching stuffed animals, and we always kept it with each other.
Right. And I feel like there's a name on the stuffed animal as well. There's some writing on it. There's some writing.
I would have to look. I'm not sure if there is or not.
Okay. Have a look.
Okay.
And also, I feel that a lot of the things that each other would buy, the other one would buy as well. Because I feel like there's a lot of things that both of you had, like I don't know, and she's keeping me in the bedroom, because I feel like it's things in the bedroom that there are a lot of things that are similar, and she's making me feel that she knows your family very well, and you know her family very well. That's the feeling she makes. Because she makes me feel as though you would spend time in her family home and vice versa. And she's also making me feel like, because she's showing me like you would do that when you were quite young. Like, 'cause I feel like you've known each other from a young age.
Yes.
And is there something significant at the age of 13 or 14 that happened?
Involving like me, I had tried to hurt myself when I was that age. That was the first time I had ever tried.
Right, because she just sort of brought that time to me. Like there's something that happened at that time.
Yes.
And she made, because I
believe her father had passed away at that time as well.
Right. But she's making me feel as though she was really like she makes me feel like it really hit her hard. You know, at that time, sort of like I feel like I'm very like in her mind, she can't lose you. She's like she can't lose you. And I feel that was sort of quite a distressing time for her. And I'm just asking her if she's met up with her father. So I'm just asking her that, because that would be nice to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it definitely would.
She said, of course, I'm with him. And she says that she's making me feel as though she has a very close relationship with him. And there's a deep love with her father. And she makes me feel as though it's like she doesn't have favourites, but her dad is her favourite.
Yes, definitely. Her daddy's girl all the way.
Yeah. It's like she loves her mum, but it's daddy. and so she wants you to know that she's connected with her dad, and it's really sort of really nice to be with her. Yeah. I'm just asking her for the last message, because I've got another call awaiting, and it's so sad because it's only about 5-10 minutes that we get for a reading, and I know sort of like when people enjoy the reading, they're sort of settling down for the evening.
Yes.
But you can find me on Facebook, and my name is Gail Moffat. So if you need to connect with me, or ask any questions, that's fine. But she just wants to. Her last thing that she wants to say to you is, Amaya, is that she really values this life because of your friendship with each other. She makes me feel like you were almost like twins.
Yes.
and it's like glued to each other. And she's just saying thank you for being my friend. And she's just showing me a book where you're doing some writing, and I don't know whether, have you been writing a journal, or is there some sort of writing?
I went on and off after she passed. I haven't really been doing it lately, but I was.
Yeah. Well, she's read the words that you've written. And she understands what you've written and why you've written it. And she just wants to thank you for being in her life and being her best friend. Obviously, you've got a whole life ahead of you, and there's no predictions of when you're going to the spirit world. But what I do know is when the time does come, whether, you might be an 80-year-old woman or whatever, but when the time does come, you will be, she will be meeting you. She's making that very clear, that she will be there to collect you. And so you will see her again, which is lovely.
Yes.
But Amaya, I'm so sorry it's so short. Thank you very much for calling in, and lovely to speak with you, and also to connect your lovely friend.
So
she's adorable. I love her. But thank you very much. Thank you. Now I have Donna in Fairlawn, New Jersey. Are you there, Donna?
Yes, I'm there. How are you, Gail?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look at, focus on some aspect of your life. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Well, I have, I guess maybe on the mediumship, because I've lost a lot of people that I feel a lot of turmoil with every day and every night. I try to communicate with them at night myself, and I have no success.
Yeah, they're probably there though. That's the annoying thing when you feel you don't have any success. But what my advice to you is that if you speak out the words that you would like to say to them, they will hear you. So remember that. Even though you can't hear back, they will hear you.
Okay.
Is there somebody in particular that you'd like me to connect with? Because we've only got about 8 minutes left of the show.
Well, both of my parents are deceased, and my Uncle Al, who was like a stepfather to me, I lost him about 2 years ago. Very painful, because he was the man who walked me down the aisle when I got married.
Wow.
And it was very sudden with him. Well, even with my mom.
Yeah.
My mom, I was 13 and a half. I wasn't ready for that. It feels like, there was so much left to be said, but we didn't get a chance to say it.
Well, your mum,
I just want to know that they're okay.
Yeah, well, your mum is standing in front of me, and she's arm in arm with a gentleman, and I'm hearing the words Uncle Al, and so I feel that she's met up with him, and they're arm in arm in the spirit world, and I'm going all tingly, so I know I've absolutely got that right.
Oh, that's beautiful. I am too.
Yeah, and she's got, it's interesting because she's actually all dressed up. She's got a hat on for some reason, and she's got sort of her nice clothes on, quite sort of old-fashioned sort of clothes that she's wearing. But she's making me feel as though it's funny how they show you these things. She's making me feel as though they're going somewhere special right now. And she's come in to sort of, say hello, and then they're going off somewhere. But she's saying to me that it was very important for her to be there when your uncle or your stepfather, when he passed away, because she's making me feel as though as much as he missed her, she missed him. And she's saying to me that he was a little bit lost without her, that he he sort of, it's almost as though he never really got over losing her. Would that make sense to you?
He didn't. Yes, because he used to say that to me. I used to ask him how come he wouldn't date anybody or remarry, and he said,
No.
Your mother's in the cemetery waiting for me, and he was lost without her.
Yeah.
And so was my Uncle Al. That was his only sister.
Yeah. And so I feel with your stepfather that he is he's so, it's like he's delighted that he's with your mum. I just feel the sort of I can feel in him the pain that he had as a result of not being with her. It's like they were meant to be with each other in this life, and I feel that on some level both of them were very healing for each other, and I feel that your mum definitely had a lot of healing from him when she got together with him, because she's making me feel as though her first relationship, I feel, with your father wasn't as good as she would have liked. Would that make sense to you?
No, it was horrible. It was horrible. Wow.
And she's making me feel as though she was it's like, she makes me feel like she was terrorized by life and sort of,
she
was struggling to sort of live in a proper way. When your stepfather came along, he was kind, he was gentle, he was just loving, he was everything that your father wasn't, and she just fell over head over heels in love with him, and they were just so sweet. They were just so sweet together. I feel like they would do sort of little romantic things or little kind gestures for each other all the time.
They never fought. I never knew what a fight was with my parents. Never.
And they always sort of would do things for each other, and very kind. And I mean, it was just an extraordinary, loving relationship that they had. And you know, I feel with them that they're both extremely happy to finally be with each other, because I feel with them that both of them were lost without the other one. Because whilst your mum, I do feel with your mum that she had her difficulties in the spirit world, but she was okay. But she just feels like everything is complete, everything is okay, everything is nice now that she's with her husband.
Wow.
Is there something that is there a reading that is significant to your family that you may have done at either at a wedding or a funeral that has been done more than once? Because they're referring to this reading, and I feel that it's quite poignant that I need to bring it up.
I read at my stepfather's funeral, and then at my Uncle Al's funeral, and I totally broke down at both of them, but I managed to get through them.
And was it the same reading? Because I feel like it's the same.
Pretty much, yes, because my stepfather was so good to me while he was alive, and my Uncle Al, after both my parents had died, he kind of stepped in and took their place. So it was pretty much the same thing, thanking them for all of their guidance and their love.
Yeah. Your Uncle Al is here, but I feel that he's just saying to me, I want to let you know that I am here with your parents, but I didn't want to take over because I knew that it was important that you first heard from your mother and your stepfather and how they've been reunited and how they're together.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone. This is Fiona, Persian Media Miami Power, and you and I listening to Avid Advice Show. And I have my sister, beautiful sister, Psychic Bella Love, in the studio as well. Hello, Bella. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good, Fiona. How are you?
I'm doing actually very good. I'm better say doing fantastic because it was a very crazy weekend, and a lot to do, a lot of clients, Brunel Omar office, in Abbott. So basically, I don't even know how to handle. It's kind of too much, but it sounds like I can't really see more than 3 or 4 people at the office, and then for the hypno, and then my clients calling me almost 24 hours and 7 days from everywhere. So I have to actually answer them too, because basically when I'm working with someone, do the hypno and all this stuff, basically I can take Avid and I can take a chat. So it sounds like that everybody was like, where are you, Fiona? Why you did not answer my chat? Where are you, Fiona? Why you're not answering my call? Because normally I do. So I just explained that, well, sweetheart, it just was in the hypno session. Well, I will come back about 3 hours. So it was cool. But thank God, I'm super happy. We got a lot of new awesome customers, and I'm Avid Advice, and I'm super happy with Avid Advice, and I'm very happy I heard about a couple nice advisors being already approved or passed test. So hopefully we will have more advisors that already been approved by Avid. So I don't know when, but it will be soon.
That's awesome. And a huge congratulations to them, because I had to go through the test. They are not easy.
Mm-hmm.
So, they must be amazing if they could pass that.
I know, but they just passed the interview and the test as a, psychic test for almost half an hour. But the real test, which is they had to write, is still on. So basically, they had another step to come to Abbott. So hopefully they will pass that, because that one is a little bit harder than the first one.
Oh, yes. No, they really make sure, you're not a criminal, you're really psychic, you know what you're talking about.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I was kind of a nervous wreck all weekend when I was knowing it was going to be my turn.
Oh, baby, I know. But you've been fantastic. So you make me proud.
Well,
really
thank you.
So
and we have amazing clients. We have absolutely amazing advisors on Avid. I share clients with quite a few of them, and they really love the people that they get to talk to, if I'm not available and everything. So and they're very happy that 24 hours a day you can get the top-notch service. Top-notch service.
I know. So basically, I feel cool too. So I'm super happy for them. So we congratulate them. Hopefully, they will pass the last one, and it will happen soon.
Yes. And I have to say just one thing that a client told me, because she said a lot of times when you call other sites, you're talking to an advisor and they're kind of annoyed, oh, you're asking that question again, or oh, why are you bothering me? You called me twice this week. And she said, it's not just about how amazing the psychics are on Avid, but that every single person has excellent customer service skills too, because we never make you feel judged. We never make you feel uncomfortable. Even if maybe you asked us a question and you were nervous when you were asking, so you forgot what we said, so you call back.
Yes.
She said, you guys don't make us feel bad. So she wanted me to mention that, because she was very happy with that.
Exactly. For Avid, confidentiality, respect, safety, and love, that's the first things. And I would say it just became better and better and better. So we are definitely happy for Avid Advice. So back to studio, and now I have Leela. Kind of if I actually see it right, because I can't see it through my phone. So can you see it, Bella? Aaliyah. Hello, Aaliyah. How are you doing?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Aaliyah. I hear you, sweetheart. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, well, doing fantastic. So, and right now at the moment, to get better and better because we have you with us in the studio and we would love to assist you with everything we can. Me and Psychic Bella Love. So please give me your date of birth to us and let us to assist you in any questions that you love to know about a second. Go ahead, please.
All right.
Are you there?
Yes.
So, okay, give me your date of birth and let us to see what I can find in my pentagon. And also Bella going to look at the chart and see what she can find for you. Go ahead, please.
All right.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
So
What's your
I need
birth date,
date
hon?
of birth.
What's
Your
my question?
date of birth.
I guess like a general question, like, 4/11/79.
Okay. So unfortunately, I have to say Pentagon will not answer any general question. So you have to target something that you would love to know. So target something that you are really feel, because now we are talking to two psychics, which is both professional and we know exactly what we are talking about. And you will also actually get connect with unknown. So basically, I wanted you to be specific about your question, please.
Okay. My question is, when will I have my own place to live?
Your own what?
My own place to live.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, as far as I can see right now, I'm started first and then my sister Bella Love will actually continue. The first things that I can see it in here, there's a lot of confusion signals, there's a lot of unhappiness, kind of also animosity, craziness around, but sounds like you are trying to put it behind and nothing will happen until the November or basically around the November 23rd to actually the December 11th. So basically your real deal of living, where you have to live, how you have to live, and which way you have to live will happen around actually the November the 23rd through the November 11th, through the December 11th. So November 23rd through the December 11th. So go ahead, Psychic Bilala.
I was getting that around November 11th, you're actually going to pinpoint exactly where it is that you want to live. Because I'm getting right now, that's something that you kind of go back and forth on, whether it's the neighborhood or maybe like the housing community that you want to live in. I feel like around November 11th, that's where you actually make up your mind. So this is where I'm going to go. This is where I'm going to put all my effort towards. And then like Fiona was saying, within about a month period, we get to about the middle of December, I feel you actually being able to make that move. So right now, what you want to do is, because last night we had the new moon in Libra, it's all about balance, it's all about justice, it's all about moving forward. Use this new moon energy to really set your intentions, to light candles, to really start focusing on the money and everything else that you would need, paperwork, references, whatever that is, so that you can get that in alignment for you. So that way you're setting the wheels in motion to be able to make that happen.
Does that make sense for you? Hello?
What?
Does that make sense? You got exactly the date and when you are going to, okay. So do you have any other question?
I have a question about, my children.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't hear you. Please, can you say it again?
Oh, I said I have a question about my children.
Okay. How many children
What
do
is
you
the
have?
question?
kids. I have a question about kids.
Yes. How many children do you have, hon, and what is your question about them?
I have 3 kids, and their grandmother took them from me when they were born, and I don't know where they are. And my question is, how do I find them, or when will I find them?
How old they are?
What do I do?
Can you tell us how old they are?
What?
How old are your children?
They are.
How old are they?
Yes.
Boys are.
Okay, I think we have actually 5 person that actually stand on the line, so we can't really actually handle this. So, my love, if you want to talk to me and Bella Love, please go to advocateadvice.com, sign up there, and so we are going to be there for you. Have a great fun, and bye. Okay, back to the studio, and I have Lisa. Hello, Lisa. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Lisa, please give me your date of birth first, and then tell me about your question. Go ahead, please.
My date of birth is 7/16/80, and I could barely hear the other part that you said, Shug.
Oh, what was your question?
Excuse me?
Your question, hon. What was your question for us?
I was hoping for a mediumship reading.
Okay, and who did you want to connect to?
My son, Joey.
Okay, and when did he pass?
August 8th of this year.
Okay.
I see regret, and I see feeling uncomfortable. I see also that he kind of gave me some message, which not really cool. It sounds like he wants to come back, or he kind of feel regretful for what happened. It sounds like he causing that problem for himself. Basically, he's trying to tell that it's not anybody's problem, or it's not anyone's fault. It was my own. And also, he's trying to tell you that you have to watch your health and doing something for your health, and stop bugging yourself or blaming yourself. First of all, I want to ask how your son died. I mean, which way?
He passed in his sleep.
Okay, so did he
the
use
autopsy
any?
report was a heart problem.
Okay, so basically, he's telling about he just says about like it was my fault. So it was so I'm sorry about that, but I did. That's what he says. And also, he's telling about like you should just take it easy and just like really stop blaming yourself because it wasn't your fault. So basically, what I can see it, and I have that type of the feelings right now, is like make sure that you're watching your health and see what's going on. Go ahead, please.
Okay, hon. The first thing that I'm getting is that, you know, he chose to go because this was a contract that he made before he came here, that he would spend a certain amount of time here and then he would pass over to the other side, which is something that we all do before we come. He does want to come back, though. He says you were a great mom. He doesn't want you holding on to like any regret or any guilt or anything like this. But he's also showing me that this heart problem may be like a genetic thing. So he wants you, and does he have any siblings?
Yes.
Okay, because he's saying like he wants you guys to be checked for this.
Okay. He said what?
He wants you guys to be checked as well because he's saying that this is a genetic heart condition, that it wasn't just something that was only with him. And he also feels like you guys can use this to bring some sort of awareness or to help others. Like, make my death, make what happened to me, make this into something to help others, to prevent this from happening to other kids. And he's saying that this is something that you can do. And he feels like, of course, right now, you know, it's kind of like a hard time for you because it was just so recent. He's saying, like, don't worry, like, it has to be tomorrow or next week or something like that. But as long as at some point in the next few years that you sort of, like, start to become involved, you know, in the charity work or bringing awareness to this condition, that you are kind of honoring him by doing that.
Lisa, I have a question, and the question is, did he use anything, or kind of like, did you guys suspended that he used or suspected he used anything, kind of type of the drug, or maybe something that, you know, that was like close to?
Nothing's ringing a bell right now with that.
Okay.
So
How
because
old
he's
was
trying,
he? Yeah, because he's trying to tell me that the way that he passed, it was his fault. So then he feel regretful because what he did. That's what he's trying to say. And I think that he wants to connect with you to tell you because it was kind of too much to bear. And it sounds like he asking for forgiveness. And that's what I pick up on him. So, and also another thing that I can feel is about you and your health. It sounds like it's something is up and you don't care about it lately, which is he wanted you to look up and see exactly what's going on. And he showed me about the bone, like a bones pain, and also something to do with your, again, digestion or somehow stomach problem. So basically, he wanted you to look up and see exactly what's going on. But he wanted you to forgive him because he made, or better say, it was his fault, and he felt regretful, and he would love to come back, but the door is closed. And he just like asking for blessing and also forgiveness. So please forgive him, and please send a blessing to him. He's around, and he just wanted you to taking care of yourself. It sounds like that you are not familiar to self-care. So please just get close to your self-care.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Yes. And there's also a huge chance that he's saying that he may come back as one of your grandchildren. So if you, even 10 years from now, have a little boy grandchild around, I think that you're going to put two and two together and realize that this is your son reincarnated, because he does want to stick in your soul family.
Okay. That makes perfect sense. I get that.
Yeah. And how old was he when he passed, hon?
18.
18. Okay, that makes sense. Because I felt like he was still quite young, but you're young yourself, so you were a very young mother when you had him.
So basically, make sure that you just let it go. So, I mean, it's not someone's fault. It was his fault. And basically, he's just asking for forgiveness. And I think that now he's free and he's not in a trance anymore. So basically, I can see that now he's free and he will go. So don't look up at there like exactly what happened, because that is exactly what he's telling me, that, you know, he's not proud of himself, what he did, but he's so sorry because, you know, he didn't, you know, think or wasn't really wise, whatever he did. So that's why he just like asking for forgiveness. But Lisa, there is no other problem. Basically right now, I can see that you guys have to be that he has a very nice communication with you. So try to just take care of yourself, make sure that you follow through everything, and you're not trying to let go of yourself. It sounds like you just forgot yourself, or kind of like, you know, not forgiving yourself about something that happened maybe, you know, because when our children, or when mom feeling about like, oh, my kid just passed away, or kind of what a couple of months ago, it's the most hurtful and the most painful, you know, things that I could even feel as a mother, that any mother can went through. But I would say that you've been strong, you've been powerful. I kind of very proud of you. And I wanted you to continue to be strong. I want you to continue to kind of like feel good about him no matter what. And I wanted you to feel that, you know, life moving forward and be there for other children. And basically, I feel that it's time for you to get up, stand up, and then go for your future and stop sitting there crying, be depressed, and then like continue to feel bad. So it's not going to get you anywhere. It sounds like that your son wants you to move on and just send a good and nice blessing to him. That's all he wants. If you want to make him happy, stop crying. If you want to make him happy, just make sure that you go to the doctor tomorrow and basically make sure that everything is all right with you. If you really want to make him happy, just be happy. Go and do something with your face, with your hair, with your something that just like you need some sort of change and challenge. And I know as a mom, it's kind of too early for you to get up and stand up and do whatever you want to do because you're still shocked. But I wanted you to do that. I wanted you to stop, feel poor for yourself. I want to stop, feel bad for him. He's in a good place. And I wanted you to get up, stand up for other children. That's all I wanted from you because it's not me, it's your son.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome, sweetheart. You're very welcome. And we are with you. Me and Bella, we both are mothers, so we understand the pain. We understand like how badly things could really be right now for you. And I'm so sorry, baby. I don't know what to say. My word is just like completely, I don't know. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. All I have to say is just move on. That's all you need to do. I know you need time. I know it's not something that you can just let go and, forget. It's just never going to happen. But, you have to, moving forward for your near future, was about next week, next month, and next year, and even more. So basically, it's not time for you to just sitting and crying, kind of like be depressed. It's time for you to move on.
I understand.
And you understand your pain.
We're definitely really sorry for your loss, son. And I know as a mom, it's very painful, but both Fiona and I are here for you. And if you'd ever just to speak with me, send me a message on avidadvice.com. I will send you 5 free minutes just to get you through. Because I know that some days are going to be worse than others.
Yes, my love.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you feel
definitely.
that you're absolutely, just go to Avid Advice and just sign up tonight and tomorrow. And if you ever need me and Bella, please just send us a message there, and we would love to be there for you. And if I get any messages, if I feel any messages, if you sign up there, if Bella got some messages, so then we have also ability to send it to you and telling you exactly what's going on. So we have just 90 seconds. I have to say goodbye. Thank you so much, Lisa. For more information about me and Bella Love and other awesome psychics, go to avidadvice.com. avidadvice.com. Have a great one, and bye.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Tonight for Gemma Spirit World. How are we all doing? Oh my goodness, it is, okay, so on here on the Gold Coast, it is a Friday. I cannot believe that the week is nearly over. It has been the biggest week for me. Lots of positive highs that I've been hitting. I've actually been so busy with lots of readings. Good for me, good for others that are needing guidance, seeking, insight into their future as well. And I've had, I've really felt my batteries, my energy levels dropping as of today. I really did something for myself. I I went to work, but not actually, I didn't do any work for me, but I did a meditation, and I definitely meditate most mornings, but to actually go to a meditation group with, other beautiful, amazing people, it's to sit in a circle and just to be all together, come as one, and to really just let go, release, and just connect, and just to really just, it was amazing. And generally when I meditate, I'm very visual and I can see a lot of things, and it was just really nice to be guided through a meditation and not to see anything for the first time. For me, it was all about recharging my batteries, and my goodness, when I came out of my session, I felt amazing. I actually feel like I'm glowing. I feel like I'm ready for another big week for next week. So really, it's been huge. I mean, we had the new moon on Wednesday night, and it was huge. It was lots of releasing of old habits and lots of things that have come up in my past that resurfaced, and a lot of anxiety. That's something that I've suffered in the past, and to the point that my anxiety would have, really had me bound to my house and not being able to leave my house. So I had lots of, built up, pent up energy inside of here in my chest, and it just seemed to build up. And I was able to release that, and it really felt amazing to be able to release something that in my past really had held me back from, moving forward. So it's really about noticing the things that we've been going through, and really just taking it easy on yourself and not putting any pressure on yourself to be in a place where, you not to feel like you're ready for, and I also, another thing that I just wanted to mention, what was really big for me was that I woke up on Thursday morning. I actually have a recording of it. I know I have a message on my Spirit Facebook world. My goodness, Gemma's Spirit World, my Facebook page, I've actually mentioned how, I woke up 5:30 Thursday morning, and Spirit had let me know that I was doing a live reading. I didn't know, I just knew that I was going to go live on Facebook and do some readings, share my love and healing. And it just worked out that day that I had someone come into work and I was on their mind, and she said to me, let's do readings and let's do live, let's do it now. And that's how it happened. And it was amazing that waking up and just having that knowing, and the universe really having my back, and just really trusting in the universe and what you really put out there, and that we can manifest, the most amazing things into our life. So really believe and trust in the universe, that knowing that the universe has your back, and believe and trust in anything that any signs are coming your way. Alrighty, so we are going to get into some live readings. I'm super excited to share the love. And today we have Jennifer in Louisiana, USA.
Hi.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What kind of guidance can I give for you tonight? What areas are you looking for?
Well, all areas really. I feel like my life is a tornado. I'm really not sure. I've got all kinds of questions. I want to know where my career is going. If I'm going to see some improvement in that area of my life soon.
Yeah. Just a question with your career. I keep seeing a Y shape. Have you only just recently changed work, started a new job?
Yeah.
Because it feels like, okay, because that's what I'm seeing for you, and I see that because it's and being the Y, because I keep seeing the letter Y, being at an early stage in your life with work, like it's something new, it's just really just give it time is what I'm seeing for you, not to put too much pressure on yourself to, it's not to have too much expectations on yourself is what I'm seeing for you. I see that it's something that, it's because it's new and it's challenging for you, but it's also, it feels really good. It feels really like, what I keep seeing for you is that you're going to come in leaps and bounds. You're really going to be, it's huge for you. It's going to be very successful. It's going to bring in money for you. I feel like in the past, you've had jobs where, it feels like, because I feel your competencies. I mean, what I'm saying is that you're very capable of what you're doing, and this job's really going to challenge you. And I see that this is where you're going to grow in different areas, and you're really going to do well at what you're going to be doing. Is that resonating with you?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes, it feels good. I keep seeing the gold around you, and when I think of gold, I think of wealth, and I see money. So generally for money I get green, but I get gold for you, and I really feel it's a very positive thing in your life at the moment. This new job.
Wonderful.
Yes.
What about love, then? What about?
Yep.
What about
I was going
love?
to say your love. It's interesting because with love, I keep seeing like a heart in front of me, and it's like your heart's pounding. And what I get from that is that I feel like with love, it's like you have somebody close to you, but I also feel like this somebody keeps, like, whether they keep coming into your life and back out of your life, or it's something that they're not too far away from coming back into your life. Like it feels like it's something new, or that it's going to be something new, but it's going to grow. Because I keep seeing them going back and forth. Can you make sense with this at all?
Well, okay. Well, my closest friend is actually an old boyfriend, and and my ex-husband I just talked with today. So yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
So that's what I keep. Okay, so your ex-boyfriend is coming in, and it's obviously what I'm seeing for you is that your best friend, which is obviously male, he's the one that's come into your life, and then your ex is also stepping in, causing the distraction. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say the ex is stepping in and causing a distraction, but I would definitely say that my closest friend is an ex-boyfriend.
Yes, because that's what I keep seeing for you. I really feel that there's lots of bouncing around, and it's very confusing for your feelings and your heart at the moment. And it's like, it's what I keep hearing is focus on one, like who really pulls at your heart. But at the same time, it feels like a lot of past things. Like I feel like there's lots of there's lots of past stuff attached to both. But I really feel like your heart's really pulling for the not your ex, but the other gentleman.
Okay.
I just see that it's really confusing for you, and I feel like you're going around in circles. And what I do see in you, I keep seeing a circle, and basically I keep seeing your foot stepping out of the circle. It's really just really stepping out of both situations and just really sitting with your emotions, with your thoughts going through with you, because I feel like there's just too much distractions around you, and it's really confusing you on what you want to do with your love life. It just feels like it's going around in circles, if that makes sense. It's just confusing. Yeah, and I see that you have been hurt in the past, and I just feel like that things are just going to keep on being the way they are. I just see that I just feel like there's lots of old, just not negative, but there's just past baggage attached to both ends. And for you, I just see you really taking yourself out of the picture of it, and really looking at it, from a different perspective. Because it just seems that, because I can't see past the confusion of what I'm seeing in front of me, because I feel like the judgment of your emotions and what you're going through is really clouding the clarity. So at the moment, I just see it as a dead end, but at the same time, it's like because you have two relationships that have entered into your life, it's like really just stepping back and focusing on one, focusing on both, and basically really sitting down with what you actually want in the relationship, if you want it to work with any one of them. But at the same time, I really feel like it's just a friendship. It's really going to be a friendship-based thing, nothing too serious. I'm really like drawn to your heart. My heart really feels heavy. Your heart feels heavy about both situations. And I just feel like you've been really hurt in the past, and to really to look at what is good for you and your future and your happiness. Your happiness is really important. And I just seeing that it's really dragged you down. And it's generally it's holding you back from moving forward. Is that making sense with you? It just feels it's really tough decisions on your heart for you to make these decisions. Yeah, and I just feel your heartbreak. I really do. I just see that, the open, honest communication is really important. I'm really drawn to the colour blue around you. Because I just drew a card for you, and it's interesting because the card I drew for you is Speak Your Truth. It has lots of blue around it. And it's really about speaking your truth, but really being honest with yourself with what kind of relationship you want. Because once you put that out to the universe, you're going to attract the kind of relationship that you want, the kind of person that you want into your life. And if this doesn't sit with those two, either either, those two X's, it's really, really, because I know when you let go of people that are holding you back, you'll find that it makes room to meet somebody new in your life that's really going to respect you and bring a lot of happiness to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to be really gentle on yourself, Jennifer, regarding that, because I just can feel your heartache, and I can feel your yearning, for that love in your life, for that happiness, to not feel alone, just to know that you're not alone. And that, I know that when you're just able to let go of things, it can really bring in beautiful people into your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also, and I keep seeing flowers around you at the moment as well, and it's different kind of coloured flowers, whether you're, whether you're having a birthday coming, whether you're expecting or not expecting having a birthday coming up. But when I see flowers, it's really about uplifting your moods and really bringing more colour into your life. So doing things to distract your headspace, the more things that you can do for yourself that make you feel happy and uplift your mood, it's really, about looking after yourself and bringing in that positivity. But I don't see you being alone. I really seeing, just really, work out what you want is what I'm seeing with your love life.
Okay.
Yeah, and anything else I can help you with?
You said it's the flowers. I'm struggling with letting myself socialize. So, you know, like once before I was very social, and then through a relationship change my life, I stopped doing that completely, and I've let myself I've stepped into getting back to that just now, very recently. So that probably is what that is about, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really be gentle on yourself and look after, really put yourself first before you put others before yourself. Just be gentle in your heart and on your mind with all the thoughts that's going on.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's okay, Jennifer. I'm going to have to let you go only because that I have our next caller waiting for me, but it was lovely to connect to you, and just remember that your happiness is important and to really put yourself first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth. We have Elizabeth from Bakersfield, California. How are you tonight, Elizabeth? Hello, Elizabeth. We're just waiting for Elizabeth to connect. Okay, I'm going to draw a card for Elizabeth before we connect with her. I keep seeing lots of colours around her, and the card that I've drawn for Elizabeth until she connects is the music card. So I'm seeing lots of music, but lots of movement around her. So it'd be interesting to see if she's doing any kind of travelling or moving in her life. I keep seeing for you, I'm just going to talk because I get lots of images even though I don't. Okay, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Yes.
Yeah, really good.
Hello?
Are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Just busy.
Busy? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question. I drew a card for you before, and I drew the music card. And I was obviously just giving you a reading before we were trying to get you back on the line. And I'm just wondering, are you doing any kind of travel or moving in your life at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
You are. That's what I thought, because I can see lots of colour and lots of greenery around you.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, and you're doing lots of travel as a moving of house. I can see you doing both. So you're moving house and you're travelling.
Oh, I want to cry.
Are you okay? Are they happy tears?
Yeah, because I'm trying to leave the past behind. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, you're definitely going in the right direction.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. It feels really positive. There's lots of colour coming into your life. It really feels like everything's really on track for you. It just, there's lots of love and support around you, I'm feeling as well, but I really see that this change in your life is going to bring a lot of happiness, and also it really feels like it's a big weight lifted off your shoulders as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
and just kind of, did you just say?
I said, well, I think love.
Can you just say that a bit louder, please, Elizabeth?
I wanted to know if I would find love.
Yes, definitely. It was interesting because I keep seeing a child. You don't have children, do you, at the moment?
I have two, but I want another one.
You have yes, okay, because that's what I keep seeing, another child not too far away. That's the thing. And it's like it's either because you are wanting that your third child, then I can see it's not too far in the near future, because it's generally when I see people so close up, it really means it's something that you really want now. But I really feel, because you, are you not in a relationship?
On and off.
Yeah, because that makes sense, where I keep seeing this child, this third child. I feel like there's a child not too far away. So I feel like with the relationship that's going on at the moment, that it's really going to bring you more together with this third child that's coming your way.
Oh, I'm just so cry.
There's lots of love around you. I was really drawn to the colour red then, and lots of passion, but also at the same time, I just see that it's something that you've been wanting for a long time, and it's basically happiness. You're wanting that happiness and that love and that secured relationship. But, you know, I feel like trust is also really important, as well as communication. But it just feels really good. Like, your energy feels amazing. I feel like you're really have everything sorted out, and you've worked on a lot of other areas in your life, and because you've done that, it's really made you know, you can focus on what you really want now, and that's, you know, this child that's going to come through for you.
Thank you.
It'd be interesting to see that, you know, like, you have to let me know, because I keep seeing a girl, and I'm just letting you know what I'm seeing, but I keep seeing, you know, it's more the pinky colours around you. So I don't see it being too far away. Within the next 6 months is what keeps coming to me. And that's, you know, from now until, you know, 6 months, but I feel like you're going to fall pregnant within the next 6 months, you know, like now until the 6 months. So, you know, basically this third child isn't too far away from you. And I feel like it's really going to complete your family, but it feels really good, and it's going to really draw your relationship. It's really going to make your relationship stronger.
Oh my God, you're amazing.
So yes, it's lots of, and I keep seeing number 11 around you too. So whether 11 resonates with you anyway, but, you know, the number ones is all about new beginnings, a new chapter. It's about to start in your life, and, you know, new life, you know, so that's definitely, you know, more confirmation that this baby isn't too far away.
Thank you.
And just to I just drew a card before, and I've just lost it, but the card that came up was boundaries, and it was blue. So to really just communicate, be honest with, and I know that you're an honest person, but to be really open and be able to communicate from the heart. So just everything that's up in your mind, and I feel like you have lots of things that do enter your mind, just really express yourself, and don't be afraid to express yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and with the travel, so I keep seeing, have you just recently moved house? Is that what you just said before?
No, I haven't moved something.
Okay, because I can see that, and it's going to be beautiful. So it feels like that everything is really, everything's falling into the right place at the right time, if that makes sense. Because, when I've seen, and you'll have to listen back to to this session that you're having with me, this reading, because, you know, I spoke about the music and just seeing lots of beautiful colour around you. So it really feels like lots of positive things and beautiful things are coming your way.
Thank you.
You know, you're very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that would be it. Oh, yes. My friend Wax, he passed away in 2015.
And it's a male, did you just say? Because I keep seeing a male in front of me.
I miss him.
Yes, and you're very close with him, like a really close friendship more than anything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I'm really drawn, did he actually have a tattoo on his arm at all?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what he's showing me right now, because I've had this gentleman with me standing in front of me, and he keeps showing me a tattoo on his arm. So it's to let you know that you know, he's very proud of how strong you are and how you've been able to hold everything together. But not only that, how you've been able to change your life around. Does this resonate with you, this message?
Thank you.
Yeah. And to know that he's always looking over you, and to know that, you know, he's just really proud. He's really proud of you. He has this really big grin on his face. And he mentioned he wanted to give you a big hug as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, please keep in contact with me. Follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, because I love to know if you have a boy or a girl.
I will let you know everything. Now I have to get back to work.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
No, thank you. And blessings, 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 blessings.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okie dokie. Wow, what a beautiful, wow. I just love happy endings. I love, you know, when I see lots of so much beautiful, you know, positive, uplifting, beautiful things for everyone. We have 60 seconds, probably 30 seconds. Yes, thank you, Dave, 30 seconds. So, yes, what a great week. I'd just like to thank everyone that's connected with the two ladies, Elizabeth and, oh my goodness, Elizabeth, and I can remember Jennifer for connecting with me. Thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for having me tonight. I would love for everyone to connect with me on my Gemma Facebook. Oh my goodness, I can't even get it right. Facebook, Gemma Spirit World. My meditation has really relaxed my brain, my body, my soul. So have a lovely week, and I look forward to connecting with you all next week.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. It's absolutely a sensational early winter's morning here on the Gold Coast, and it's nice, and I suppose when the sun gets up it'll be nice and sunny, but it's very, very crisp. So I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours that you're having an absolutely sensational day, and that you really are being kind to yourself and sort of, you know, taking a little bit of time out of your busy day to just sort of stop and smell the roses or smell the coffee, or just absorb life in general and be very pleased to be alive and be proud to be part of this amazing time in history that we're all sort of making history together. So this week I want to talk about the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Four of Cups. Now, the Four of Cups is an unusual sort of card because a lot of people look at it and just sort of look at the card and sort of see this gentleman sitting under a tree with his arms folded and sort of say, well, okay, what's this card all about? But it is the card of money fluctuations. It can also be the card of being offered something that you may not want. So I look at it as being a card of contemplation, of sitting there, you're comfortable under the tree, in the shade of the tree, and your sort of life's pretty cruisy, and you get offered something and you have to really think about it and think about, is this what you really want? Is this the direction that you want your life to go in? Now, sometimes that can involve money, but a lot of times it doesn't. But the reasons why I bring in money fluctuations at the beginning, because if you're sitting under the tree contemplating your life and sort of looking at things and devising things and working out where things are going, quite often money comes into that. So it can be a time of being deep in thought and reflecting or looking at what your next step is, connected to money decisions. And unfortunately, money does make the world go round, and it's something that we all have to sort of work with and think about on a day-to-day basis. And for people that say to me, oh, I don't care about money, that's an absolute lie. We all do, because we all live in a world where money sort of does rule, and we do have to work with it. Whether we like it or not, we do have to work with money. So that takes me on to the next part of the show. And this week we are working with the new moon in Leo. And, you know, I just love new moons. I mean, I think they're probably my favourite moon cycle because of the freshness, the newness, the opportunity, I think, to really sort of start something, to sort of get excited and get motivated and look at something different in our lives. And this week, the new moon in Leo will be August 1, or the 1st of August if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's in Leo, so it's in a fire sign. So it's a time to get sort of up off the chair, to be motivated, to be enthusiastic, to really look at where our lives are going from here and wanting things to sort of move forward. So the new moon in Leo, and for those people that follow the show regularly, you'll understand when I talk about working with candle energy, and I'll bring that into the show right now, that when I work with candles, and I do quite often, I like to look at, particularly on a new moon cycle, I like to work with the energy of the new moon starting 2 days before the new moon. So I would have started my new moon energy or my new moon ritual on the 29th or July 29, and I write a little list and I try and put at least 3 things on my list, 3 things I'm hoping to attract into my life. Now, this is not necessarily something that's just going to happen in the next month or the next couple of days. It may be a longer term project. It may be sort of one that's an immediate thing, one that's a mid-term thing, and one that's a long-range thing that I'm trying to bring into my life that's new. So I write 2 identical lists. I write 3 things that I'm trying to attract to myself, but I also like to release 3 things at the same time. So if I've got 4 things on my list, I'm writing 4 new things I want to attract, I release 4 things, or sort of say that 4 things are coming to a close so that there's enough room in my life. So I like to work with the new moon in this way, that I look at 2 days on the approach, 3 days of the new moon cycle, and then 2 days of the decline. So when we're working with a candle, these candles have dual wicks in them. I light 1 wick one day and 1 wick the next day. I write out my list, I read it out aloud, then I light the candle, and then I pop the candle underneath on a coaster. But underneath that coaster is where I put my list that I've written, that I'm reading out to the universe. So I send that out to the universe and I work with my full moon candle. And obviously, because we're working with the energy of Leo, I would also be working with my fire sign candle. And this is the reasons why I write 2 lists. Now, I like to burn my candles for 15 minutes to 2 hours per day. I do sit with the candle purely for safety reasons. I like to sit there and work with the energy of the candle. And I use that time as my meditation time, where I gaze into the candle and I try and manifest, or just let my mind go blank, or just enjoy the flickering flame of the candle, or candles in this case. And I like to use that time to sort of allow it to be my still time of the day. So again, the 2 wick situation, 1 wick one day, 1 wick the next day, and that way you'll get a much longer burn time. Now, for people that don't necessarily have a big space, you can purchase one of our gift box sets. This week I've made it up with 2 fire sign candles and a new moon candle, but you can choose any of the 28 candles in our range. So these will burn for about 15 hours. You'll get up to about 100 hours out of our extra large candles if you do burning the alternate wick. So these are a great alternative if you've got a small space or you want to take them to the office at work. Again, I like to sit with my candles. And again, the same principle, placing them on a coaster. Never put a candle directly on furniture because they are glass, and the glass does sort of, you know, absorb the atmospheric temperature. So if it's cold like it is here at the moment, you don't want the warmth of the candle burning on the cool glass. It might shatter, and that's one of the reasons why I put them on a coaster. For those of you that don't want to work with a candle but you want to work with the energy of the candle, can I suggest a melt warmer? You can pick them up at your department store, your local supermarket. Fairly inexpensive. These are electric ones, and I take 2 teaspoons of the soy wax at the beginning of the cycle and then half a teaspoon a day. Again, same principle, write out your list, read it out aloud as you flick your melt warmer on. And this you can leave safely going all day. You don't have to babysit it. But I still suggest that you need to spend 15 minutes as you're looking at the wax melting, and sort of use that time to really focus on your intent, purpose and direction. It is really important that we do believe what we've put down on our list. It's no point in putting it down and saying, oh, that's that done and dusted. We have to really believe in what we're saying, and we have to believe that we deserve it. And I had a reading earlier this week with a colleague of mine, and she reminded me that we need to make requests from the universe. You know, if we want something in our lives, we need to put in like a requisition form, like put a request in and say, okay, I'm going to the supermarket, I request a parking spot. And, you know, if we start with simple little things like that and start to make that second nature, then, of course, we can up the ante to other more important things that we might require in our lives or we believe that we deserve. But that also goes hand in hand with working with your candles. Just because you've written 3 things on your list or 5 things on your list that you want to draw towards you, you can get into the habit of using this request system on a daily or an hourly basis, as long as you don't become too greedy. So the new moon in Leo is a time of new opportunities, of everything being new, sometimes known as the dark moon. It's a time when we really need to be looking for the freshness, the newness in our life. And when it's in the Leo energy, it's telling us that it's time to get up and perform. It's the time to sort of get out there, strut our stuff, show the world what we're made of. And, you know, we might be looking for, in an indirect way, applause or recognition for some of the things that we've achieved in our lives or the things that we're hoping to achieve. But it's more about, I think, being proud, about being very comfortable in your own skin at who you are, what you're hoping to achieve, and showing the world what you're made of. And, you know, for those fellow Leos, and I'm not a Leo, it's their time to really shine, because the sun's in your sign, the new moon's in your sign. It's that time to go and ask for the pay rise, which would be lovely. But for the rest of us mere mortals that aren't Leos, it's a time when I think we can all shine in our own light too. It's the time when we can really take a little bit more notice of our appearance, looking at whether there's things there that we need to tweak. Is it time that we need to look at a different exercise program or dressing more age appropriately, or is it time to get a new haircut or a new hairstyle, you know, or is it time to revamp the wardrobe? It's a time when we really do want to reward ourselves a little bit. And even if it is only a small item, it makes us feel good in our soul, and it's sort of a way of giving back to ourselves. And I think quite often we forget to give to ourselves. We're too busy giving to everyone else that we forget to give to ourselves. And that's a very important thing that we need to be focusing on, is that we are able to and are allowed to give to ourselves. It's, you know, we need to be able to do that. It's no point in just giving all the time and never receiving, or never asking for anything in return, because then the scales are out of balance. And everything is about things being in imbalance in your life. So this week I'm pleased and excited to talk about our female Leo, as we've been working our way around the zodiac. Astrologically, we've been featuring an actor or an actress every week, and this week we're up to the female section of the Leo part of the chart. This week I'm going to talk about Halle Berry. And it was interesting when I started to do a little bit of research on Halle, and I've watched her in many, many films, and I'm a really big fan of hers. I suppose in some sort of way, because I don't sit there and focus on somebody's race or their colour or their religion or whatever, I just tend to look at people as being people, and I don't take too much notice of the colour of their skin or their heritage. I look at their talent and what they're sharing with the world, that I'd forgotten that she was African American. I just was just so in awe of her amazing energy. And she always seems to be very upbeat, very positive, you know, really sort of a gentle, caring, but a dynamic sort of person at the same time. And as I started to do the research, I started to realise why I was so attracted to her. Here's a very, very attractive woman who spent her early years as a model. She worked her way through many beauty pageants and things like that, raising money for charities and places that she was very passionate about. And yes, she appeared in the Miss World contest. And I mean, that's no mean feat by any stretch of the imagination. Anybody that gets the opportunity to go into a beauty pageant like that and then actually gets picked to go into the Miss World contest, whether they take out the title or not, they have to be stunningly beautiful inside and out to be picked to go into that pageant. And she was in that pageant a few years ago now. But I suppose more importantly than anything, the thing was that really struck me, that I felt that she's such a role model, particularly for young women, and more so African American women, is she's the first woman ever in history to win an Academy Award in the African American society. And I think that's a real feather in her cap, but it's also more importantly an inspiration to other young women that anything is achievable. You don't have to look at that there's boundaries or restrictions just because you're slightly different or not perceived to be the same or equal to everybody else, that you don't come from the same playing field, that anybody can achieve anything that they set their mind to. And Halle Berry has so many awards under her belt and so many performances that she's done, on the big screen, in television series. There's too many to mention. But, she's such an amazing actress. She can go from being in a romantic comedy into a very, very serious role and a very dramatic role. And I think that brings out her ability as an actress to be able to own the part and to make us be part of the journey with her of the message or the character that she's playing, that we're right there with Halle by her side. We're understanding the message, we're understanding the storyline, and that takes a really dedicated actress to be able to do that. So we're going to take our first call up, and it's Jane in Moonstruck, Rhode Island in the USA. Are you there, Jane?
Yes, ma'am.
How can I help you this evening, sweetie? Do you have a question for me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking for my future to know whether the prosperity within my job is going to be a possibility within my future this year.
Okay, Jane. It's very, very interesting as I started to tune into your energy, Jane. I think this year hasn't been what I would call one of the easiest years for you. I think it's been a year where you you get a bit of a go on, and then all of a sudden everything comes to a dead standstill. And then you sort of get everything moving again, and then sort of again we come to another blockage or another standstill again. I want to sort of say to you, this is a year where it was meant to be that way. There's nothing you could have done that would have made it a smoother or an easier journey this year. You just have to work with the energy that's being shared with you. But it's also a time where I think that you've had the opportunity to stop and sort of have a good look at your life and sort of ask yourself questions about whether you're happy with where things are progressing. Are you happy with the friendships, the family environment, where you're living? Are you happy with your job? So you've really been questioning a lot of things right across the board. And that brings me back to your question about your job and whether or not it's going to be financially beneficial for you. I do feel that there's new opportunities coming from this job, and I'm going to say in the form of a promotion or an opportunity there to earn extra money, but I don't feel it's much before September. So we're nearly heading into August, so it's not very long to wait. I do feel that they are pleased with the work that you've been doing, and I just don't feel up until now there's been an opportunity there for them to show you how much they do appreciate what you've been doing. There's been no openings there to offer you a promotion or an opportunity to earn extra money, but it is certainly coming. I did feel, though, with this new promotion, this new opportunity, it will also lead into some extra training or some extra study that they will suggest to you, but they're saying to you it's not mandatory. I'm going to say to you it is. I think you need to take it up, whether it fits in with your lifestyle or not, because it's the next integral part towards where the job will lead you to. If you want to continue to grow and to continue to sort of get promotions in this line of work that you're in, you're going to need to continue to train to sort of upskill yourself to be able to meet those demands. I also want to say to you, Jane, there seems to be some question marks around where you're living. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's got to be a move of residence. It just means that things are changing around where you are. So I don't know whether that means you're just literally changing the furniture around, or whether there's been some changes in the home that you've had to adjust to. To me, it's sort of been, I'm going to say, an uncomfortable energy. I'm going to say that there's been things that have been brought to your attention there, or family issues this year that have needed more attention than what you first thought. And that sort of left you a little bit tired and sort of thinking, oh, when is this ever going to stop? All I want to do is to be able to take a breather and just sort of relax a little bit. Well, I'm going to say again, it's not very far away. So I think you really do need to give yourself a good pat on the back, Jane, because I feel that you have worked hard and that's a good thing, but I feel that you need to sort of just keep going, sweetie, and be aware that you need to be very careful about what you're putting into your mouth. You know, make sure that what you're feeding yourself is as nutritious as possible so that we can keep the energy levels up as we rocket towards the end of the year. So I hope that's been of help, Jane.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and I just want to, I want you to understand that you couldn't have done anything differently that would have changed how this year's been for you. If anything, you've handled it with such grace and such dignity. And it's sort of like, and I'm sure there's been days there where you just didn't want to get out of bed. It was just sort of like everything in your body was aching. You felt exhausted and you thought, oh, here we go again. But you kept going and you did it with a smile on your face. And that's a hard thing to do, Jane, when you got to keep going and you sort of think, I can't see an end to this, but you've done it and you've done it with such style, sweetie.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. But just be aware, darling, next year's going to be a much easier year because you've put all the hard yards in this year and, we're really going to start to see the rewards coming. So I'll leave it there with you, Jane, but it was lovely to speak with you tonight, sweetie. We're going to go to April in Gibson in Ohio. Are you there, April?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, sweetie. How can I help you tonight? Do you have a lovely question for me to work with?
Oh, I wanted to know about my finances.
Your finances, yes. Okay, we can certainly talk about finances, April. The first thing that they're showing me or sharing with me, April, is that there's been a number of endings, changes and transformations. And I'm going to say that hasn't just happened in the last month. I think that's been sort of the theme for the last 12 to 18 months where a lot of doors have closed and we've had to sort of wait for new ones to sort of open up. But during this transition period, I think there's also been some extra strain on finances where we've had to sort of pluck money out of somewhere to sort of accommodate the things that we've needed extra money for or things that we've had to purchase or whatever. So it has left a little bit of a dent in your budgeting and your financial sort of, bank balance and things like that. And you're sort of wondering whether or not we're ever going to get this back onto an even keel. I do believe we are, and I do believe we're at the end of what I'm going to say is the unexpected extra expenses that you've had to come up with. It's sort of like now we can slowly start to claw our way back to a position where you start to feel comfortable.
Okay.
It's been a particularly expensive year, hasn't it? There's been a few unexpected things that cropped up this year.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's coming to an end now. It's like we can budget now for where we're going. Like there's no extra surprises there of the not so pleasant kind. The surprises that are coming towards you now are good surprises. But I still think out of all of this, April, I feel that you've learned so much about how you spend money and how you delegate money for, not just budgeting, but sort of future planning and things like that, where I don't think you fully understood where your money was going until this year. And it's because it was a little bit tighter that you started to realise, well, hang on a minute, I'm spending a little bit too much in this area. If I do this and streamline that, then that'll give me a little bit of extra money to put over here. And it's sort of like, it's been a good exercise because I think it's taught you to sort of really be conscious of the money that you're going to spend before you spend it. So you're now you're not just doing it like on automatic pilot. You stop and you think about it and say, is this really necessary? Yes, it is. Then I'll proceed. If it's not, well, then I can put it off for another week or a month, or no, I don't need it. So this has been some very, very good lessons, setting you up for the coming years, April, in as much as I'm not saying hard years financially. I'm saying giving you the opportunity to make the money that you earn really work for you and sort of get you financially secure much faster. So it's been a learning year, it's been a learning curve, but it's been a very positive year in that way because you've learnt well. You've really gone to the top of the class with it. Is there potentially another job coming up or a change in the job that you're in that would give you the opportunity to earn more money?
Well, No, I don't have any new jobs coming up. But we bought a commercial building that we were planning on turning into a business, but we had to, there was so much wrong with it and so much came up that it literally just drained us.
Right. Yeah, but I still feel that there's something else coming. Even though that wasn't, you know, probably the best decision, look at what you've learned out of that. You know, even though it financially drained you, look at what you've gained in knowledge that if you were to go into something else or contemplate going into something else and turning it into another income stream, this time you'd be so much ahead of the game that you'd know what to look for and what questions to ask and what to avoid. I still feel there's another opportunity coming before 6 months is out, connected to another income on top of what's already coming into the family household.
Okay.
And that's good because it's going to sort of really financially set the scene for, you know, we're putting a good foundation down to build upon that so that we can really start to create some wealth here.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I need.
Yeah, and that's what you were working towards. And I'm not saying what you did was wrong. And I mean, I think it's one of those things that I like to call karmic. You know, we can go into something, we can do all our homework and everything looks great, but we have to deal with what's put in front of us. And we sort of turn around and think, well, how come I missed that? Or why did I go that way? Why didn't I see or sense some sort of sign that this was wrong? Well, we're not meant to, because it's part of the lesson, or one of the lessons we came here on earth to learn. We have to experience this, and we have to experience it sort of like raw, like with no intuition, no gut feeling, no anything. We go into it, and this is where our greatest learning comes from. And that's what I think this commercial premise was for you and your husband. I think it was one of those karmic learning curves. So you've learnt that now. So now we're going to sort of start to reap some rewards from that experience. You know, we'll recoup the money we've lost on that, you know, potential opportunity in another sort of way. So I do feel the next 12 to 18 months we've got the opportunity to recoup that plus more back towards you. But you're certainly heading in the right direction financially, April, so just keep going because things will improve and you will get to where you wanted to be. It's just that you're going to take a different road to get there.
Okay.
Okay, so I hope that's helped you, April.
Yeah, that has.
Wonderful. Lovely to speak with you, sweetie. So it's been an interesting Mercury retrograde. Mercury is still retrograde for another few days. He finishes his little retrograde cycle on about August 2. I'm doing the happy dance, let me assure you. It's been a very, very unusual Mercury retrograde this time. I mean, you know, Mercury goes retrograde 3 times a year, and we talk about it 3 times a year on the show, where it's anything from about 2.5 weeks to 3 weeks. This one seems to have been like 3 years, or it's felt like that. But anything that could possibly go wrong on a communication level, whether it's your internet connection or whether it's your telephone or your cell phone or any of those wonderful gadgets that we use on a day-to-day basis, it's been a time where it's been quite testing in those sort of ways. And it's been a really difficult time, I think, for a lot of people with personal communication too. You know, a lot of people have sort of, you know, my inbox has been full. I don't seem to be able to get people to listen to me. Nobody's got their listening ears on. Well, that's all typical Mercury retrograde. But it's also been a time where I think people have really been asking themselves where they're going, what they're doing. Have I really achieved what I wanted to achieve this year? And it's been a very introspective Mercury retrograde. And I'm you know, I haven't been immune to that either. I've had my same questions and things like that about it as well. So I just want to share with everybody that Mercury will be going direct soon, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief, which will be absolutely wonderful, that we can all get our positivity hats out of the wardrobe again and sort of get ready to be fired up and start, you know, communicating in a bigger way. But let's use the power of this new moon in Leo as Mercury comes to a close with his retrograde cycle and start to get out there and strut our stuff. It's the time to sort of to feel very positive, to know that new opportunities are coming our way. It's a time to show people what we're made of and to be very proud of what we have achieved. So until next week, be very kind to each other and kind to yourselves, and don't forget to stop and smell the roses or smell the coffee along the way. Bye for now.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone. I'm Colleen van der Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. Thank you so much for watching and listening tonight. I am a medium, and as a medium, I connect in with our loved ones on the other side. And I'm also a certified life coach. And as a life coach, I help people basically handle their problems. I help them get back to who they truly are so that they feel empowered and confident in moving forward in their lives, recognizing they have the power to change their lives. And this is what I do all the time, just help people live a better life. Today's coaching tip is all about being deliberately bold. When I think of being deliberately bold, I feel very empowered with that thought. It seems to be something that gives me a feeling of confidence. Being deliberate is acting with intention, making conscious choices and decisions, okay? Being bold implies a bit of fearlessness, some courage and some bravery. That doesn't mean that we're not scared, but being bold means we act anyway and we take action, no matter what, if we have fear or not. When we are deliberately bold, we consciously choose to take the action. It's a willingness to take a risk, to face a fear that could be holding us back. It's not being reckless or stupid. We're not just acting for the sake of acting. We involve an intention with it and a conscious decision. The other day, I was talking with a friend and explaining my thoughts on being deliberately bold. And at that moment, interestingly, we drove by a ropes course. A ropes course is made up of activities like zip lining, climbing on ropes, walking on boards that are suspended in the air, all sorts of challenging activities, and they all happen 30 to 40 feet above the ground or even higher. My friend said, should we do it? It would be deliberately bold. His question was particularly interesting because we had already talked a little bit about my fear of heights. You know, I'd said I would not jump out of an airplane, that kind of thing. So we'd already talked about these things, but his comment saying it would be deliberately bold and saying we should do it because it would be kind of made me go, maybe we should check it out. So we did turn around and we went back. And we were standing there looking at the different parts of the course and watching the people who were there and thinking about it. And he just every now and then say it would be deliberately bold. And I'm coming up with reasons as to why I can't do it. I absolutely can't do it. And then I thought, well, maybe I should try. I don't know. I was definitely nervous about it because it was something that's very out of character for me. But it would be deliberately bold. I'm not as physically strong as I once was when I went to the gym all of the time, and the fear of heights is significant. Add to the fear of actually doing the course was the fact that the last thing you had to do to get back to the ground was jump off of a platform. Jumping off of a platform when you have a fear of heights is a pretty big hurdle. There are protective devices. It's not like you're just jumping. You know, they have cables and everything. So it really is safe, but it's still scary, especially if that's the only way down. If we hadn't been talking about being deliberately bold, I would have said, no, I am definitely not doing this. But if I wanted to be deliberately bold, shouldn't I try something that I wouldn't normally do? This was definitely something I wouldn't normally do. And I felt that this challenge was important. It seemed like a way to dig deep, you know, get back into my power to see if it was even possible that I could do this. How many times have we not done something because we're too scared? It can be simple, like not speaking your truth because you don't want to offend somebody, so that might be too scary for you. Or it could be looking at a different viewpoint or a different perspective and having to change your mind, and you just don't want to step out of your comfort zone. Or it could even be profound. Maybe you have a job you don't really like and you want to find a new job, but you're scared about putting yourself out there because maybe nobody will hire you. Maybe you're not good enough. So it stops yourself from moving forward. Maybe you don't travel because you're afraid something bad will happen. We all hear the news about these things that happen, but it might stop you from doing those things you want to do. What if if there was something that's stopping you, that you were deliberately bold instead. If you consciously chose to make a decision that would be bold, what if you did that? What would your action be? Would you change your thoughts? Would you face a fear? Would you take a risk? Would you speak your mind? Would you just make a bold decision? I was talking to a woman the other day who was really struggling in her relationship, and she was telling me it wasn't feeling right anymore, and she was very unhappy. Her comments went in circles. She needed to stay in the relationship for these reasons, and she needed to leave for those reasons. And she went back and forth and back and forth. She was stuck in the thoughts in her head, and her emotions were all over the place. When we're stuck in emotions, we actually create more fear. And then we don't take action. It's like we're paralyzed. If I didn't have somebody there encouraging me to do this, I wouldn't probably have gone on that ropes course, because I would have talked myself out of it. I would have said, oh, don't do it. It's going to be too scary. I would have gone and on and on. But because I had somebody there who was supporting me, it was safe for me to take the chance on it. Now, this woman, with her relationship, she knew she needed to take action, and she knew she needed to get space for herself so she could clear her head. But she kept talking herself out of it. Her fear was holding her back. For her, being deliberately bold would be speaking her truth and then taking some action to get the space she needs. Her decision doesn't have to be permanent, but without taking action, nothing changes. Being deliberately bold can help you get clarity on a problem or a concern. It can help you face your fears. It's an empowering mindset that is actually decisive and courageous. You may still have fear, but you make the conscious choice to do it anyway. I can tell you that with that ropes course, on the first activity, my heart was pounding. I was so nervous and so scared. I wanted to make sure I did everything right, because I didn't want anything bad to happen, like falling off of something or, hanging there in the air or something. But with that first activity, I was so focused on what I was doing. I actually even wasn't bothered by the fact that I was 30 or whatever feet above the ground. When I got to the first zip line, however, the fear came back, because I have always said that I will never, ever in this lifetime do a zip line. I am not about to jump off of a platform and fly through the air holding on to something to get to the other side. But here I was. I had to do it because it was the only way you could keep going, and there was no other way to go. So I just closed my eyes and jumped. And you know what? Nothing bad happened. Can you believe it? Just like they say, they said nothing bad would happen. But what I noticed is once I made that first action and I trusted the process and jumped off, that it was all good. And with each challenge, I felt more and more secure and more competent. And at the end, I did jump off of the platform to get back to the ground. Just the act of doing it was awesome. Although I was scared, I did these things anyway. As I learned more about the course and how it worked, I made the intentional choice to be as fearless as I could. I was deliberately bold. With each fear I faced, the stronger I felt. I felt more empowered. How many times is it that when we're scared of something, when we just take some action, we realize our fear wasn't nearly as big as we thought it was going to be? When we face these fears by being deliberately bold, we reclaim our power and we become stronger in who we are. Is there anything that's holding you back? Do you have a fear, a problem? Are you worried about something? Are you stuck in emotions? Is something going on and you're just not taking action because of a fear or whatever you think it is? Is there something you want to say or do, but you're not doing it? Ask yourself, what would be deliberately bold? Be out of your comfort zone if you have to be. Just step out of it for a bit. Just do it. Take the risk. Be courageous. Face your fears. Being deliberately bold will help you create your best, most awesome life. And I can tell you that if I did that course, I'm sure you can do some things too, because I thought that would never happen. So it was really a miracle, let me tell you. And that is my coaching tip of the day, being deliberately bold. You can reach me at my website, psychicmediumcolleen.com, as well as on Facebook, Colleen Vander Zijden, medium and intuitive life coach. Now we are going to go on to our first caller. We have Zodi from West Palm Beach in Florida. Zodi, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And how can I help you?
I was actually looking to try to connect with my brother.
Okay. And was he on the younger side when he passes? Because I have a younger man here.
I'm sorry?
Was he on the younger side when he passed? Because I have a younger man here. Okay. And would you understand him being somebody who, this is interesting, a little bit, well, you know how we don't speak our mind? He speaks his mind. Does he say whatever he wants to say without really any regard to how it comes across?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I get somebody who's like that, and he feels a little reckless to me, in that he doesn't really always plan things out all the way. He doesn't always think things through all the way. And I feel him just saying whatever he wants to. But I also want to point out, though, that he is not like this all the time, because he's actually a very sensitive person. Would you understand him being a sensitive person?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me? Would you understand him being a sensitive person? Okay. Okay, as long as you can hear me. So we'll see what happens. So I'll just keep talking about him for just a few minutes as we check in and see what's going on with the sound here. But for this person, I can feel him being sensitive. I can feel him being somebody who actually kind of protects himself a little bit. And it is interesting that I have somebody like that coming in tonight when I'm talking about being bold and speaking your mind. There is, of course, you do want to take, okay. Are you all back again for me, Zodi, here?
Yes. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Oh, who knows? You know, technology. It's just the way it is. So I was saying that your brother feels very sensitive to me. It feels like he feels things very deeply. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also understand that he hides himself behind a different kind of persona? So he acts a certain way. It's kind of like he's trying to cover up how sensitive he is. Do you understand that as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I have him then. I like to make sure before I get going. I do want to tell you, he seems like a fun kid to me, and he seems like somebody who, when things are going well for him, he can be very charming and so much fun. I do feel a little bit, I want to call it, of a tortured soul, if you will, because I feel like he has a lot of questions about himself, how he fits into life, all of those things. And what's coming through very strongly is I feel like he wants to make an apology to people here. Because he gives me the impression that part of his passing, if not all of it, is caused by his own actions. Does he do something that helps him cross over to the other side?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And you notice how gentle I was with that, because I didn't want to just come right out and say that, because he's telling me he wants to apologize for that. He's not a person who would intentionally hurt people. And I know sometimes he says things that do hurt people, but it's not on purpose. It's just that he's struggling. He has some struggles there. And he wants to apologize to everybody, basically, to tell them he's really sorry. He says he would never have intended to cause pain to someone else, okay? It's not a decision he would make consciously. It just happens. I also get the impression he's trying to protect himself, you know, that this is the only option for him, okay? So, and I do feel that recklessness around him as he's talking about this. He doesn't want to talk about the bad things. He wants to talk about the good things. Would you understand who has the dog in the family?
My mom.
Okay, because I want to talk about a dog for a minute. Does he very much love the dog?
Yeah, he did, one of them.
Okay, because I want to talk about a dog, and when I feel the dog, when he's showing it to me, I get this sense of safe. He feels safe. You know, he doesn't have to deal with issues and problems that are around him or anything like that. Would you understand him as well, being quite good at math, but not really good at math classes?
Probably.
Because the way he's showing himself to me, I feel like he can figure so many different things out. He can figure lots of things out, but I don't feel him really liking, you know how in math classes, you know, way back, you know, they make you do the work and stuff. I feel like he just doesn't want to do that. So, you know, there's a little stubbornness there. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah.
Okay. He's kind of one where you can't really tell him what to do. He's just going to do what he wants to do. Which is interesting. Yeah. Because it's almost as though if somebody tells him what to do, he's going to do the opposite just because he can. And just kind of prove that he's the one in control. So he doesn't really, how can I put it? He just doesn't listen. He's not going to listen, and that's just the way it is. Okay. He's actually talking about you, and he says you did such a good job of trying to help him out. I know you had your little sibling things that we all have, but he said you did such a good job of trying to help him, because I actually feel like you were asking him questions, you know, like, how are you doing, and trying to kind of get through to him. Did you try to get through to him?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And he also tells me he didn't listen to you either. But he wants to thank you for that. Yeah. He wants to thank you, though, because even though it doesn't look like he's listening to, he is hearing you. He's just not taking action. He's just not making the changes that would really help. And I know you started out very gently with this, trying to help him. And then I know you got stronger in the things you were saying. I also understand it was very hard on you because you kind of felt like you're beating your head against a wall, you know, and for you to be able to let him do his own thing, you know, without trying to control him is very hard. It's very hard to let that go because you see the path he's on and you know that this is just not going to be good and you can't do anything about it. But he wants to thank you for trying to help him out, for being there for him, even though he doesn't show you it. Okay. So he wants to thank you now for that. And as he's doing it, there's a lot of love coming through because he says that you have taken his experience of his passing and you've used it to kind of help other people. He says when other people have problems and stuff, you're there for them and you're giving them good advice and you're kind of guiding them. Have you noticed that you've been doing that more and more?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in a way, you're doing it because you're honoring him. You're doing it to show him how much you love him. And you want to make sure other people don't have to go through bad things like your family had to go through. So you want to help other people that way. And because your heart is open in that way, you're attracting more people to you who need your love, your support, your guidance. Whether you know them very well or not doesn't make a difference. They will come to you. And every time you help somebody else, it's as though you're helping your brother as well. I know it's too late to help him here in the physical, but it makes him so proud to recognize that you are doing this, and it really makes him happy. So continue on with doing that, with helping other people. He sends you so much love. This is interesting. Do you have something of his? And this would be something that he wouldn't necessarily tell everybody he has. Do you have something like a stuffed animal or something that he would have worn regularly? Because I feel like you have something of his. It's like a memento. Do you have something like this?
Yeah, I gave it to my son.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Because he does acknowledge that. So I just want to make sure I mention that to you. The connection is so very strong. And he thanks you because he says you also been talking to him on occasion. You'll say something to him. And he says, don't worry about the fact that you were mad at him after he passes. Don't worry about it. It's okay. He understands it. He said he would have been mad too. So don't worry about it. It's not a bad thing. Don't be guilty, anything like that. So he sends you so much love, Zodi. So thank you so much for calling. I'm so glad I got to talk to you. You make sure you tell the rest of your family that he loves them and he's still around them, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a good night. And that was Zodi from Florida. It's always so hard when we have, you know, a relative who passes, you know, like a brother or something that's on the closer side, and there's some struggles there because sometimes we carry guilt with us. So he was very clear about not carrying the guilt. It's important. The love is always there. It never leaves, even though somebody has passed to the other side. So now we are going to move to Pam from Dayton, Ohio. How are you, Pam?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. How can I help you today?
Well, I've fallen on hard times. I can't find a job to support myself. I'm living at my sister's now, and I'm wondering if there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, that's interesting because tell me if this is accurate because I feel that you're actually well trained in all sorts of things. Are you?
I am, but I have a voice problem, and so I can't work in sales or marketing or anything where I'm on the phone a lot.
Right, that would make sense. Right. Yeah, so that could be an issue. You know what's interesting to me is I am seeing some kind of, it looks like, for lack of a better word, I don't know a whole lot of careers out there. It looks like something that's more of a data entry or a research type position. Have you applied to anything like that where you would be helping a company or a person getting more information and then entering information into a system?
Yeah, I've been applying for everything.
Okay. This feels like a good thing to me. So I want to make sure that you apply to all sorts of different things. And I know you have, but this, it almost feels like a small company, like, somebody has their own place, like a lawyer or something like that. Have you applied to a lawyer's office to help there at all?
No, I haven't, not yet.
Okay. If you notice something like that, I would suggest you check it out and apply. This doesn't feel like something where you would need special, legal training to do because it seems like they can explain what they're looking for. I mean, and you're smart. You know how to do things. You know how to look things up, and all of that. And it feels like a small situation to me. And I keep seeing lawyer, so there may be something to that. So somehow in some kind of a position that I would call a professional position. So even something helping out in, like an accountant's office or something, if they have somebody who does not accounting, somebody who would help with things like that. So that actually feels good to me. So I'll put that out there for you. The thing is too, and I know you've been applying in all sorts of places, and it's the feeling of the frustration is actually kind of strong there of not knowing which direction to go next. You keep trying and nothing is coming of it. And that's, I think, part of the reason why I keep feeling the smaller situation there with somebody who's willing to hire somebody who's, not 12, or 18, that feeling there too. The thing is, it seems to me that you've had so many different experiences in your lifetime, and you've been very good about handling things as positively as possible. And this one is starting to really kind of get you down because you're starting to feel like you're never going to have a position. And you're starting to feel like you don't want to be a burden on somebody else. You don't want to be feeling like you're imposing on somebody else. Does that make sense for you?
That does. And I also feel like my acts were not forced yet. But I feel like he's put a curse on me. I don't know why.
You feel like your ex has put a curse on you?
Yeah, his name is Ken. And he's a guru.
Okay. My feeling on that is no one can put a curse on you ever.
Okay.
So if you feel like the reason you would feel like there's a curse on you is because you feel out of control. It feels like you have bad luck, bad things going one after another. You can't control it. You can't fix it. That kind of thing. For me, when I feel that kind of energy, what I always want to tell people, and I always do tell people, is that that means they have to reconnect to themselves again. They have to reconnect to their inner power. Because if you're feeling like somebody put a curse on you, even if it's just a passing thought, that means you are right now giving your power to someone else. You're actually saying that someone else has power over you. And that's not a good thing. Because when you give your power away to somebody, you're not strong in yourself anymore. So I would suggest, speaking and moving into coaching mode rather than the mediumship psychic mode for a moment, I would suggest as a coach, what you would want to do is set up some intentions. So literally come up with intentions of how you want to feel in your day, or an intention of how strong you are. And you may do something along the lines of, I am a powerful and competent woman, something like that. You can say it out loud or not, okay? So you don't have to say these things out loud. If you consciously just stop for a moment and just say, I am a powerful woman, whatever feels right to you. You want to use I am statements, because I am statements are very powerful. They make whatever you're saying in the present right now. You might want to say something about being competent, so it gets your power back to recognize that you can have a job and you'll be good at it. So you want to say something about yourself being powerful, something along the lines of competency. You might want to say something about trusting the universe to bring you exactly what you need. So you're trusting, if you believe in a God, you're trusting in God, you're trusting in the energies around you to help you. Okay, that's not giving your power away, that's trusting in the process of things. So that may be very important for you.
I've been asking for a lot of help from the other side, and I'm wondering if you're picking up on any of my friends or family on the other side of the bell.
Well, and that may be what's happening. I've only got a couple of minutes left, so I don't really have time to connect in with them. But that may be what's happening, because when I get information, when I'm talking to somebody, it's coming from someplace else. I kind of channel it through, and the support. And it's great that you talk to the people on the other side, because they will support you. They will help. Okay, so you can ask for help. You can just tell them what you think, and they can actually give you some intuitive guidance. You might feel something and all of a sudden know what to do, what action to take. Something could just happen. So keep talking to the people on the other side. And while you do that, definitely think about doing some intentions. When you do intentions, add the emotion with it. I want to be happy today. I want to feel empowered, or I am empowered today. I am happy today. I am a person who can handle my life. Those kinds of things. If you Google intentions, you'll be able to get all sorts of stuff. Louise Hay has many intentions out there that you can find. And so you can read through some that other people have written, and you may find something that really helps you and that speaks to you. So I would suggest doing that. At the same time, keep looking for that job. Look for smaller companies, okay, where you might do something with data entry or research, something like that. That will really help you. And because I do feel something coming. So Pam, thank you so much for calling in tonight. I'm so happy I got to talk to you. I'll send you lots of positive energies on your job search, so you have that.
Okay, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a great night. And that was Pam from Ohio. And it's so nice to talk to people from all over the place on this show. I want to thank you so much for watching and listening. I'm Colleen Vanderzijden, and this was Creating an Inspired Life. You can connect with me at psychicmediumcolleen.com, and as well as on Facebook, Colleen Vanderzijden, medium and intuitive life coach. You guys have a great week, and I will talk to you next week. Goodbye.
welcome to Guidance, Angels Divine Guidance. I'm Angel, I'm psychic medium, and I have a few little things to say today. Remember that today is the new black moon, also known as the dark moon. It is a super moon. Today is a great time to do performing of cord cutting rituals. It's also a perfect time to get rid of anything in your life that no longer serves you. So what I like to do on the new moon and the full moon is I do my little ritual. I write down what I'd like to cut cords to, what I would like to get rid of that no longer serves me. And then I burn it with a little bit of sage and I release it to the universe and I let the universe take her over. The other thing this week that has been brought a lot to my attention is I want to just make it known to everyone that we all possess the tools that we need to unlock our hidden potential and help us lead an intuitive and psychic life. Because this week's been a week where everybody says, how did you know you were intuitive? How do you know if you are intuitive? And I'm like, well, we all are. It's just whether we choose to activate it and open it up and enjoy the ride. So like last week, this week I pulled a few cards. So the card that I got for all our viewers today is the Fearless card. Okay, so let's remember with the Fearless card is we don't want to look back on our life and go, what would it have been like? So we need to jump in. Fear is nothing more than we don't have information related to the topic that we're scared of. And we need to turn around and just relax. And we need to start figuring it out and just taking the leap. Run and jump off the dock. Let's have some fun. Okay? Now, we are going to go into our first caller, which is Veronica.
Hello?
Hi, Veronica. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Now, today I was pulling cards, and your card is the Compassion card. Now, the Compassion card is not just about unconditional love towards others. It's also unconditional love towards ourselves. I get a sense for you, Veronica, that you're kind of hard on yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I'm just going to get into here. Okay. You need to get a little more easier on yourself. Okay. You're making choices and decisions based on the information that you have at hand. So you got to give yourself a little leeway because none of us are perfect. There's no such thing as 110%. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any particular questions that you wanted to ask me tonight, or did you want me to just dive in?
Just dive in, please.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, Veronica, I'm just going to get in. Oh, I love your energy. You're a very wonderful person. You have a very big heart.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
You give the shirt off your back to perfect strangers, which sometimes kind of leads where you get taken advantage of.
Yes.
So you need to keep that in mind, that not everybody is at the same place that you are, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay. You're very intuitive. You've always followed your gut and you've always gone for what you've wanted, no matter what anybody has said.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Let's see. Have you had a little bit of health issues here in the last 6 months? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Know that you're coming to the end of that issue, like that it's going to start resolving itself.
Awesome.
Okay. You just need to start taking a little more you time. I feel like you're a very busy person. You're constantly doing for others and putting yourself last, need I say?
Yes.
Yeah. So you need to start learning the word no. Okay?
Okay.
And it's okay to say no, and it's okay to take time out for you. Just remember that if you don't do this for yourself, you're not going to be able to help other people, because you are going to fall sick, and you're going to be in a position where you won't be able to help people. So you need to take care of yourself to be able to help others.
Okay.
Does that make sense for you?
Very, very much so.
Yeah. Okay. Who has or had the heart problem in your family?
Other than myself, my dad.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking this is more you.
Yes. Recently it was me. Yes.
Yeah. Are you still having trouble breathing? Because I'm feeling tight in the chest. No?
No. Okay. No, my breathing's fine.
Okay. I'm getting like a tightness in my chest, which leads me to believe that you're either having issues with breathing, or you're overdoing it with your heart, which is making you kind of tired.
Yes, I do be tired. Yes.
Okay. So, are you on oxygen?
No, I think that was because at the time I was working two jobs, but now, as a couple of weeks ago, I let them go. I'm only working one now.
Oh, okay. That would explain some of what I'm feeling. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, I'm going to stick with you need to slow down. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Just for the fact that you're going to run into a little more issues if you don't. Like, I'm not a medical doctor or anything. I can only go by what I feel when I'm sensing people's energies, and I'm getting the heart. I'm getting the heart issue. I'm getting the tight chest. Like, I'm going to have a hard time breathing. So you need to slow down, and you need to take care of yourself.
Okay. Okay.
And it's okay to ask for help. All right.
Okay.
I know you're used to doing stuff your way, and you're a very independent woman who has conquered the world. So now it's time to say it's okay to ask for help. And I'm saying this through experience, because I'm a lot like you. I've conquered, I've did on my own. And within the last year, I've had to really ask for a lot of help, because I was diagnosed with cancer. And that gave me a great big lesson of you need to ask for help. Okay? And it's okay. It's okay for us to let that guard down and get people to help us. It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Okay? Because, I mean, we're only human, and we can only do so much. And the people in your life want you around for a long time. So they're going to understand, and they're going to help you.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have 2 children?
I do.
Okay. Okay, so you have a son and a daughter?
A son and a daughter, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Your daughter's waiting to help you, but she doesn't want to step on your toes.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, she'd love to help you, but she doesn't want to make you feel worse than you already do, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because your daughter has a very big heart like you. She's also an empath, so she feels things a lot.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So she really wants to help you, but she's kind of holding back a little bit. So just ask for some help.
Okay. Okay.
Are you living in your own house?
I moved here about 8 months ago. It's an apartment.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Because I was going to tell you, like, the yard work was getting to be too much.
Mm-hmm.
So they're showing me that there was going to be a shift or a move. So if you've already made it, that's a good thing. Okay.
Yes. And where I was previously, the yard work had gotten to be too much. So yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were showing me that you were really struggling with it. So where you are, you made the right choice to move there if you've been second guessing yourself. I know it's hard to move and have to downsize and give up some of our possessions.
Yes.
Okay. So just know that you made the right choice for yourself. Do you have 3 grandchildren?
No, I have 2, unless there's one on the way.
They're showing me 3. So that could mean there's either another one on the way, definitely, or it could mean that there is somebody like a niece or a nephew that you consider to be a grandchild.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I have two, but my daughter miscarried a month ago.
Was it a boy?
I don't know. It was only like
I'm getting a feeling that there's 2 boys and a girl for grandchildren.
Okay, I have 2 girls as grandchildren.
Okay, so that's way out there. Why would that be? Yeah, no, that's a really way out there one. Okay, so unless I'm already picking up on caller number 2, I'm just going to leave that one alone.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Okay. Now, you have a question?
Well, I am considering moving at the end of this year. My desire is to move to Florida because my daughter's getting married next week and she and her husband will be doing other things. So my desire is to move to Florida, and I'm just wondering, is this going to be a good move for me?
And you want to do that by next year?
Well, at least by the end of this year. The next year would be fine too. There's really not a rush.
I think I'm not going to say don't do the move, but I'm getting right now you need to stay where you are because you're going to need a little bit of extra help.
Okay.
Okay. And you need to just kind of settle and make sure you get the health issue under wraps.
Okay.
Okay. Because if you're in the middle of getting your health issue under wraps and then you're moving and then you have to switch doctors, that's just going to prolong your health care, if that makes sense.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Other than that, I would just hold off on that move to Florida.
Okay.
Just maybe by the end of next year. But I'm like they're strongly telling me you should be staying put for now.
Okay. Okay.
You need to get the health under control.
Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Okay. Now, do you have any further questions before I move on to my next caller?
Do you feel anything in the business area for me, my own business, or do you feel anything as far as relationship-wise?
Okay. Business-wise, again, they're really sitting around your health issues right now, and you really need to concentrate on that. Okay?
Will do.
Before you move on, you really need to concentrate on that. Now, they do show that there is a male coming. I don't know if the number 2 means anything to you.
No.
No? Okay, so that could be that this male figure could be coming through to your life in, say, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years.
Okay.
It could be the second of a month. It's just watch your 2s, okay? And it's going to be, you won't be expecting when he's going to come into your life. You might be sitting at the doctor's office. It'll be kind of a situation like that where he's going to cross your path.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Or you could be just, you're going on a trip this summer? Well, this fall, I should say. Were you thinking of going away?
I was thinking about going back home for my mom's birthday.
Okay.
In October.
You will be doing that. You might meet him on the trip on the way home.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So it's going to be in a situation, something like that, and it's going to be it's going to be something that you're not expecting.
Okay.
Okay. Because you kind of got your mind on what you're looking for, but it's sort of not going to fit into that. Okay. So be open.
Okay.
He is coming. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. No, thank you for calling in. Okay. And you can keep in contact with me. Just go to my website and we can keep chatting.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay. And we'll go on to caller number 2. Denise?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Dennis?
Yeah.
Hello. Hi. How are you today?
I'm okay, thank you.
You're okay? All right. So today I was picking cards before for my callers. Now you're caller number 2, and it's quite interesting because I got 3 cards for you. Okay. So the first one is unconditional love. Okay. So know that you need to be open. You are very caring. You love with all your heart, which has gotten you into some particulars. Okay.
Yeah.
But no, that's kind of going to be behind you. Okay. Your second card you got is a new chapter. So you've got a shift, a change coming up in your life, which could be in romance, it could be in business, it could be in finance. It's just, you have a big shift coming. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. The third card we got was Walk Your Truth. Now, I sense that you swallow a lot of stuff. You really don't say what's on your mind. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to start speaking your truth and not worry what other people are going to think. Okay? Because they have 2 pains. One to get mad and one to get unmad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You need to be truthful to yourself so that you can have and lead a happy, joyful life, which is very well deserved. You've worked hard all your life. You've given away your last dollar to a perfect stranger.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So now it's time. It's time for you to start enjoying your life the way you want it to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Dennis, did you have any questions for me?
There's only one that's always been put in. It's my voice has cheated on me. Can you answer those?
Could you repeat that, please? I had a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, I said, has my wife ever cheated on me? Can you answer those?
I'm just going to see what I can get. You know, on that one, okay, I'm not getting that she particularly cheated on you in the sense that you're saying or thinking, but I don't think the truth is being spoken, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm getting the feeling that she's not telling the whole story.
Yeah. So what's that mean?
Okay? Yeah. So that comes with part of the shift and you needing to speak your truth. So you basically got to put the cards on the table with her.
Oh, yeah, but she just denies everything.
Well, if my hubby was here, he'd tell you, most women are that way. And then we have a little discussion about that one.
Yes. As long as I know she hasn't treated you in that way. Sexually, then I'm all right with it.
I'm not getting that sense that she's done that. No. Okay. I'm getting more that the whole truth isn't out. Like she's not telling you the whole truth. I think she's like, I'm getting like, without getting too much into her energy, I'm getting more of a feeling like she's unhappy. But she's scared to say, like she's scared to say why she's unhappy.
She's very ill at the moment. She's one of these women who like to get up and get out sort of thing and do her own stuff basically, but she can't do it.
Yeah.
They're saying that she's got an infection of the lung and they can't cure it. It's really knocking her about.
Okay. Now, okay. Just want to see, which could be the where I was having the trouble breathing with the first caller. I was already sensing on your call itself. Okay.
We've both got that COPD, don't you?
Okay. Do you guys also have the 3 grandchildren?
I have
2 boys and a girl?
Altogether. I have 5.
5, okay, and there's 2 boys and a girl? Out of that 5?
I've got 4 boys and a girl.
Okay.
And we lost the girl.
Okay. So yeah, I was picking up over here. Okay. So, all right. Gonna dabble into a little bit more. Okay. Has she gotten a second opinion on her lungs?
Has she told him go on?
I'm getting. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting that maybe she should be getting a second opinion on the lung infection.
What do you mean it's not as bad as they're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I'll tell her that.
Okay. Just because I'm just getting the feeling that there's something a little more there. Okay? The whole truth isn't out.
You're saying she's worse than what we think?
Well, I don't think she's worse. I just think that they might be missing something.
Okay.
Okay? And I think if it's found, it might speed up the recovery.
Okay, yeah.
Okay? So it doesn't hurt to get a second opinion.
No, that's true.
Right? So I would speak my truth and like tell her she needs to start getting a second opinion. The lungs are nothing to play with. Like really, that's we need to breathe, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and like I was telling you, Dennis, you need to put the cards on the table and you need to speak your truth to her. And
yeah,
like I'm not feeling that it's anything you've done. It's more she's unhappy. There's something missing, and her health is an issue because she's not able to do the things that she thought she'd be able to do at this time in her life.
Yeah.
Okay? So just kind of, I mean, she needs unconditional love and she needs to know that you're there for her no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I should.
Yeah, because I think she's getting more of the feeling that she's going to be all alone.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know.
You tell me what you told me earlier. Lifted a great weight down off my shoulders, and now I can express myself to her now.
Yeah.
Whereas
So it's
before
more
I
she needs.
Before, because I thought that she in the past life she'd done it.
No, I'm not picking that up. I'm picking up more that she's not happy. That it's like she's going to be missing something in her life, okay? So it's like she's going to get sick and it's going to be like everybody's going to walk out on her and she's going to be all by herself. She needs the unconditional love and needs to know that you're going to be there for her.
I'll tell her that, yeah.
No matter what, okay?
Yeah.
All right? Do you have any more questions? We've got about 30 seconds.
We
got less than 30 seconds.
Are we going to make the move from this house?
Yes, you are.
Good.
Okay?
Sooner or later.
And it's gonna be better for you.
Yeah, it's going to be sooner or later.
I'm gonna get within 6 months.
Hi, this is Dream Reality, and I'm your host, Mary Amy, coming to you from A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My site is listed at the bottom of the screen, MaryAmyOfficial.com, and I am an intuitive wisdom coach. As an empath intuitive, I'm able to connect to your inner spirit, which allows me to use my extrasensory abilities, seeing, hearing, feeling information about you. I'm here for you. I see the light, the hope, and the beauty of the universe. I'm a conduit to channel your dreams, helping fulfill your earthly purpose and course to personal enlightenment. I am human. I have faults, but I do strive to be a better being and good person. As a coach, I listen, establish trust, and support. Be the first to be a friend, be the first to speak of light, and be the first to acknowledge the beauty of nature. On today's show, we have topics and callers. I reveal ways to a calm and peaceful inner spirit. I guide you to enlightenment through topics such as kindness, nature, visualization, dreams, affirmations, and meditations. Carl Jung, Swiss psychiatrist and founder of analytical psychology, once said, "Your visions will become clear only when you look into your own heart. who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakens. Dreams are our mind's subconscious thoughts seen as images and symbols and circumstances while we're sleeping. Dreams can guide us. As an intuitive and a psychic, I receive messages, and you too can receive messages when you sleep. I receive premonition dreams, and maybe you do as well. A premonition can alert you and warn you of something in the future, so be aware of details and dates and circumstances. Our dreams are our subconscious and our soul trying to guide us to our destiny. I'll tell you a story. A few years back, actually it was more than a few, it was, I don't even know, it was more than 5, it was about 8 years ago. I went to an Awaken fair, and prior to that, I was being visited by spirits because they knew that I could hear and see them. So I would go to sleep, and they would come right up into my face. So it would be like a stranger just coming right up into your face, and I would jump up, and I would be scared because I never had seen this person before. And one after another, they would do that to me. And eventually, there would be lines and lines of people who had passed because they wanted to contact me, and I rejected it. I was not interested in doing this. And so when I went to the Awaken Fair, I spoke to a friend who was a medium, and he said, Mary, you should just make an appointment to speak to them and see how that goes, and maybe they'll leave you alone. Well, sure enough, I said, okay, everybody, are you listening? I am going to talk to you on Wednesdays at 2 o'clock, which I thought was the most bizarre thing. But funny enough, a few of them did visit me, and then it just went away. They stopped. And so I do hear and see if I'm in a situation with a client or I'm doing a reading at an event or even on the radio. And so maybe that will happen to you. The more we open up, the more of a chance that we have to speak to otherworldly beings, other dimensionals beings, which could be angels or spirits or I don't even know, like just ethereal beings. Okay. I actually have been keeping track of all my dreams in my dream journal, and I am publishing a dream journal workbook. And I've been keeping track of my dreams since 2014. Patterns will emerge, and you might experience a release dream, which is a person or a place you can't deal with while you're awake. So when you're sleeping, you're letting it go, which is a positive thing. Okay, enlightenment. I've spoken about ultimate happiness and about the law of karma. Non-virtuous and negative actions equal suffering, and virtuous and positive actions equal ultimate happiness. Why not, on a daily basis, perform acts of kindness? Hold a door open, say kind things, behave kind and compassionate to all living things on this earth. Be joy and light and hope. Prior to acknowledging my authentic self as Mary Amy, I was Blue Butterfly, and I wrote this book, The White Light Prophecies. And the book discusses white light. So what's white light? Empaths know what white light is because we're so sensitive that if I'm standing next to someone and they don't feel well, sometimes I actually get their headache or I get a pain in my body. And right away, I know that there's someone around me that has something wrong with them. So I actually perform white light healings on myself, where I clear the energy around me. So let's do this together. We're going to do a white light visualization, and then I'm actually going to send light out to my viewers and listeners. I'm going to take off my headphones, if you bear with me, and I'm going to put on my headset and do what I do with clients. First off, let's do a visualization together. So I'm going to ask you to close your eyes, and I would like you to imagine white light. What is white light? White light is the strongest light because its source is the universe. It only can do good. If you call out to white light, it will heal and protect you. Okay, so close your eyes. And I'd like you to visualize white light. White light would be what light looks like if you're looking up at the sun and it's coming down at you. And I'd like you to visualize it all around you, all around your physical being. So I would say 6 feet out into your energy field. And this will begin you becoming enlightened and having a lighter spirit. And not only will it help you outside your life, it will help you be more centered and have harmony. Very positive. So I would like you to, on your own, visualize, say, white light surround me, and ask white light to surround you completely. As time went on, what I did was I actually visualized with my eyes open the light, which I can see right now. I would visualize it horizon to horizon. So I would be standing out in a field and I would see it to my right, to my left, all the way to the horizon, to behind me and in front of me, above me and below me. And so I became a white light bubble, I guess, or a white light being that way. Okay, now I'm going to take off my headset and I'm going to put on my headphones and I am going to send out light to everyone that's out there. And I would like you to please send me a message if you feel anything different on my Facebook or my Instagram. If you're watching, please send me a message and say, yes, Mary, I felt something. So I know that this works and I'll continue to do it. I'll just do it a little bit during every show. Okay, so I tried that, and you let me know if you felt any kind of energy, because I was sending it out, and I was visualizing, a person and sending the energy out through the radio. Okay. Let me talk about manifesting. Manifesting takes 3 steps, which is, what is manifesting? It's getting what you want. So I've mentioned before, step 1 is to write down your goal and put it in your sock drawer, which is just write down like I want, or I wish, or something start with I, and write it down, a simple sentence, and put it in your sock drawer and don't tell anyone about it. That's the first step. Second is to visualize it. So you close your eyes and you imagine whatever it is that you want, and you're in the situation, as many details, feeling all the senses. Third step is talk about it like you already have it. So you would say, my blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is that you want, talk about it with details. And if you can feel joy in your heart when you're doing these 3 steps, then you can manifest it. In my book, The White Light Prophecies, which I mentioned earlier, the 6th prophecy is, once your energy has shifted and your dreams are within reach, the universe will test you to be sure that you really want what you've asked for. And I've recently experienced this. That's why I'm bringing it up. I actually wanted to have all the areas of my life pretty much complete and better. And I didn't know what that was going to be like until after it came to me. And then I went, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can handle this. It's uncomfortable, which is what you're going to feel. When you do manifest something and it does come, you have to embrace the opportunity, because you just don't know if it's going to happen again. I mean, if you're a 5-year-old child, maybe you have some time. But as you get older in life, you manifest something and ask for it over and over again. And then it comes, and then you say, well, I don't know if I want it. You don't know if it's ever going to come back again. So my advice to you is to take it. So I'm actually embracing, sleep on it. And look, you might feel uncomfortable, but that's okay. You're getting what you want. Now, Prophecy 7, I say, as you accept and embrace change, you will encounter new people, places, and things as you create your own true destiny. So when you do get what you want, you will be getting all great experiences coming your way. Oh, we have a caller. It's Kathy in Cleveland, Ohio. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, right away, I saw information. I received, this is a funny thing, which we don't know what this means. It tells a story. I saw grass and a goat. Okay, let's see. I don't know what that symbolic is. All right, so what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a bridge, and I'm seeing a space, like a link, and then there's a bridge. So there's something that you have to cross over to get what you want, your desire, whatever it is that you want, your desire is. Is there a direction you would like me to go into?
Okay, you're correct. I'm crossing a bridge right now. I fear
in real life? You mean driving?
Oh. No. In my life, I'm crossing a bridge.
Okay.
Which could cause me grave danger. I fear, but I also feel that I need to embark on this to satisfy this. I've had a bad 10-year period legally, and this involves some legalities, and I believe I need to go forward to end what I'm going through.
You have to do this. Are you there?
Yes.
Hello?
I'm here.
So I did see that you must do this. I think that it's actually like a learning curve. Whatever is going to happen after you get to the other side is actually going to enhance your life, and it will be almost like you'll get a newfound strength as a person. And I see that you actually have a smile about it, but you are going to have sadness doing this, and you're going to have to let go.
I am actually physically moving my household so that I lessen the impact if it all went wrong, because I feel that whether I win or lose, it'll close the chapter and let me move on. So I'm willing to accept how it ends, but I think I will be unsatisfied without going ahead and doing it.
I have to tell you that even if you didn't have anybody with you, you'd still be okay, because you are someone that you're very, very steadily moved through life. And I know that you are a very strong lady, and everything will turn out right, because on the other side of the bridge, I see a light-filled horizon, and I see that you're going to have a big smile on your face. So the best of luck to you.
Thank you. You know what? And I believe you, and I agree, and I'm glad you validated the way I'm feeling, because I'm going to be 60 in August at the end of the month. I just became a Reiki master 2 months ago. I'm stepping forward in my life, and I just needed the encouragement. So bless you and thank you.
Thank you. Bless you too. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Amber in Connecticut.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I'm receiving information about you. I'm receiving there's a gift and there's a package, and I see you opening up the package, and there's confetti and there's beautiful, sparkly, something. Let me see what that is. It's a object, and let's see. Is there a direction you would like me to go into?
I'm in a really tough situation right now, and I'm just wondering when things are going to get better.
Okay. The fact
Financially,
that financially, you're wondering when they're going to get better? Yes, I can hear you.
Financially and medically.
And medically.
Yep.
Okay, so as soon as I heard you and connected to you, I saw this box that which was very, very positive. Let me see what else I see. Okay, so I'm receiving information that you have actually. I see heaven. I'm seeing if there's anything connecting. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, so you have beings that are looking out for you and sending you light and hope. I don't sense that what's going on with you is going to last long term. I want to say it's going to be over soon. I want to say that it's, and I think that you have to hang on and have hope and believe and be positive.
Okay.
Yes, yes?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay,
that's
so
wonderful.
Yes, I'm suggesting that you take a piece of paper, and I would like you to write 3 goals of yours, something that you might think is so far beyond anything you could do. But I would like you to write these 3 goals or dreams down. And you don't give a timeline, you don't say when you're going to do it, but this will start to bring you towards hope and light. And it will counter any kind of negative information or thoughts that you're having, because it's going to actually take precedence. So if you write down 3 big goals or dreams that you have that you would like to do in your future. Okay?
Okay.
And then I would say, as soon as you feel up to it, I would like you to take one of them. Now, you don't share this with anyone. Take one of them, and I would like you to close your eyes, and I would like you to see yourself with this dream or goal, doing this, having this, whatever it is, and as many details as you can imagine. So you start to crack open, and you bring more light into your thinking, and you reprogram your thoughts. So pick one of them and start to visualize it and start to talk about it to yourself and to start to get excited about it. Okay?
Okay.
Now, it'll be interesting. I'm guessing that you will, after you've done this, within a week, you will have a dream pertaining in some way to this goal or dream. And it's going to give you a direction to go into, something that you wouldn't think of. Maybe it's somebody that you know. And it might even just actually validate your dream or goal.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to say thank you so much for calling. And I post videos on my Facebook page, Mary Amy Official, and my website is Mary Amy Official. And I hope that everything works out for you. And I'm wishing you light and hope and love.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Have a wonderful day. I see that box, and you're going to open it, and all good things are going to happen. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Weekly, I have been doing gemstones, presenting gemstones. So today I'm going to present some new gemstones. This is a lapis lazuli, which is a blue gemstone. And this gemstone is self-expression. It reveals inner truth, honesty, compassion, morality to the personality, and it stimulates objectivity and clarity, and it encourages creativity. This is a colbit, and it's a blue stone, dark blue, and this stone is royalty and humor, gods and power. Wow. And spirit and vision. It sounds majestic. It's a majestic gemstone. And this little tiny one, which I wish I had a bigger version of this, is a turquoise gemstone. And this is protection, strong yet soothing to the touch. It's healing. Positive mental characteristics, serenity, creativity, empathy, positive sensitivity, intuition, happiness, and wisdom. I used to wear a lot of turquoise necklaces before. So I just want to say that thank you so much for joining me on Dream Reality on A1R Psychic Radio. I hope we can all be a friend to someone today, and we can find the beautiful glowing light that's in our heart. And I will see you next week for more topics and callers. Thank you so much for joining me on Dream Reality. This is Mary Amy.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, and hello my students, fans, and followers. Well, today I'm going to talk about miracles. I know that many of us not really believe in miracles, or when we are talking about unknown energies, universe, and how we can attract things to ourselves, there's always some sort of question mark from people, especially negative people, that ask you, how could it be possible? How can you attract things to yourself? How can you do this and how can you do that? Well, my answer to those people that is starting to question mark universe and the quantum of energies and miracles and unknown energies is, when you ask, you receive. If you are not asking, you are not receiving. Very simple. You have to ask and you have to receive. How you have to receive? Listen to this one. If you believe what you ask, then you are going to receive. Sometimes you see that, oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm actually believe in this attractions, miracles, unknown energies, but nothing happened to me. I would say why? I would tell you why. Because you are not believing in what you are asking. Because you can't see yourself as a wealthy person. You can't see yourself as a famous person. You can see yourself as a healthy person. And you can see yourself wherever you want to be. Because you are not believing that is going to happen. The first very important law is that you have to believe in yourself and your thought, and you have to believe what you are asking. If you are not believing, there's no attractions of energies that come into you. The only things that come into you is doubt, never gonna happen, negative people, toxic energies, and even more. Because you put yourself in the doubt situation. Stop doubting. Start acting. How? Start believe in yourself and believe in what you want. And then stop question marking where, how, and with whom I would get this and I will go there. That's not your business. That is universe business. It sounds like you are going to the restaurant. Very luxurious, very nice, very gorgeous restaurant, and there is lots of people around. If you are not ordered the food is not coming to your table. But when the guy or the girl come and ask you what you want, and you tell exactly what you want, then you are not asking the cook, what did he exactly done? How much ingredients or whatever you actually use to make this kind of meat to me, or this type of the food or whatever. You are not asking. That's what exactly you have to stop. How, where, and when. All you had to do, and you have to, is just start believing in yourself and start asking to receive. So back to studio, and you are guys listening to A1R. And this is Fiona, Persian Medium. I am Heather. And by the way, happy Wednesday. So I had a caller. Let's just see. Well, hello, Jojo. How are you doing?
I'm okay, honey. How are you?
I'm doing very well. You're from England. Wow. How's everything there?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. So is it cold? Is it dark? Is it like, what time is it?
Over in England, we are 3:10 in the morning.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Okay. And here actually in California, it's almost about 7-7. Well, let's say that 7-7 is kind of good number, and 7-7 is actually the lucky number. And I feel like that could be lucky for you too. So first, my dear, I would love to hear about your date of birth, and then shoot your question and tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and your heart and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
My date of birth is 27/11/65.
Okay.
What was the next question you asked me?
Next question is about, would you exactly, you want to know about your time and what you have in your beautiful mind and your beautiful heart. Please go for it.
I want to know if my little baby's okay, because I lost her a long time ago, many years ago, and people were telling me that I was silly because I wanted to talk to her. Basically, a lot of that on my father, because I think a lot about my dad as well.
Mm-hmm. How old was she? How old was she when you lost her?
She was 8 months old.
Okay. And the reason that you lost her and the reason that she passed?
She had heart problems, and she passed through a viral bronchiolitis.
Well, the good news and the connection that I figured right now is about to tell you that she's in a good place, because when I'm trying to focus on her and her energies right now, I see her around water, an ocean, place with the ocean. Yes, place with the ocean, like an ocean view. She's living around ocean. She's close to the water. And I feel that that water is too blue, kind of like blue-green kind of type of water. So that type of feeling telling me that she is right now in the place that she always wished to go as a trip, or some places that she always loved to go. So it sounds like ocean and ocean view, the place that she's living, and the best place ever that you can imagine. That means she's in a good place. Number two, she got her dream come true because she's exactly in that place that she always wanted to be. And number three, she's not alone. It sounds like one of the family members or someone that was very connected to you and dear to you is around her as well. So she's not alone.
Oh, my. Cool.
She's also
that is really cool. Wow.
Yeah. Also telling me about yard or some plant. I don't know what she's trying to tell me, but it's all about a plant, a green plant. It could be a backyard. It could be a summertime. She's trying to tell me about something good, something as a nice memory about summer or some of those summers that you guys had. It sounds like that she's trying to tell you about like she always reminds herself about that. So you got it? So there is the balance of backyard, green plants, and timing. And it's all about remember that summer. That is the message that I'm receiving from her right now. And she's saying that she's not in pain. She's happy and she feels very good. She's connected to you and telling you about your health. What is going on with your health? Sounds like that she is worried for you. Sounds like that she wants you to come down and relax. She's around you and she's never left you. She always listening and can hear you very well. So that's why I wanted you to just relax every night before you go to bedtime. I wanted you to relax and concentrate and feel her. By feeling her and connecting, she will come to your dream and will answer to one of your questions that you have for a long time. She's talking about a young gentleman. I don't know whom is this, but I have to tell you, she's telling you that don't worry about him. Or let that person do not be worried about him. He's going to be all right. So somehow...
He's going to be okay.
Yes. That is exactly what she's telling me right now. I feel, I sense, and I can't even smell this beautiful lady. And I feel that she has some special perfume, maybe smell that she was really been in love with. And I can feel that smell so good. And I wanted you to just wear that type of the perfume or something that she wore. Or maybe you used when you was around her, when she was alive. So try to use the same.
Wow. My favourite perfume. Little bugger. She'd be spraying it out around my bedroom, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she loved it. And she wanted you to continue and do it because she is always going to be around when you do. It sounds to me you're fresh and you make the all energies around and surround you to feel good about her and you when she was alive. She misses you. She thanked you for everything you did for her. She appreciated you for whatever you do for that young man. I don't know who he is, but... And she's telling you, you should never give up because I'm always going to be around and surround you. I understand.
Yeah. I miss her too. I miss her quite a lot.
She misses you too. But she's around you. That's the only good news. I mean, listen. She knows where you are. She knows what you're doing. She knows what type of perfume and spray and whatsoever you are using around. That means that she's around you. That means that you feel her every single night and day. And what are you waiting for? Talk to her. Communicate with her. Ask her.
I got told that I was silly. I went to see somebody and they told me that I was silly, that my daughter would never be around me because once they'd gone, they'd gone. And I said, no way.
Absolutely.
You know, she did something for me.
Wow.
That she did something for me that was really special. She did me a picture on my mirror in my bathroom. And every other day I used to write back to her. I used to put a love heart on and write back to her, I know I love you too. You know, but then people were coming in my property and telling me that I was silly and that, and it waylaid me a little bit. But I really wanted to hear you say to me that I'm not silly. I know that she's around me, so that's really puts a different light on everything, doesn't it? And I know I am very spiritual. So, yeah. Cool.
Well, she's around you, and you've been right. Mom always had right. Remember that. There is no one in the earth that could be like mom, that could sense her kids, alive or not alive. That's why you as a mom can sense your daughter from the head to toe, even she's not around and she's not alive. We think that when someone died and it's all done. Well, not. They are in a good place.
I believe in the afterlife, that they carry on. They've just finished their life on Earth and they're going to carry on elsewhere.
Yeah.
You know, I know that when you pass, like myself, I've been here many, many times, years and years before, and I get a lot of visions as well, premonitions of other people that I feel in my heart that I need to help them so that they can move on. And that's what I've been trying to do. The gentleman she's on about is a very good friend of mine. And I've been helping him. You know, it's been really good, hasn't he, Robert? Robert has been really good, yeah.
What she mentioned to you as well. So that means that what you are doing right. And what others says, completely ignore. And try to not even actually ask yourself twice if whatever they said has any kind of legit or somehow it's correct, because it's not. And keep in your power as a mother, because mother always sends her kids, no matter what, alive or not alive. So all I wanted you to do is just connect with her before the bedtime, 10 minutes before. Just say her name 10 times. You don't need to talk loud. You can actually have it inside, but 10 times has to be 10 times. And then close your eyes and tell exactly what you want to feel and sense about her. I promise you, the same night or the day or the night that you do, she's going to come to your dream and she will talk to you. Willing to.
Can I just ask you something? Could you ask her which crystal? She keeps moving one of my crystals. I have a big crystal box in my bedroom, and some of the crystals on there are the really special ones, and she keeps moving them, right? I know that she moves them because I smell her around me. It's a particular one that I keep moving because I keep trying to hide it from her, so play games with her. And I'm just wondering whether...
There is the crystal that has some color on, and it's telling me about when the light and the sun standing on top of that crystal, you can see the purple and light blue color in that crystal. So that's what she meant, and that's what she touched.
Yeah, the rainbow one. My rainbow one, the big one.
Yep. Yes. That's what she's telling me.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Have this crystal more around. Use this spray all the time. And don't give up to talk to your daughter. And remember, we think that she passed, but she is more aware than us. She knows what's going on around us than we know about us. So that's why I wanted you to just go for it and believe in her energies, and her love is still around. And never doubt about your mom or mother's sense, which whatsoever you sense and feel and connect, it's completely correct. I wanted you to continue and never doubt. So I have many callers, almost about 6 or 7. So I need to say goodbye to you because now I'm gonna have one more. So thank you so much, gorgeous. Have a great one and wish you the best. For more information, PersianMedium.com, Abby.Voice.com, and A1R. So back to studio, and I have Jana. Hello, Jana from Paris. How are you doing?
Hello. Hello. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love your energy, girl. Wow.
Thank you. It's wonderful to speak to you. I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm excited with this beautiful energy. I'm excited too. I don't know what to do now. It's kind of like it's cold in my backyard, but just I feel like now with this beautiful energies, like I'm getting warm now. Okay, so
I'm a very positive person.
Oh, sure. Gorgeous. Give me your date of birth and then shoot your question. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Yes, do you have any messages for me for my mom? My mom passed 2 years ago. My ex-husband is living with me, and he's dying of stage 4 cancer, and I'm going through a lot right now. And I'm wondering if you have any messages for me.
Well, the first things that I can see she's telling you is like, do you remember what you told me when I was sick? So I'm going to tell you the same things. Everything going to be all right. That was exactly what she was telling me. So she reminded you about, do you remember what you told me when I was sick? So she's trying to motivate you and letting you know that you should not give up. And believe in miracles. Listen to me. I mean, I may have lots of clients actually with cancers and many cancers, or like from all types. Okay. I believe in miracles because almost 25 of those people who was indirectly and directly my client, they've been cancer free after whole. When the doctor already said, sorry, it's not happened. I'm sorry, just go home and have fun with your family and just like count on day and night and see like when is going to be the time. So I'm telling you tonight, the same way as your mother says, you do not give up on your husband, and you do believe in miracle stronger than ever you could imagine. Believe in the universe energies, and believe on your power inside that if whatever you want, whatever you wish, just ask and receive. Your mother trying to tell you, you are not the person to give up easily. Then don't give up, because there is reason.
No, I'm not. He's my ex-husband, and I don't want to see him die on me. And I'm wondering what messages my mother has for me. I mean, it's really, I haven't talked to my mother for a while, so I'm wondering what she's got for me in store. What messages has my mom got for me?
She is telling you, change your look again or do something with yourself. It sounds like you forgot about yourself a long time. It sounds like you just don't know what to do. Do something with your hair. Do something, and that is exactly what your mom says. Be silly. Be happy.
Do something with my hair.
That's what your mom says. Yes. And she,
okay.
So I know it's telling you to be silly again and have fun and laugh and try to cry when you feel that you have to cry. So don't.
That's something she would say.
So don't try to hide your emotion. If you feel that you need to cry loud and clear for yourself, do it. That's what your mom says. Don't hide your emotion, my dear. Try to look at yourself. Change your style of your hair and maybe the color.
I did this color today, too. Wow. You're awesome.
Life is fun, and you should not give up on it. No. I'm telling you that life is about you and what you are thinking and how you feel. Then feel positive, bring positivity around him, and don't worry about if he's going to pass or not, because as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be all right.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
Your mom is very proud of you. Whatever you did in the last of couple, maybe months, days, weeks, past 3 months, your mom is very, very proud of you. She always been.
I changed boyfriends. I have a good boyfriend now.
She's proud.
She would love him. She loved him. I have a good boyfriend that she loves.
Yes. And that's what she's telling you. I'm proud of you that you moved on. I'm proud of you that you're helping him right now. Even when you found a new boyfriend and you're still there for him, she's proud of you because you have a beautiful, kind heart. And you always want to give this beauty of kindness to people, no matter what, who they are and where they are. So continue to be nice. Continue to be this angel. This is what your mom wants. And don't forget this. Try to have fun. This is what your mom wants. Have fun. Be silly and just have fun. That's all you need to do.
No, I love you. Thank you.
You're very welcome, gorgeous. So I may have just about maybe 60 or 90 seconds or maybe less than 1 minute. I have to maybe say goodbye. Oh, no, I still have some minutes. Oh, stay with me, baby. So now, last word. What do you want to tell to your mom? If I am your mom and I stand in front of you, last word, what are you going to tell her? Come on.
I want her to know I love her and how much I miss her and how much I'm dealing with life down here without her. And I really need her to stay with me in my life because I love her.
She loves you back. And she's proud of you. And she's around you. She knows what you are doing. She knows how you feel. She knows where you are going. And she knows everything about you.
I just want her to stay with me for the rest of my life and never leave me, and I'll be okay.
She's going to be. Your mom would never leave you. I promise you. She's always around. Now, I have to say goodbye. For those that want to communicate with me in a person or better say directly, I want to go to PersianMedium.com, PersianMedium@gmail.com, or A1R or AvidAdvice.com. Have a great one and see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock Pacific time. Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are all well this evening and doing good after last night's supermoon, black moon, all kinds of energy going on with that moon. I had a really tough time sleeping last night, and energies were high and probably not in the good way. I was a little bit cranky, as my husband could attest. But here we are, first day of August, and we have a retrograde behind us. Thank goodness. That seemed like it lasted forever. So I am looking forward to the new energies that the new moon is, or that the supermoon is bringing to us this month. And of course, I had a great topic I wanted to talk about tonight, and Spirit said, nope, I think you're going to talk about this one. So here we go. I'd like to just chat with you a little bit about letter writing. This might seem a little strange to you, but it is a great way, especially if you are grieving the loss of a loved one. It kind of helps get you through some of those really rough patches. And actually, we had to write what is called a love letter to our parent who had passed away as part of an assignment of my master's class that I am diving deep into right now. And so what that entailed was just me sitting down and, in a relaxed situation and just starting to write down some of the things that I was having a hard time with, that I was grieving, that I missed about my dad, or things that I was mad at him about, mad for leaving when I wasn't ready for him to leave. And, it's been about 2.5 years since my dad has passed, and I've done a lot of work around the whole grieving process and him being gone, and I really felt like I had a pretty good handle on it. And as I sat down and I wrote the letter, I was really amazed at what came out. And when you're sitting down to write a letter like this, you just write everything out. Anything that comes to your mind, write it down. And then after you're done with your letter, then you can do a ceremonial burn. Now, what I mean by a ceremonial burn is that you find maybe it's a bowl full of rocks, maybe it's your fire pit, maybe it's your fireplace. Whatever you do, find a very safe environment to do your burn. I usually like to write my letters on tissue paper, so then that way I can put it in a ceramic bowl and light it and let it burn. And it burns very quickly, very easily, and it doesn't smoke up the house like regular paper would. So what you do is you take it and you put your paper in a bowl or in a safe place, and you light it. And then you just sit there in quiet, in contemplation, and you let it release. You let it release from the letter, you let it release from yourself. And there's something very spiritual about watching it burn. That the fire, is very is very intense energetically. That's what it gives. The fire underneath us for our determination, and to watch it and watch the smoke. Because a lot of times our loved ones will come in and they'll start using the smoke as a way to communicate with us. You might see a heart. You might see a letter. It's really interesting in what you can see in the smoke. And this is really evident when you use tissue paper. I found it more with the tissue paper, something about the substance of it. The smoke is lighter and it has a tendency to dance more through the atmosphere than just burning regular paper. But you can use regular paper too. So once that is, once the paper has burned and it's released into ashes, then it begins what is called a renewal in your soul, in your being. Now you can write this letter as many times as you need to. It's really, really good to do ceremonial writing and burns during new moons and super moons. So like the energy that we just had, and last night was a perfect time to do that. In fact, my husband and I actually did letter writing and ceremonial burns, and it was more about what we were wanting to release from our life that wasn't working for us any longer, and then bringing in all of the good stuff that we want to happen over the next few months, what it is we want to manifest, what is it we want to see happen in our life. And so, especially during these times with these super moons and everything, can be really powerful times to do the letter writing and the ceremonial burns. Also, you can do them during the solstice, during the summer solstice and the winter solstice. Those are very typical times to do those types of letters, releasing what no longer serves you and bringing in what you want to see to come into your life. So try that. But the ceremonial burn and the letter writing for grieving a loved one is really powerful. It's a way for us to express ourselves and to get it out of our bodies, to get it out of our system so that we can move on and we can move past and we can move through those feelings with greater ease. And just to being able to release that energy so that it doesn't carry in our bodies and cause illness for us. Because as you know, any anger, any sadness, anything like that that's kept pent up in our bodies can actually start physical signs of illness. So you want to be able to get that out and release it. And, don't worry if you don't know what you're going to write. Just put your pen to paper and start with a thought. And once you start with a thought and you go from there, it will just come naturally and you'll be amazed at what comes through. But don't keep that paper. Make sure that you burn it, you shred it, you do something in a manner that means something to you in order for you to release the energies from that and to release it from you. That's the most important thing. So I hope that helps. The very best in your letter writing. I have been actually doing this quite a bit, and it's really been amazing what has come forth to me in the process of doing that. And as you do it more, you get better and better at it, and you get more relaxed at it. And then when that happens, things just flow naturally. So good luck with that. Right now, we are going to go to the call lines. And we have Cynthia in Schererville, Indiana. Good evening,
Hello.
Cynthia.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
How are you this evening?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
And how are you this evening? What can we help you with?
I'm not sure.
I can just give you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do general readings, or do you want me to just ask a question? I'm not sure because I wasn't sure how you wanted me to approach this.
I can do either way. If you have a question in mind, I would be happy to look into that for you. If you want a general reading, there's always something really fantastic and interesting that you weren't expecting, or sometimes what you were expecting. So it's however you would like to do that.
Yeah, if you want to just do a general That would be fine.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Let me take a couple of minutes here and just kind of tune in and see what your loved ones are wanting you to know. And so there's going to be just a little bit of silence here as I tune in, but I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Okay. So I am getting a mother figure coming forward. This person, she either is a mother, possibly an aunt, that has passed away. Is your mother still living?
No.
Okay. She has a fantastic personality. She's very joyous, very bouncy. I see her in the kitchen a lot. Did she enjoy cooking or baking?
No, not really. Not her. Mm-mm.
Not her?
My grandmother, my grandmother, her mother, but not really my mother.
Okay. Okay. It's possible that that the grandmother is coming through just a little bit stronger. I'm feeling like both of their energies are kind of intermixing a little bit, but they're showing me cooking in the kitchen. That there was like this ceremonial process kind of that happened when they were in the kitchen. It's almost like I'm being shown like a cafeteria line. It's just like lines of food just keep going, just keep rolling through. It's bringing to mind my grandmother, and she lived on a farm, and that's the way it was. It was just lines upon lines upon lines of food, and they finished one meal and then they started another. And so this is what I'm being what I'm being shown right now. She's bringing that awareness that the lines and lines of food coming through, and she's showing me that it's a representation of almost what you are going through right now. That you just feel like there's this never-ending, like a never-ending cycle of things that are going on, and you're kind of waiting for that break where you can intervene, and you feel like you just never get that break, that it just continues on and on and on. Are you looking at a job change?
No, not really. No.
Okay. Is your job description changing at all? Because
well, I was in the medical field, and now I'm actually what's the word? Working on my skills as a psychic myself.
Okay. Okay. I'm also being shown crystals. I don't know if you are working with crystals right now, or
no.
There is a gravitation for you to work with crystals. And in fact, before I came on to the show, I was just sitting here. I was sitting here quietly, and I was getting that one of the callers was going to be involved with the crystals, and now I'm being shown that it was you.
Okay.
So you have some healing abilities. And I'm being shown that the crystals can add to that. Even if you get, like, there's a deck of cards, like, I'm not tarot cards, but like angel card reading cards. There's a deck out there that's specifically for crystals. And so I'm being shown that you should bring that into your practice, even into your own personal daily practice, because this is going to give you some guidance and some insight to some things that you need to know.
Do you have any idea, like, what kind of healing abilities they have? I mean, are you getting anything on that? Curious.
I see a lot of what I'm being shown is like aura healing.
Oh, okay.
They're showing me that there isn't like a real particular modality for you. Just you and your presence alone can bring around those healing capacities.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm writing this down. So, okay. All right. And also, do you see, like, for, within the next year, or, I don't know how far, like, into the future you can see, but do you see, like, anything happening with me as far as, like, because I left the medical profession, and do you see, like, me, like, expanding with a healing, business or anything like that, or, anytime soon?
Yes, actually I do. As they're actually showing me that you're a medium. You're more than just a psychic. So when people say that someone is psychic, psychics can kind of they perceive the energies, whereas mediums, they are actually they're the channels. They're brought visions. They are brought emotions through smelling, tasting. They hear things. Sometimes they can actually hear spirit voices. And they're saying that you would do really well to try to find someone who could help you expand on your abilities. There's a lot of people out there teaching mediumship. Of course, I'm very partial to the gal who teaches mine. If you're interested, you can reach out to me on my Your Time to Shine Facebook page, and you can message me, and I can.
Okay. Your Time to Shine. Okay. Okay. Oh, wonderful.
And I can give you some names to get in touch with. But they're saying that right now you are getting a lot more information than you even realize. They're asking me to ask you, do you do you talk to yourself in your head? Do you have conversations? Do you answer yourself in your head?
Yes, I do. Yes. Yeah. I was just laughing yesterday because I was in the kitchen and I was talking to myself, and I thought, oh my God, I have a daughter and a husband that live here with me, and I thought if they would even just see me right now talking to myself, they would think that I was crazy.
Yeah,
I do.
That's how I receive information. That's one of the hardest abilities to really put your finger on, because you never really know if it's spirit talking to you or if it's your own self talking.
Yeah. I always thought it was myself. That it was myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Okay.
not.
Okay.
So they're just saying that you really have an amazing gift, and if you could
wow.
find someone to really help you hone in on those gifts, that you can just be really amazing at this. I mean, yeah, it's really fantastic.
Okay. Oh wow, I'm getting tingling all over my body just listening to you. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for an very uplifting message and reading. Thank you. And
you are so welcome.
I have your time to share, and I definitely will message you. And if you would be, willing to share names with me, I would really appreciate that. So I'll message you, soon. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and that's your time to shine.
Oh, to shine. Okay, that's right. Okay, I need to put my glasses on here. I can't even read my own writing. This is terrible. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm too excited now after talking to you. It's like I gotta get grounded here again. Okay. All right. Well,
Cynthia, thank you so much for your time and calling in, and have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right. Next, we have Heba in California, Laguna Hills.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for doing this.
You are so welcome. What can we help you with tonight?
I don't know if we can start with something general. Whatever you have for me, I will be more than happy to listen to.
Okay, perfect. So let me tune in here for just a moment, see what your loved ones have to say, and there'll be just a little bit of silence here as I tune in, and I'll be right back. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have to ask, are you planning a trip anywhere, like a vacation, a holiday?
Actually, I was planning a trip to Mount Shasta.
Mount Shasta. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. So, so I am seeing that you are going to go on this trip. So if you hadn't really decided, I am being shown that you're going to go.
Okay.
Being in the mountains is, for you, is a really amazing experience. For some people, it's being around water. But for you, it's being in the mountains. It's being in that altitude. It's being in just having that enormous rock in front of you. It's something so powerful, and it talks to your soul. You are, hang on just a minute. I'm trying to see what they're trying to tell me. I'm having trouble understanding what they're saying, but it's like you're an earth child. You're very grounded. Going out into walks into nature, getting out and having your feet in the dirt is something that really grounds you and really helps you get through some tough times. If you're going through tough times, this is how you get through them.
Okay.
Do you like to garden?
No, at all.
Not at all. Interesting, because I'm being shown that you have fairies in your yard.
I'm sorry, what?
Fairies.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. And they're there blessing your land, and blessing your home. So you might look into putting in like a little fairy garden. If you Google them, you can make little pots with little fairy little figurines and houses and things like that, because they are there. They're around with you. And
it's funny you say that, because I got a message from the other side last week that I have a sprite with me, and I didn't know what that was, and it's a warrior fairy.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I didn't know what they were, but it's a fairy, but more of like not the feminine one, but the warrior one, and it was gonna be with me for a while, and I was surprised because I've never heard of a sprint, and now sprint, whatever they're called. But now you tell me fairies. That's very interesting that in 1 week I hear twice about this.
Yeah. So they are there. So definitely look into putting something out there, especially for, especially for the fairies. And actually, we are coming right down to the end of our show. I would be happy to extend this conversation with you over at my Facebook page if you are interested. And it is Your Time to Shine.
Okay, I've been waiting for 3 hours.
Oh, okay. Contact me on my Facebook page, and I would be happy to carry on the conversation with you. Okay.
Right now, you mean?
So when we get off of the show, absolutely.
Okay. All right. What is your Facebook page?
Your Time to Shine.
Your Time to Shine.
Yep.
Okay, we'll do so.
All right. Well, I will see you over there. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. I'll be in touch in a few then. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that does it for us. Another Thursday night. Thank you for tuning in to us this evening on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. You can catch me over on my Facebook page at Your Time to Shine, also Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or you can catch me over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Have a great evening, everyone. We'll see you next week.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in to Asteria Vision. My name is Asteria. I am a psychic empath, and just a little about me. I connect to energy through pictures, the person's voice, or just having them there next to me. And I meditate on the energy. So that's how I connect. But I hope everyone's having a great day, but I was going to say that I'm actually feeling kind of nauseous today. So, but I still wanted to do the show because it keeps my mind off how I feel. So I already got a card that fell out, Ace of Wands. Let me see what else I get for the collective's energy. But yeah, I like doing this. So nothing stops me from doing this. Ace of Wands, new passionate beginnings. Very passionate. So it looks like the energy that I'm picking up, there's a passionate new beginning that is going to start or is going to start evolving is what I'm hearing. And it's something that, weird, I feel like this energy in the past maybe didn't work out, or what I'm hearing is it wasn't so effective. This definitely could do with work, because Ace of Wands, it represents creativity. So a lot of the times when I get the Ace of Wands in combo with the Pentacles, that's work to me. So, or passionate projects. So that's what I'm seeing. But I feel the person's going to think about either offering this new beginning. It's a creative. What I'm getting is it's a job that deals with creativity. So it's more so like projects is what I'm getting. But there's multiple projects involved at once. So it's like if this person decides to take up this offer, what I'm getting is you have to catch up, because there's already work that's been done. So it's kind of like you have to play catching up. But I do feel it's a job that it's creative based, but it takes. What I'm seeing is you could become a workaholic in it, because there's always a lot going on. So. I forget. The viewers are like, who is she laughing at? I'm just reading what the prompt says, but I'll take a caller, Lily.
Yes.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing?
I'm not that good.
How are you doing?
Not
okay.
that good.
So what's your question for this evening?
When will Keith move back in with me?
I couldn't really hear. Is it when will he move back in with you?
Yes. When will Keith move back in with me? Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because when I'm in this room, my connection's not super great, but when will he, what's his name?
Keith, Keith.
Okay, so when will Keith move back in with you? Are you sure you want him to move back in with you?
Yes.
Let me see what I get. Okay, so what I'm getting is, well, the first thing I'm getting is, in a sense, you know he's going to move back in with you. It's like an intuitive feeling that you have. You know he's going to move back in with you, but there's a sense of you're not wanting to wait anymore. There's a sense of your patience is running out, is what I'm hearing. But it's because you know he's going to come back very strongly is what I feel. But the fact that you're not physically seeing it happen, you're not seeing movement, and I feel like maybe you're not even talking. Because I don't feel or see communication. So everything you're feeling from him, emotions, because I do feel you have a strong connection to him. So everything, you're just feeling it all. So there's a sense of you don't really trust your intuition because you're not seeing it. But what I'm getting is it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's what I'm getting is it's just not the right time right now. You know, it's just not right now. But he is going to move back. Let me see what I get with his energy. Yeah, it's just not going, he's not taking the initiative, or he's not wanting to move forward right now because, like I was feeling earlier, it's just not a good time. there's also a lot, it's your, I feel that you're sad, depressed, but I also see that he's sad and he's depressed. And that's also why but he knows he's going to come back. So who knows? He already sees it.
Back soon?
It's not going to be soon. I'm not getting soon. It's just not the right time right now, is what I was hearing. And but he will. Let me see if I could get something else from this deck.
Thank you.
Yeah, but don't be sad. You're both sad, not just you. And it's just not the right. I keep hearing it's just not the right time, But because you feel him so strongly, you pick up his energy so strongly, and yeah, I just got no need to worry. See, exactly what I told you. Don't worry about it. He's coming back. He's very, very much connected to you on a soul level.
When he will?
Let me see what I feel. I know it's weeks, because I keep hearing weeks.
I talked to him like maybe 2 days ago, but it was negative. Do you see when he will speak to me?
Yeah, I know, because I feel the no communication. I'm getting, you're going to see movement, things starting to pick up again within 3 weeks is what I'm hearing. But what I feel with that is not him moving in with you. What I feel is it's going to start up again. So it's going to take a little time. I feel that you guys are going to reconnect and having to reconnect through language.
Will he have sex with Vanessa? He's currently living with his ex.
Uh-huh. And you want to know if he's intimate with her?
Yeah.
Oh. I feel he's there because it's easy and she gives him anything he wants. So he doesn't love her though. Doesn't love her. It's she's very manipulative and she manipulates him with sex. Yeah, but he doesn't love her. He doesn't love her, and she gives him anything. She gives him anything he wants. What I'm hearing is you've reprimanded him a few times, because he does, sometimes he just does stupid things, but he doesn't understand that, when
he's not going to contact me for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I think you're going to speak to him again within 3 weeks. That's what I'm feeling. When he's over it is what I'm hearing. When he's over it, it's like this, like he has to get out this.
But he will have sex with Vanessa.
Well, if they're living together and she gives him whatever he wants and she manipulates him through sex, and yeah, I would say, there's a possibility. So, well, is that okay? Elizabeth from, I don't see it yet, or maybe she's not. Pennsylvania. Elizabeth from Pennsylvania. Hi. What's your question for? Hi. What's your question for this evening?
I'm just wondering if there's any I'm having a lot of difficult choices for my careers. I have a lot of opportunities coming to me, and I'm so mixed up with my past. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to choose one.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're all, what makes it hard is you love all of them. And it's like you don't want to give, if you could, you would take them all, but unfortunately, that's not realistic. So let me see what I get. Let me shuffle a little bit. I just don't want to talk and shuffle. Sometimes it's hard to hear me, but what's great about you is you make the best out of every situation. So you can't go wrong because you're passionate about all the choices you have and that are given to you. So I feel there may be more of a fear that you'll get stuck with just one and you'll get bored because you get easily bored, and you like variety in your life, and that includes work. I get it. I'm just like that. The only thing that I don't get bored with is reading tarot, but yeah. And I feel you're also very creative is what I feel. But let's see what the cards say. I just feel you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Really. Let's see what we got. Nothing's falling out for you because there may not be a right answer, because I feel that too. I feel you can't go wrong because you love everything that's offered to you. But let me see what this deck says.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. Do you like yoga? Do you do yoga? Are you a yogi? Or do you practice yoga?
No, I've recently been going to like the chiropractor.
Okay.
To readjust, to do a lot of stretching out, things like that.
Right. Because I saw stretching, but what I'm getting, I saw you do yoga, so that's for you to your muscles, because I saw the stretching, but it was like you were doing yoga. So that's something to consider, because I had a vision of that too. But what I'm getting for your career is honestly, I don't think you're going to be happy with this answer, but this is the answer. You can't go wrong, because anyone that you get is going to bring you infinite abundance, is what I'm hearing. So you got to look at it this way. Which one could you see yourself doing for many years? Which one do you see yourself getting least bored of is going to be the right answer, because you get easily bored, and it's a fear. You're going to succeed. It's just the fear of, you don't want to get jaded over something that you love doing, because it becomes tiresome and repetitive. But I don't see that. You need to go with the job that for sure you could do for a very long time. Because there's one of the choices that you could do it for a long time. And you're going to make good money with whichever one you choose. Honestly, all of the options are great. They're all very abundant. I don't see anything I don't feel anything negative, and I don't see anything that is of loss. It's very full and abundant. So let me try. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. You're going to be fine. Don't worry. You're overthinking it. Don't overthink it.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any other questions, or anything else you wanted?
No, I think that's about it. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. And congratulations as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. So that's what kind of sucks sometimes when I do readings and I already know the answer, or I get the visions, and then the cards, nothing falls out. Honestly, that's the answer, is what I'm feeling and seeing. That's why the card isn't falling, because, or it's I can't, the person has walls up and I can't connect to them that easily, but I definitely connected to her easily. It was just, but people want, they want the cards to fall out because it's more, for them, it seems more, I don't want to say realistic, but more believable, I guess. But she'll see, she'll be good, Elizabeth. Let me see if I get anything else for the collective energy. Yeah, so what I'm seeing is, last show I saw a lot of sadness, but now I'm seeing there's a lot of things that the energy I'm getting is there's a lot of letting go that's already happened. And there's focus on either one love relationship in your life. It could have been, what I'm seeing is there was at least 3 people to choose from, the energy that I'm picking up. I feel it's a female energy, but what I'm getting is there was 3 people to choose from, and the person you chose is really the one you love. But what I'm getting is you still have friendships or a friendship relationship with the other 2. So, but I see a lot of happiness. And for some other energies that I'm picking up, if you're single or waiting for someone to come back to you, or you're just wanting to meet the right person, what I'm getting is you will meet the right person. What I'm getting is within the next 4 months is the max of energy that I'm picking up. It's like you're just waiting for the right person, to meet the right person, because you're tired of just, it never working out, or it's never working out, is what I'm hearing. So, but 4 months max, which isn't that far away, but this is good. It's good that I got that energy and I feel it too. A lot of sadness released, which is, that's great. But yeah, it's, last week was more, sorry if I'm not chippery today. I was feeling nauseous all day today, and I didn't know. I have water here too, but I'm not getting anything else. I can try a different deck. Actually, let me try my mini deck. It says I have poor connection. I'm glad it's a good show. Oh, good. I'm glad. I have 7 minutes left. I'm happy for that too. It's all good. Oh, perfect. I'm talking to Dave, the producer. I'm not talking to any spirits. I don't want people to get confused. Because I forget that, people don't have the teleprompter. So let me see. I feel like people aren't really supposed to know much because there's nothing falling out. And I feel the energy, though. I definitely feel the energy. But it could be Mercury retrograde just finished. It just finished, but there's still like that residue. I always feel like mid-August is when it's going to be completely gone, because people are still releasing as well. But the energy is kind of, I'm hearing lopsided. It teeters to good and not bad, but just, that's why I feel people are still kind of releasing. It doesn't switch over that fast. It's energy. So it takes about a week for that energy from Mercury retrograde to completely be gone. So, it's still there. I call it the aftermath, the Mercury retrograde aftermath. But I definitely feel the energy, and it is getting better. I actually felt that 2 days ago, that the energy shifted, and it was much more, the energy was lighter, like uplifting. 5 minutes left. I'm not getting any freaking cards to fall out. So, right when I say that, look at that. So I got the strength card. So that's great. It's exactly what I was feeling with the energy that fell out, was people are releasing and they're feeling better. And what I'm getting is people are also, they've learned to tame themselves, is what I'm hearing. Not as aggressive. I don't know who I'm picking up, but good for you. You're not as aggressive. That's good. That's great. But strength card, that's a good card. Very, very positive. Also, I'm feeling that with the combo that I see here, I have 4 cups reverse strength card. What I'm getting is there's going to be balance coming in, along with happiness, but balance coming in with emotionally, because it was intense the last few weeks, so people are feeling good again. So I felt that 2 days ago, that the energy that shifted, which is great, and it was much lighter, happier. It was definitely a brighter energy, is what I felt. So yeah, so I'm glad I did the show, even though I'm feeling nauseous, but I'm glad I did the show, and I'm sending everyone love and light. And you can also visit my page, Readings by Asteria, on Facebook. I post a lot of readings, card readings for the signs, for the feminine and masculine. I split the energy. I know we all have the same, we all have masculine and feminine. I know that. I feel people are always, you have those grammar people, you have the energy people too, that are just like, we have both. It's like, I know, but I separate it as more of a title of, astrology for men and then astrology for women, because masculine energy is still different than feminine, and we always connect to one more than the other, but we always have to keep it balanced. But we do, just so I'm correcting myself. But anyways, I'll stop rambling, and I'm sending everyone love and light, and I will see everyone next week on Thursday at 10 p.m. And I still have time. I always do that. Because it's, time doesn't exist for me. That's what I said before. It's energy. But should I just stare at the screen until... Because I know I don't have enough time to give more messages. Okay. Well, in that case, I will see, sending everyone love and light, and I will see everyone next week, and I'm glad everyone's feeling better as well. So have a good night. I'll see you next week.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the Air, Psychic Talk Radio Now, on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone who is tuning in is very welcome. This is Ray Park Productions. I'm your host,
Chloe Folan Clairvoyant here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in live and supporting the show. And many thanks to those who intend on catching the show after it's live aired. A very warm welcome to you as well. I will be taking 1 or 2 calls midway through my show. But like that, I would like to just utilize the first 10 to 15 minutes of my show just to talk a little bit about sun cycles. And the reason why I would like to bring this up, and please keep in mind that this show is being streamed live from Ireland, here in the Northern Hemisphere, we are literally 1 day away, or 1 or 2 days away really, from the Autumn Harvest Festival. So that's what I meant last week when I mentioned I wanted to bring up annual sun cycles. So like that, as everyone knows, our sun governs our seasons. And here in the Northern Hemisphere, we are very close to autumn. And why I would like to bring that up is why different systems do celebrate on slightly different days. I do find it's quite nice in a way that's authentic and right for you to definitely find ways to tune into the seasons and to definitely mark the seasons in a way that's good for you or good for your family or good for your psyche, good for the soul. So like that, I would just like to share some inspirations over just some very small things you can do to celebrate autumn and to bring in that autumn energy into your life. So like that, coming into autumn, why we still do have a little bit of sun. When we come into autumn, we're starting to acknowledge that the seasons are starting to slow down a small bit. So autumn is a beautiful time to really take a step back and give thanks for everything that's happened throughout the year and to really notice what's happening to you, because in times when our lives were more governed by agriculture in the past, this would have been a time when people would have been reaping the harvest of all the hard work with growing crops and, you know, working more closely with animals and, you know, growing your own crops and farming. And when farming was a deeper part of all our lives and we were far more reliant and far closer to farming, every single one of us would have been farming in some way to maintain our lives. So why in modern life, some of us are not as deeply tied to agriculture in a modern way. It's a nice time of year to really take a step back and to have a look at, you know, are you reaping what you've sown from the year? To have a look at where you've put your energies. So this is 2019. Where have you put your energies for 2019? Where have you been focusing yourself for 2019? And based on where you've been focusing your energies, taking a little bit of time around autumn to reflect on what has been happening to you based on where you've been putting your energies. And it's a beautiful time of year to start practicing an attitude of gratitude or counting one's blessings. So it's really nice to do, and especially if you have small children like that, what I'm about to share can be done if you're someone who likes to just do little spontaneous ceremonies by yourself, or if you'd like to include your family and small children. You can always just start by creating a sacred space. You can then decorate your sacred space in like an autumn theme. You can, you know, collect some nice leaves, some nice branches, pine cones, maybe get a few posters of autumn scenes, you know, make it a nice space to be in. Then if you're by yourself or doing this with your family, and small children love this as well, everyone says a prayer that aligns them to their higher self. And then if everyone gets a pen and paper and starts writing down what you've got to be grateful for the year. So like that, I would personally celebrate this tomorrow on August Eve. I've always celebrated autumn or marked autumn on the 31st of July. So like that, when you're writing down what you've got to be grateful for, put down all things great and small. If you've had good health for 2019, put that down. If you've had, you know, someone say a lot of kind things to you throughout the year, put that down. If you've been able to pay your bills, my goodness, that's huge. Put that down and give thanks for that, especially in globally what's happening for people. You know, sometimes we take it for granted that it's just a given, that, you know, you just pay your bills and that's a given. And some people really struggle with that. So if that's something that, you know, you've been able to do, even if there's been some tight spots, give thanks for that. Give thanks for good health. Give thanks for anything that comes to mind. And like that, if you have had some goals come to pass throughout the year, please do put those down as well. That if you had an aim to get a new job and you got a job, put that down and give thanks for that. If you aim to just have a little more confidence and that happened, give thanks for that. So anything and everything, really take some time to mull over the good things that have happened to you throughout 2019. And then what's lovely to do if you're doing this as a family, and even with small children, turn to the person next to you and vice versa, and tell them something nice that they did. So like that, turn around and say to them, thank you for the nice thing you said. Thank you for the time you made me breakfast. Thank you for the time you gave me that spontaneous hug. You didn't know it at the time, but I really could have done with a hug that day. Or like that, you know, if your child did a lovely picture or, you know, did something creative, you know, use the time to highlight that, you know, turn around and tell your child, well, wasn't that so creative? You know, aren't you very talented? Or like that with your partner, you know, give thanks for anything nice that, you know, say it to your partner and give your partner a chance to say it to you. And it's nice for children to see that as well. It's nice for children to see mum and mum or dad or however your family unit is, that's your business, and enjoy your family unit. Your family unit is your business. You know, it's nice for children in any family dynamic to see parents, you know, get along, you know, and it's nice for children to see their parents give thanks to each other and parents to give thanks for them, and give your child an opportunity to say something nice back to you. It gives that it really just helps with family unity. And especially when life's been a little bit stressful, lovely, you know, celebration to look forward to do that around autumn. And it's just lovely to do. So share, give thanks. And then once you've written everything down and you've taken time in your little family unit to say thanks to each other safely and responsibly, then burn your petition for thank yous. And then take a few moments to give thanks to the powers that be, the powers that you believe in, the life force that you believe in, the power that you believe guides your life. Take a few moments as a family to give thanks within your belief system to the powers that you believe govern and guide your life. Give thanks to those powers as well. And then just have a nice meal. Have something nice to drink. Put on a nice movie, or what's really nice to do is doing that before bedtime, because it puts everyone in such a good mood, makes everyone feel really appreciated and happy. And it's just a lovely way it's something you can do before bedtime. So like that, I'll say it again, different systems have different practices and different belief systems have different ways of celebrating, but that's a lovely basic way to tap into the energies of autumn. And it's a lovely way to kind of tune you into those natural sun cycles that happen, whether we're fully aware of those cycles or not. Because even in modern day lives, what happens in our modern day lives is still governed by nature, even if we tend to forget that. So I quite often find that people that do in a way that's authentic for them, take time out of their day to connect in with natural energies in any way they see fit, it just calms the psyche, soothes the psyche, helps someone feel like they're a part of a greater whole, taps you back into that greater whole, that greater cycle that we are a part of, whether we're aware of or not. So like that, I hope I've offered just lovely seeds of inspiration for what you can do for autumn if you see fit, and why that might be important or why that might be nice to try. And I believe we actually have somebody calling in, Melissa from California. Melissa, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
Melissa, thank you for calling in. How can I help you? Do you have a query you would like me to tap into for you?
Yes. So I guess it's funny that you're talking about that because I'm having an issue in my family unit with my husband and my children who are not his. And there's just a lot of conflict. And I was kind of looking for some insight or direction.
No problem at all. Well, definitely, if you do find the airing of this broadcast, please do listen back to the tips that I gave, because the tips that I gave were very open-ended. So regardless of the core belief system that your family has, or if there's a religion that your family follow, you could fit that into any religious practice that you already have, where sometimes just sitting down together as a family and saying a nice prayer to get everyone in alignment with themselves. And then everyone gets a pen and paper, children included, and everyone writes down what they have to be grateful for, and that gets everyone in a good mood. And then that's when you turn to share with each other what the other person did that made you feel good. So this is where you can turn to your husband and give thanks to your husband for something that he did, no matter how small, or the children can share back. So that is something that I would invite you to do as a family. And what also is really nice to do is, there is a saying, although it's sometimes taken more religiously than it's meant, where it's the family that prays together stays together. And that doesn't necessarily mean religion. What that means is the family that's on the same page, even if there's individual interests, is more harmonious. So this is where you can inject a bit of fun that can de-stress stressful situations, where you can do family vision boards together as well, where like that everyone sits down together at the table. You get out old magazines, you get out pieces of card, and everyone cuts out pictures and words that would describe how they, would like the family life to be, or what they would like to do within the family. So cut out words like unity, cut out pictures of, picnics or places you like to go as a family. And everyone gets to put something on the vision board that's positive and explain why it's important to them and why that image meant something to them around creating a family vision board. So sometimes injecting a bit of fun and coming at it with more of a relaxed attitude takes defensiveness out of the situation and really deflates anyone being on the defense, and really deflates, surface touchiness. But what I will do for you as well, Melissa, is I do want to draw some tarot cards just to see if I can get a deeper insight as to the core reason for some of the conflict over what's going on. I'm just going to do a family spread where I look at you, your husband, where the opportunities are, where the challenges are, and the likely outcome, and your children will come through in that spread as well. So just give me 2 moments to draw the tarot, just to get some deeper insight for you. But definitely family vision boards, and definitely a family gratitude celebration, and counting one's blessings can really help get everyone, back together again and de-stressed. But I'll just have a look here to see what's happening, Melissa, and see if I can offer some deeper advice maybe on where the root conflict is coming from and another way to manage that.
Thank you.
Okay, now, as strange as this might sound, I'll just bring it up, and like that, this will make sense to you, but this seems to be 2 particular areas that have just gotten a bit lopsided. Definitely, and I'll say it again, modern life isn't easy when you're trying to balance especially when there's multiple children. You know, finances aren't easy sometimes. And definitely I'm getting a card here that is showing that some of the stress is definitely around finances and trying to make sure that in terms of abundance and finances that there's enough to keep everybody happy, meaning making sure that there's enough for everyone in the family to have a quote unquote normal life. And that can be very stressful sometimes. And this seems to be one of the factors where, like that, yourself and your husband have been very focused on just trying to keep things going financially and just trying to pay the bills and just trying to make ends meet. And that's eating into you then having enough energy, you know, for yourselves, for each other, and then trying to have some quality time with the children as well. So one of the factors that's going on here is a traditional burnout is getting in here a bit, and there's definitely, I've got it loud and clear here, that it's definite, you know, stressors around finances, and things have been so centered around just trying to keep finances healthy and balanced that it's kind of pulled away from everything else. And the other card that I have here, and this might be more related to yourself, Melissa, but it could be the family collectively, is that sleep patterns are not good at all. So like that, I do believe that's partly relating to yourself, but partly could be relating to the family as a whole as well, where like that, when you are tired, when you are stressed, kids have worn you down a bit, you know, it's very difficult to try to keep to a, you know, proper bedtime routine, or trying to get older children to go to bed properly. But those factors, you pull all of those factors together and you add in, you know, more than one person in the family not sleeping properly, and that is going to create grouchiness, that is going to create tension, that is going to create a bit of snappiness. Now, on the good side, I'm not picking up that there's something terribly, terribly, terribly wrong. This is just a build-up of those two factors from what I can see, that it's, you know, and I'm coming back to yourself as well. So definitely, Melissa, something I would like you to try if this card is relating to you. I do believe this is partly relating to you as well as the family as a whole, that before you go to bed in the evening, even if you decide to try the little autumn celebration I was suggesting, that after that, after you do that, every single evening before you go to bed, I want you to say a prayer that you feel aligns you to your higher self. I want you to get a pen and paper, and I want you to write down that everything that's sitting in your head. Write it all down. Write down everything sitting in your head, everything bothering you, everything you're finding hard to switch off from. And then fold up the paper and spend a few moments sensing all of that stress leaving you and going into the paper, and then either safely rip up the paper and throw it in the bin, or if you're able to do so, safely and responsibly burn the paper. Either or, whichever is easier to do. And you'll find that if you do that every single evening before going to bed, you'll notice the list you write will start to get shorter and shorter and shorter, and you will start to be able to sleep a little bit better over the next few days if you do try putting that in. And once again, children can do that as well. I've recommended that on to a few people where the children are slightly hyperactive or like that. Some people have children, and adults have this as well. There are some children and adults out there that seem to live off very little sleep and they're just fine, but their parents might not be fine. So one lovely thing you can do is because I do think it's relating to more than just you. If there is a hyperactive child that's having difficulty sleeping, getting them to do that as well before they go to bed. I guarantee you, if you do that nightly with them, do it together, it will help improve sleep patterns. So this seems to be a combination of looking at where it's important to acknowledge finances, and it's important to acknowledge that you do need a certain amount of money to have a decent quality of life, and especially when you're trying to look after children as well. but like that, trying to pull back a bit and see where you can reorganize your schedules, both you and your husband, reorganize your schedules to just reintroduce a little bit more family time. Just a little bit more family time where you agree not to talk about anything serious and do something enjoyable. So family vision boards, family gratitude list, family dinner time where everyone at the dinner table gets to share something and everyone takes turns listening to that one person talking. And that's very healing as well. Everyone gets a chance to, say something important at the dinner table. So everyone sits down and eats together. None of this eating in front of the TV. Everyone sits at the table, no TV, no phones, sit down and eat together. And then everyone, one by one, gets a chance to share something at the dinner table that's important to them. And everyone else listens and doesn't give any input until the person's finished speaking. Because then it helps everyone feel validated within the family unit. It helps everyone feel heard in the family unit. So really on one side, I'm not seeing anything horribly wrong, which is fantastic. But this is about just reorganizing schedules, which is not easy sometimes, to just make sure that your schedules have family first, then everything else second, which is not easy to do in the world at the moment. But if things can be looked at and things can be tweaked to where you can have family first, our family first, then everything else second, I do believe little improvements will come in.
Okay.
On that note, Melissa, is there anything you want to ask me more deeply about what's happening in your family dynamics, or has another question come to mind?
Yeah, so my husband and I, we've been together for 4 years. I've changed a lot. I've grown a lot. And I'm finding that, like, our core values aren't so much aligned anymore. Even little things on how to deal with my oldest daughter, or on how we see the world. And it's becoming a problem. And I'm not quite sure. I don't want to, I know we're not responsible for other people. I can't change him, but it's making me feel differently. And it's just causing a lot of questions to come up in my head, and I'm not really sure what to do about it.
Okay. Sorry, my earphones are a bit funny for this call, Melissa. I heard that I did get most of what you said, but can you just clarify what's the main issue with your daughter, please, that your daughter's causing a bit of tension in the family?
Well, my oldest daughter is 18, and he thinks she should be on her own now. She needs to, fend for herself. She's my baby. And
of course,
it's our ideas on how to deal with things and how to deal with her on life. Like our values are different. And so he thinks because he's the husband.
And this brings me back to what I was saying over. I believe that what will really help is, especially if it's with your daughter, for you and your daughter to sit across from each other and have an opportunity for you to say what your core values are. Your daughter can share what her core values are, and you can acknowledge that you're both on different pages, and that in itself can be very healing. But when you're on different pages, and especially if she's reaching an age where she needs more independence, it's important for you to remind your daughter that if she wants more independence, then she has to get that for herself. You can't get a job for her. You can't go out and study her career for her. Just remind her that regardless of her core values, if she wants a certain type of lifestyle and she wants a certain type of life, that no matter who you are, that has to be worked for. And you can't do that for her. That she has to do it for her. And I guarantee you that despite core values being at odds, if you ask her who she admires, I guarantee you it's someone who has gone out and put in the work themselves to create that life. So I'm sure if you talk to her from her standpoint, from maybe someone that she admires, and say, well, look, do you realize that that person worked for that they went and did that themselves, that they made that work for them. Their mum didn't do it, their dad didn't do it, they did it for them. And that's how they did it, that might help the penny drop over encouraging a bit more independence.
And hello, my students, fans, and followers. Well, today I want to talk about miracles. I know that many of us not really believe in miracles, or when we are talking about unknown energies, universe, and how we can attract things to ourselves, there's always some sort of question mark from people, especially negative people, that ask you, how could it be possible? How can you attract things to yourself? How can you do this and how can you do that? Well, my answer to those people that is starting to question mark universe and the quantum of energies and miracles and unknown energies is, when you ask, you receive. If you are not asking, you are not receiving. Very simple. You have to ask and you have to receive. How you have to receive? Listen to this one. If you believe what you ask, then you are going to receive. Sometimes you see that, oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm actually believe in this attractions, miracles, unknown energies, but nothing happened to me. I would say why? I would tell you why. Because you are not believing in what you are asking. Because you can't see yourself as a wealthy person. You can't see yourself as a famous person. You can see yourself as a healthy person. And you can see yourself wherever you want to be. Because you're not believing that is going to happen. The first very important law is that you have to believe in yourself and your thought, and you have to believe what you are asking. If you are not believing, there's no attractions of energies that come into you. The only things that come into you is doubt, never gonna happen, negative people, toxic energies, and even more. Because you put yourself in the doubt situation. Stop doubting. Start acting. How? Start believe in yourself and believe in what you want. And then stop question marking where, how, and with whom I would get this and I will go there. That's not your business. That is universe business. It sounds like you are going to the restaurant, very luxurious, very nice, very gorgeous restaurant, and there is a lot of people around. If you are not ordered the food is not coming to your table. But when the guy or the girl come and ask you what you want, and you tell exactly what you want, then you are not asking the cook, what did he exactly done? How much ingredients or whatever you actually use to make this kind of meat to me, or this type of the food or whatever. You are not asking. That's what exactly you have to stop. How, where, and when. All you had to do, and you have to, is just start believing in yourself and start asking to receive. So back to studio, and you are guys listening to A1R. And this is Fiona, Persian Medium. I am Hover. And by the way, happy Wednesday. So I had a caller. Let's just see. Well, hello, Jojo. How are you doing?
I'm okay, honey. How are you?
I'm doing very well. You're from England. Wow. How's everything there?
Yeah.
Wow, I love it. So is it cold? Is it dark? Is it like, what time is it?
Over in England, we are 3:10 in the morning.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Okay. And here, actually, in California, it's almost about 7-7. Well, let's say that 7-7 is kind of good number, and 7-7 is actually the lucky number. And I feel like that could be lucky for you too. So first, my dear, I would love to hear about your date of birth, and then shoot your question and tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and your heart and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
My date of birth is 27/11/65.
Okay.
What was the next question you asked me?
Next question is about, would you exactly you want to know about your time and what you have in your beautiful mind and your beautiful heart? Please go for it.
I want to know if my little baby's okay, because I lost her a long time ago, many years ago, and people were telling me that I was silly because I wanted to talk to her. Basically, a lot of that on my father, because I think a lot about my dad as well.
How old was she? How old was she when you lost her?
She was 8 months old.
Okay. And the reason that you lost her and the reason that she passed?
She had heart problems and she passed through a viral bronchiolitis.
Well, the good news and the connection that I figured right now is about to tell you that she's in a good place, because when I'm trying to focus on her and her energies right now, I see her around water, an ocean, place with the ocean. Yes, place with the ocean, like an ocean view. She's living around the ocean. She's close to the water. And I feel that that water is too blue, kind of like blue-green kind of type of water. So that type of feeling telling me that she is right now in the place that she always wished to go as a trip, or some places that she always loved to go. So it sounds like ocean and ocean view, the place that she's living, and the best place ever that you can imagine. That means she's in a good place. Number two, she got her dream come true because she's exactly in that place that she always wanted to be. And number three, she's not alone. It sounds like one of the family members or someone that was very connected to you and dear to you is around her as well. So she's not alone.
Oh my. Cool.
She's also
that is really cool. Wow.
Yeah. Also telling me about yard or some plant. I don't know what she's trying to tell me, but it's all about a plant, a green plant. It could be a backyard. It could be a summertime. She's trying to tell me about something good, something as a nice memory about summer or some of those summers that you guys had. It sounds like that she's trying to tell you about, like, she always reminds herself about that. So you got it? So there is the balance of backyard, green plants, and timing. And it's all about remember that summer. That is the message that I'm receiving from her right now. And she's saying that she's not in pain. She's happy and she feels very good. She's connected to you and telling you about your health. What is going on with your health? Sounds like that she is worried for you. Sounds like that she wants you to calm down and relax. She's around you and she's never left you. She's always listening and can hear you very well. So that's why I wanted you to just relax every night before you go to bedtime. I wanted you to relax and concentrate and feel her. By feeling her and connecting, she will come to your dream and will answer to one of your questions that you have for a long time. She's talking about a young gentleman. I don't know whom is this, but I have to tell you, she's telling you that don't worry about him. Or let that person do not be worried about him. He's going to be all right. So somehow...
He's going to be okay?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That is exactly what she's telling me right now. I feel, I sense, and I can't even smell this beautiful lady. And I feel that she has some special perfume, maybe smell that she was really been in love with. And I can feel that smell so good. And I wanted you to just wear that type of the perfume or something that she wore, or maybe you used when you was around her, when she was alive, to try to use the same.
Wow. My favorite perfume. Little bugger. She'd be spraying it out around my bedroom, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she loved it. And she wanted you to continue and do it because she is always going to be around when you do. It sounds to me you're fresh and you make the all energies around and surround you to feel good about her and you when she was alive. She misses you. She thanked you for everything you did for her. She appreciated you for whatever you do for that young man. I don't know who he is, but... And she's telling you, you should never give up because I'm always going to be around and surround you.
Ooh.
I understand.
Yeah. I miss her too. I miss her quite a lot.
She misses you too. But she's around you. That's the only good news. I mean, listen. She knows where you are. She knows what you're doing. She knows what type of perfume and spray and whatsoever you are using around. That means that she's around you. That means that you feel her every single night and day. What are you waiting for? Talk to her. Communicate with her. Ask her.
I got told that I was silly. I went to see somebody and they told me that I was silly, that my daughter would never be around me because once they'd gone, they'd gone. And I said, no way.
Absolutely.
You know, she did something for me.
Wow.
That she did something for me that was really special. She did me a picture on my mirror in my bathroom. And every other day I used to write back to her. I used to put a love heart on and write back to her, I know I love you too. You know, but then people were coming in my property and telling me that I was silly and that, and it waylaid me a little bit. But I really wanted to hear you say to me that I'm not silly. I know that she's around me, so that's really puts a different light on everything, doesn't it? And I am very spiritual. So, yeah. Cool.
Well, she's around you, and you've been right. Mom always had right. Remember that. There is no one in the earth that could be like Mom, that could sense her kids, alive or not alive. That's why you as a mom can sense your daughter from the head to toe, even she's not around and she's not alive. We think that when someone died and it's all done. Well, not. They are in a good place.
I believe in the afterlife, that they carry on. They've just finished their life on Earth and they're going to carry on elsewhere.
Yeah.
You know, I know that when you pass, like myself, I've been here many times, years and years before, and I get a lot of visions as well, premonitions of other other people that I feel in my heart that I need to help them so that they can move on. And that's what I've been trying to do. The gentleman she's on about is a very good friend of mine. And I've been helping him. You know, wow. It's been really good, hasn't he, Robert? Robert, it's been really good. Yeah.
What she mentioned to you as well. So that means that what you are doing right. And what others says, completely ignore. And try to not even actually ask yourself twice if whatever they said has any kind of legit or somehow it's correct, because it's not. No. And keep in your power as a mother, because mother always sends her kids, no matter what, alive or not alive. So all I wanted you to do is just connect with her before the bedtime, 10 minutes before. Just say her name 10 times. You don't need to talk loud. You can actually have it inside, but 10 times, has to be 10 times. And then close your eyes and tell exactly what you want to feel and sense about her. I promise you, the same night or the day or the night that you do, she's going to come to your dream and she will talk to you. Willing to.
Can I just ask you something? Could you ask her which crystal? She keeps moving one of my crystals. I have a big crystal box in my bedroom, and some of the crystals on there are the really special ones, and she keeps moving them, right? I know that she moves them because I smell her around me. Right? So it's a particular one that I keep moving because I keep trying to hide it from her, so play games with her. And I'm just wondering whether...
There is the crystal that has some color on, and it's telling me about when the light and the sun standing on top of that crystal, you can see the purple and light blue color on that crystal. So that's what she meant, and that's what she touched.
Yeah, the rainbow one. My rainbow one, the big one.
Yep. Yes. That's what she's telling me.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Have this crystal more around. Use this spray all the time. And don't give up to talk to your daughter. And remember, we think that she passed, but she is more aware than us. She knows what's going on around us than we know about us. So that's why I wanted you to just go for it and believe in her energies, and her love is still around. And never doubt about your mom or mother's sense, which whatsoever you sense and feel and connect, it's completely correct. I wanted you to continue and never doubt. So I have many callers, almost about 6 or 7. So I need to say goodbye to you because now I'm gonna have one more. So thank you so much, gorgeous. Have a great one and wish you the best. For more information, PersianMedium.com, Abby.Weiss.com, and A1R. So back to studio, and I have Jana. Hello, Jana from Paris. How are you doing?
Hello. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love your energy, girl. Wow.
Thank you. It's wonderful to speak to you. I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm excited with this beautiful energy. I'm excited too. I don't know what to do now. It's kind of like it's cold in my backyard, but just I feel like now with this beautiful energy, it's like I'm getting warm now. Okay, so
I'm a very positive person.
Oh, sure. Gorgeous. Give me your date of birth and then shoot your question. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Yes, do you have any messages for me, for my mom? My mom passed 2 years ago. My ex-husband is living with me, and he's dying of stage 4 cancer, and I'm going through a lot right now. And I'm wondering if you have any messages for me.
Well, the first things that I can see she's telling you is like, do you remember what you told me when I was sick? So I'm going to tell you the same things. Everything going to be all right. That was exactly what she was telling me. So she reminded you about, do you remember what you told me when I was sick? So She's trying to motivate you and letting you know that you should not give up. And believe in miracles. Listen to me. I mean, I may have lots of clients actually with cancers and many cancers, or like from all types.
Okay.
I believe in miracles because almost 25 of those people who was indirectly and directly my client, they've been cancer free after whole. When the doctor already said, sorry, it's not happened. I'm sorry, just go home and have fun with your family and just like count on day and night and see like when is going to be the time. So I'm telling you tonight, the same way as your mother says, you do not give up on your husband, and you do believe in miracle stronger than ever you could imagine. Believe in the universe energies and believe on your power inside that if whatever you want, whatever you wish, just ask and receive. Your mother trying to tell you, you are not the person to give up easily. Then don't give up because there is reason.
No, I'm not. He's my ex-husband, and I don't want to see him die on me. And I'm wondering what messages my mother has for me. I mean, it's really, I haven't talked to my mother for a while, so I'm wondering what she's got for me in store. What messages has my mom got for me?
She is telling you, change your look again or do something with yourself. It sounds like you forgot about yourself a long time. It sounds like you just don't know what to do. Do something with your hair. Do something, and that is exactly what your mom says. Be silly. Be happy.
Do something with my hair.
That's what your mom says. Yes. And she,
okay.
So I know it's telling you to be silly again and have fun and laugh and try to cry when you feel that you have to cry. So don't.
That's something she would say.
So don't try to hide your emotion. If you feel that you need to cry loud and clear for yourself, do it. That's what your mom says. Don't hide your emotion, my dear. Try to look at yourself. Change your style of your hair and maybe the color.
I did this color today, too. Wow. You're awesome.
Life is fun, and you should not give up on it.
No.
And I'm telling you that life is about you and what you are thinking and how you feel. Then feel positive, bring positivity around him, and don't worry about if he's going to pass or not, because as far as I'm concerned, he's going to be all right.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
Your mom is very proud of you. Whatever you did in the last couple, maybe months, days, weeks, past 3 months, your mom is very, very proud of you. She always been.
I've changed boyfriends. I have a good boyfriend now.
She's proud?
She would love him. She loved him. I have a good boyfriend that she loves.
Yes. And that's what she's telling you. I'm proud of you that you moved on. I'm proud of you that you're helping him right now. Even when you found a new boyfriend and you're still there for him, she's proud of you because you have a beautiful, kind heart. And you always want to give this beauty of kindness to people, no matter what, who they are and where they are. So continue to be nice. Continue to be this angel. This is what your mom wants. And don't forget this. Try to have fun. This is what your mom wants. Have fun. Be silly and just have fun. That's all you need to do.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
You're very welcome, gorgeous. So I may have just about maybe 60 or 90 seconds or maybe less than 1 minute. I have to maybe say goodbye. Oh no, I still have some minutes. Oh, stay with me, baby. So now, last, what do you want to tell to your mom? If I am your mom and I stand in front of you, last word, what are you going to tell her? Come on.
I want her to know I love her and how much I miss her and how much I'm dealing with life down here without her. And I really need her to stay with me in my life because I love her.
She loves you back, and she's proud of you, and she's around you. She knows what you are doing. She knows how you feel. She knows where you are going, and she knows everything about you.
I just want her to stay with me for the rest of my life and never leave me, and I'll be okay.
She's going to be. Your mom would never leave you. I promise you. She's always around. Now, I have to say goodbye. For those that want to communicate with me in a person, or better say directly, I want to go to PersianMedium.com, PersianMedium@gmail.com, or A1R, or AbbotAdvice.com. Have a great one, and see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock Pacific time. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's very nice to be on the show today. Now, I was just thinking about what we could talk about, and I think sort of probably the most important thing that spirit sort of do for us, the spirit world do for us, and that is healing. And it's just incredible how they are able to heal in many cases. Now, obviously, the first sort of, method of healing is when some, a medium will put their hands on you and do hands-on healing. And again, there's some remarkable results from that. And, there's no sort of guarantees. And I think I was always told by the spirit world that if we are meant to receive the healing, then we will. But they work on many levels. They work on the sort of physical, the mental, and the emotional level. So it depends on sort of, what is your need, in other words. But the other thing that healing can be done. Now, I, as a medium, I sit for an hour every day. And in that hour, I will invite my guides to come forward, and they will do, I will send out healing. And what I've done is I've created a list of all the people that want healing. And, funnily enough, I said to my guides, I said, should I be, reading out this list to you every time I sit to do healing? And his answer was, no, because it will get too long. So I just sort of say, and here's my list, and I open it up because it's always on my computer, and I open it up, and they work from there, and so I, that's something I do. I sit there for an hour with spirit sending out healing, and I do that every day for an hour, 7 days a week. And I try to do that regardless of what's going on in my life. And every now and again, I might slip and not do it that day. But on the whole, it's sort of every day. And I absolutely love the healing, because it gives you that it gives you the vibration that the spirit world work with. this is something interesting that you may not be aware of, but I see all this light coming sort of to me and then through me, and they're working with sort of my energy and their energy, and it makes me feel sort of really really sort of relaxed as well when I'm sending out sort of healing. So that's sort of a little bit about healing, but there are other methods. For instance, like I could do a reading that is very healing because the words can be healing, or and that's again, that's spirit working through me, and then perhaps you could be speaking to a friend and giving advice and a cup of tea and that's healing. And so there's many ways to be a healer, but healing is so important in our world. And if we pray or send out thoughts to those people that we feel need healing, or if we pray and send out thoughts to the atrocities that are happening in the world, it can make a huge difference, an absolute huge difference. Anyway, I know that we have some callers waiting, and I have Amaya in York, Pennsylvania. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Amaya. Amaya. Hello. And how are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. And so it must be about 3:10 in the afternoon there. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look for guidance from my guides. Is there a particular place where you'd like me to focus, or a particular way that you'd like me to work?
I've been trying to connect to one of my best friends who passed away like 3 years ago.
Right. Okay, is this female? Because I'm just checking to see, because I might get a mail through and think, oh, that's not it. Amaya, is she female? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Right. Okay. The first thing that I'm hearing is I feel that her passing was unusual circumstances. Would you understand that? Because I don't feel like, when if we have a young person, we go to sort of two things that happen sort of so many times. But I think with Amaya, the words I'm getting is it was unusual circumstances.
Yes, that's true.
And I feel that when I look at her personality, I see her as being quite an incredible woman. Somebody who I feel like she lifts people's spirits, or sort of she's a really. I feel these words wouldn't just do her justice, but she's a really good person. But I feel like she's almost, better than that. It's almost like she's an earth angel. Like she's so good to many people. And I feel that I feel like she's very charitable of nature. And I don't know whether she was involved particularly with charity, or it was just her personality of being very charitable in the way that she conducted her life. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, that makes total sense to me, yes.
And I feel that she's making me feel as though there were times when she would help you, but I feel that there's also times when you helped her. Because I feel like you were, and I'm getting the word confidant. So I don't know why I'm getting confidant. So it's like you were a confidant for each other. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, that makes completely sense to me, and I've always said that.
Oh, right. So that's why I've gutted it.
Yes.
See, the thing is with me, Amaya, is I get nosy and I look at it and I think, well, why did you give me that word? That's the problem with me as a medium, and I need to get myself out of the way and just give what I get. So, and she's saying to me that she's making me feel as though in her funeral, there was something that you did that was like a special tribute to her. Would you understand that? It was something that you did special for her. And she's showing me an image of some flowers, and you're putting them down somewhere.
Yes, I gave roses to her mother after the funeral was over.
Right. Okay. I knew it was something to do with flowers, and there's also a ribbon around the bottom of the flowers as well.
Yes.
And she's saying to me that whilst she's very, very happy in the spirit world, she's making me feel as that you are one of the biggest losses to her. As sort of because she's making me feel as though there was nothing that, you know, it's like there's a closeness that is every day, you know, speaking to each other all the time, and she feels, and she's saying to me, you know, I'm all right in the spirit world, you know, I'm getting on with things, but the thing is she makes me feel as though she's like she's got her right arm cut off, and of course she hasn't, but she makes me feel like that. It's just like a figure of speech, that you know, whenever anything happens, she can't go to you and say, oh, you never guess what happened. Yeah. She can't do that, and she's so sort of she's so frustrated about that, because she says so many things are happening to her in the spirit world, and she can't come and tell you. And she says you were always the go-to to sort of tell what was going on. She's showing me a bed, and she's showing me a teddy bear, and there's something, or I don't know whether it's like a stuffed animal, you know, like I don't know whether it's a teddy bear or another animal, but I know there's like a toy animal on the bed somewhere, and she's making me feel. I just saw that in my clairvoyance. Would you understand that? There's something significant about that.
Yes. On Easter, the year of her passing, we had gotten matching stuffed animals, and we always kept it with each other.
Right. And I feel like there's a name on the stuffed animal as well. There's some writing on it. There's some writing.
I would have to look. I'm not sure if there is or not.
Okay. Have a look.
Okay.
And also, I feel that a lot of the things that each other would buy, the other one would buy as well. Because I feel like there's a lot of things that both of you had, like I don't know, and she's keeping me in the bedroom, because I feel like it's things in the bedroom that there are a lot of things that are similar, and she's making me feel that she knows your family very well, and you know her family very well. That's the feeling she makes. Because she makes me feel as though you would spend time in her family home, and vice versa. And she's also making me feel like, because she's showing me like you would do that when you were quite young. Like, so I feel like you've known each other from a young age.
Yes.
And is there something significant at the age of 13 or 14 that happened?
involving like me. I had tried to hurt myself when I was that age. That was the first time I had ever tried.
Right, because she just sort of brought that time to me. Like there's something that happened at that time.
Yes.
And she made because I
believe her father had passed away at that time as well.
Right. But she's making me feel as though she was really like she makes me feel like it really hit her hard. You know, at that time, sort of like I feel like I'm very like in her mind, she can't lose you. She's like she can't lose you. And I feel that was sort of quite a distressing time for her. And I'm just asking her if she's met up with her father. So I'm just asking her that because that would be nice to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it definitely would.
She said, of course, I'm with him. And she says that she's making me feel as though she has a very close relationship with him. And there's a deep love with her father. And she makes me feel as though it's like she doesn't have favourites, but her dad is her favourite.
Yes, definitely. It was a daddy's girl all the way.
Yeah. It's like she loves her mum, but it's daddy. and so she wants you to know that she's connected